Welcome. This is a College Genesis chief host of the Voice of the College Nation. I was at my brother's house early tonight, and he just thinking he's having a victory lap. He said, "You voted for Trump, blah 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 blah." Like, dude, man, calm the fuck down. Do you regret your vote? No. Yeah, everybody's having regrets, man. This guy told you this guy. My brother hates fucking Donald Trump, right? And him and I said, man, Corey, I'm just here to fucking enjoy myself, man. We're having a party. Don't talk about Donald Trump. I don't give two shit. Yes, you do, man. That's your messiah. You love Donald Trump, man. You know what the fuck I did? I never said I like Donald Trump. I said there were certain issues, right? This is what it comes down to, folks. There's certain issues that be on the table, your values, right? And the president sets forth the values of the country that's going to come ahead. Where the direction of the country is basically who leads the country. The president leads the country, right? So when the president says there's not going to be any more males in female sports, right? Men are not going to be able to go into females' bathroom. I agree with that, right? That was my issue, right? That was what I voted for. When people go to vote, right? Some of you guys vote based on what you can get in your pocket. You got handouts and greedy, whatever like that. My issue was that. Only that, for the most part. And also the borders. That was it. Those are my two issues: the open borders that was wrecking the country and whatnot, and also it angered me because I had clients of mine, right, who work 37 quarters and can't get Social Security. Yet there's people coming here getting put up in hotels, collecting Social Security on money they didn't pay in. That was my issue. That is why I strongly support Donald Trump, and I do not freaking back away from my vote. So my brother trying to make it sound like, oh man, you blah blah blah. Look, I'm very calculating my vote. You can say whatever you want to say, right? But if you don't have my freaking I just realized the immigrant post ain't about it's about everyone. Look, what does the immigrant got to do with black people? Not a damn thing. What do immigrant protests have to be about us? It's not about us. This is what I'm talking about tonight. And we have a good topic tonight, folks. The hate that hate produced, right? And I mean, I call it N1 is the comments is the reason why there's growing hatred in Black America. When we tell people to back off, you don't know who the hell we are and whatnot. Don't include us in your bullshit. Because we don't fucking care about Hispanics. We don't give a damn. He deports all of them, for the most part. I feel bad when I see it actually happening, but that's not our issue, Yeah, but who cares about Black immigrants? Nobody cares, I care about Black America, I care about us. Yeah, Haitians, Africans, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's you guys' problem. That's not my fucking problem, And the bottom line, that's what we're going to say tonight. That immigrant issue is not, we're not immigrants. So that's not our fucking issue. And I'm sick of people coming in here to make it seem like it's our issue, just because they're Black. No, get the fuck out of here, Get the entire fuck out of here with that shit, I knew when the Senate didn't convict Donald Trump for January 6th, he didn't have no evidence on him. And the January 6th, all those people in the January 6th committee went to jail. You know that list? It was a fraudulent. They actually had a lady lie and said Donald Trump did this, and said steer this person over there. Come to find out he never did that, and she lied. She retracted. Liz Cheney told her what to say. And Liz Cheney's in a lot of fucking trouble. So that whole January 6th hearing was a friggin' farce. They thought they could hijack the country and do all stuff like that. And so we all saw this stuff. These people wanted power so bad. They want to, come here and make it like this. And also that election in 2020 was fucking stolen. I don't care what nobody say. There's no way I believe Joe Biden got 80 million votes. Joe Biden got 15 million more votes than Barack Obama. Okay, you believe that? I basically thing, Yeah, Dustburst, I support Donald because against it. That's the only reason why I supported him. He was against the LGBTQ agenda. That was it. That was it. That was my issue right there. Everything else was like, okay, icing on the cake. But that was my main issue right there because the Democrats decided they want to double down on this crazy, insane logic of making gays and also equating gays with me. I say, you're comparing me to a fag, comparing black people to fucking gays and whatnot. That's so fucking disrespectful. So it is what it is. So I don't know, And when you're not an FBA, so stop it. I know you're nothing but a Nigerian. Not nothing but a Nigerian, but you're a Nigerian. No disrespect to Nigerians, but you're a Nigerian, But yeah, so the topic of tonight, when you have a topic like the hate produced, ripped from the archives, in 1960, there was an archive documentary. I might play it tonight called "The Hate That Hate Produced." It was, interviewing the Black Muslims in America. Right, that documentary, I think it was done by Mike Wallace. Literally shocked the world, shocked white America. You mean to tell me there's black people that hate us? That got a whole ideology around telling that we're fucking the children of Satan, we're the devils, and all stuff like that. And that America is going to fall through fire and brimstone, and God's going to. White America was literally terrified. It's like they said. It was like when Orson Welles did a thing in the 1930s talking about Martians. People were terrified. Americans are very superstitious. Americans pretend like they're freaking civilized and everything, but Americans are very primitive and superstitious, to tell you the truth. So therefore, there was this big uproar. The hate produced. That was number one thing everybody's talking about. You hear that? Black Muslims hating white people. How could that happen? Somebody hates white people? How did that happen? How did these people hate white people? Let's get to the bottom of it. Is there something wrong? So we're going to talk about that tonight. Now, what I'm going to talk about tonight is the hate that hate produced is not directed at white people anymore. It's directed at black people, are directed in that hatred at other black people. The hate that hate produced. When you receive so much hatred, right? And black people are hated in this country, right? So basically, what happens is black people look for another target. Hey, that's why black people always say things like the small hats, Jews. They think Koreans are their problem. The Jews are their problem or not, And the number one people that hate them and oppress them are the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, But nobody got smokes for them because they're terrified of those people. Black people are afraid of them, So they come up with these small hat theories and like, the small hats, the Jews, blah, blah, blah. And white people sit back, white Christian America sits back laughing because Jews are oppressed and black people are oppressed. So seeing two oppressed people fighting each other is less white people off the hook, but not tonight, So the hate that hate produced or not, what can we do about it, Sometimes I think, hatred is necessary. Hatred is a human instinct that's necessary sometimes. Because the bottom line is, I think many ways, black people in America, black Americans, right? African Americans, right? Do not have that natural survival instinct, right? Where they have self-preservation, You can only have, when you have self-preservation, there's some things that you love and there's some things that you hate. There's some people that you hate. There's some things about people that you hate. But when a group of people is told that there's to keep loving and love thy neighbor, love thy enemy, and all this kind of stuff like this, what it does is it lets them down. And what happens is, after a while, black people, when they explode, and when that people are like, how the hell is that? Because you have all that pent up anger and violence. If we had a culture that people could channel that hatred into something productive, we would get someplace. That's what I want to do. I know that hatred that Black America has is out there, right? But I'm not like Tariq Nasheed's going to take that hatred that Black people have born in them and use it to target Caribbeans and African immigrants and all these other people right there. I want to channel that hatred towards people in our community and outside the community that's really oppressing Black people, really trying to destroy us, So therefore, if people know that hatred's out there, that we have the hatred, we have a capable of hatred, not just fucking angry hatred, but just okay, calculating cold hatred, that we're capable of that. We're not, they'll stop this nonsense. Right now, they think there's no repercussions for them talking shit about us online and saying all stuff about us. There's consequences, for this, And the consequences is there's a growing number of black people in America who's learning how to hate all over again. And I'll be proud to say that I'm one of the ones that's pushing this, because hatred is a survival instinct. When people hate us, we have every right to hate them. I'm never going to tell you to turn the other cheek and love people that freaking hate us. No. I love people that love us. You want to get down with us? We welcome everybody. Black America's always been welcoming to everybody. We get down with anybody, and we invite everybody to the cookout. But people who don't love us and hate us and whatnot, I'm not gonna waste 1 second or not. 1 second or not. Like that guy who killed that officer in Ohio that gunned down his son, whatnot. Hatred. Why am I gonna say condemn this brother? Like, how dare he basically how dare he avenge his son's death and whatnot? How dare you hit like this? No, for black, you full of hate. Your hatred is only for black immigrants. I have never heard you, and all the time I listen to you, said any hatred towards white people. Do you think that's sus? Is it sus that someone spends all the time talking about hating black immigrants and tethers and all stuff like that, but they never have any hatred for white people? Never. I think there's something seriously sick and wrong with that. No, you're not different. You're silly one. You're one of these stupid FBA, ADOS. I was already here, like that. I'm an American and whatnot. These black immigrants are trying to take my reparations check away from me and whatnot. That's only hatred directed at, and also people create this whole fake reparations movement so they can legitimize and have a reason to hate black immigrants. They have a reason to hate black immigrants. So it is like this. So it is what it is. So we're gonna talk about that tonight. The hate that hate produced, right? Why is black hate in America? Why is it going left? Why is it friggin' going in the wrong fucking direction? It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, right? You have people out there really trying to destroy you, that want to kill you, want to wipe you off. If they could wipe you off the planet. But your hatred is directed towards fucking people who look like you. Yeah, they might be somebody might be some poor Haitian immigrant or some poor African immigrant might have overstayed his visa. But you take pride and glee in seeing somebody that looks like you being deported and whatnot. I don't understand that. I don't understand. I'll never accept that shit. I'll never accept black people hating other black people. I'll never accept it. You could say whatever you want. I don't care what you think you're gonna gain, whatever like that. There ain't no reparations check because they say, no. What I'm saying like this. The divisiveness over reparations. Now, if you said, reparations is for all black people, whatever like that, regardless whether they came here in slavery or not, they're now part of the black family, everybody should be entitled to it, I'll be all right. But when you say, I'm going to delineate so I can get some fictitious reparations check and whatnot, and you go on and build a whole movement based on trying to separate yourself from other black people, there's something fucking wrong with that. I don't care what nobody say, Like you make so as you go like crazy person. I'm not delusional, I'm saying the truth. Colonization, black immigrants only make up 3% of black populated African Caribbeans are. I said they're only a tiny percentage of black America, right? There's whole thriving black communities in America, like in Maryland. This whole black city, you got educators, everybody came and built this whole black town in Maryland. Maryland got a lot of black cities with nice black suburbs and subdivisions and whatnot, And so the bottom line is this: those are the black people that are preservation. They actually got communities. Somebody like Fort Righteous who lives in public housing and live on the system and whatnot thinks she has to delineate, If you lived in a real thriving black community and you was actually making money and doing business and living your life, you wouldn't be concerned about some fucking black immigrant, But like I said, and see, when we talk about hatred and whatnot, I'm starting to hate these deadbeat black people that sit on a system. I noticed that now. A lot of these ADOS FBA people and all these delineation people are fucking losers in black America. And I hate fucking black losers, All they want to do is sit around blaming somebody else for their fucking problems, They're like black, white trash, you know? And I hate those type of people. I hate, you know? Are we allowed to hate? Yeah, I'm allowed to hate. I hate those type of black people. I really do. All they do is sit around, just talk about other black people, you know? Because I know how when people look, I know how people live, you know? Kyle, talking like an impotent man, ranting, like any fool, you ain't fooling nobody. Okay, I'm an impotent man. Okay, what's that have to do with you? You know I'm telling the truth though. You know I'm telling the truth for a black, you know. You got all this hatred for immigrants and whatnot, you know, because your life didn't turn out the way it's supposed to be, you know. So all this hatred you have like this, you don't want to blame the white man. You don't want to hold him accountable for anything, whatnot, but you want to hold these black immigrants, some poor immigrant coming over here trying to seek a better life, you know, is your problem. I have a serious problem with that. And I'm not a fucking immigrant either. Hate that people say Kyle's an immigrant. That's why you're defending them. No, I'm defending what's right. You know, I'm like this. You know, people always say, Colin, man, you're such a bigot, hatred, racist, whatever like that. Okay, let's say that's true, right? Am I allowed to be? You know, if people are allowed to hate other black people, why can't I hate white people? Why can't I hate Asians? Why can't I hate fucking Hispanics? You know, why can't I hate people who don't look like me? You know, you ain't telling another truth, but because you say stuff, true. Yeah, no, it is the truth. You know, and you know it's the truth for a black. I'm gonna give you a chance to call in and rumble with the College Genesis tonight. You know. And step right up, step right up. You want to run with the College Genesis? Step right up, step right up. You know. So it is what it is. You know. Why do you have to delineate? We make up 90% of the population. No, delineation is a freaking joke. These people, look, I want to delineate from these fucking Negroes. We're not. These fucking pants sagging, fucking no job having knuckleheads and whatnot. They're running around and they're freaking making like 20 baby mamas all over the place. But yet society are telling us, Kala, man, you got to start mentoring. I'm not mentoring no fucking body, you know? Look, let's talk about hatred, right? I resent the fact that there's people out there who are just abandoning their children, leaving their children. By the time they're 13, 14, they're all on the streets making fucking trouble for everybody else and whatnot. And then when you say something about it, oh, Kala, you're blaming the victim. You know, that brings hatred out of me. You know, that makes the hatred out of me. So I don't like black people who don't want to take responsibility for themselves, their family, and everything like that. But yet they want not only that, they want me to be responsible for your fucking kids. Get the fuck out of here, you know. So yeah, like I said, there's hatred. You know, I think hatred is legitimate. Hatred is legitimate. You know, these white people, these white supremacists running around, I hate them. You know. We have nothing to discuss. People are like, yeah, man, you should have a discuss. I don't want to talk to no fucking Nazi, no neo-Nazis and shit like that. I hate them. If it was in my power, you know what I would do, right? If I had it in my power, right? All these white nationalists and white supremacy, I don't even want to say online what I would do if I had it in my power, you know? Yeah, I think hatred is justified. You know, if you hate me and you want to exterminate me, whatever like that, I have a very right to hate you. You know, simple as that, you know? So sometimes hatred is necessary, you know, depending on who you hate and why, you know. So and also it's not all young YNs and things. It's a certain segment of them. And the bottom line, the number one victims of YNs are other YNs, young black people, you know. But we're not allowed to say nothing about it because if you say something about it, you're being insensitive, you know. These are all victims, Kala, you know. I can't freaking hate people who basically can't raise their kids, who freaking, you see a mother. I see a video of a mother goes out there and teaching her daughter how to steal in the store, got a security bus and whatnot. Kid got all this stuff and everything and whatnot. The mother teaching her daughter how to steal and whatnot. All this kind of stupid shit. The mother teaching her daughter how to cheat system on welfare, food stamps. Like, no, we're not supposed to hate this stuff. No, you got to love all the time, Hate's not a strong word. I do hate, Sorry, Truco. I'm freaking serious. There's a lot of people I hate. I mean, it's not just because of Black Americans, white people. Sometimes Black African immigrants. They cause me to hate sometimes. Not all of them. Sometimes they say things that make me hate them. You know. Yeah. So Marcus says YN's a product of the black community. Are they really? What about me? I'm a product of the black community. How come I never did all that? Why is that? Why is that? Why does the black community always get blamed? The black community wants black people to act right and build it, right? Everybody in the black community, we got nothing but parasites in our community, right? That just tear the community down, destruct. I don't know what the end game is this, right? I don't know. Black America could never survive. That's why I don't understand. I can never understand why people, right, talk about delineating, right? What are you delineating to, right? The people you should be delineating from are the people that's destroying your community, So here's four righteous talk about college sexually frustrated. When they can't win an argument, they always go to the lowest common denominator, like a cheap trash piece of trash she is, She goes to the lowest common denominator. Talks like, no, I'm a 57-year-old man. I don't think about sex anymore, I'm an older man. I don't have to friggin' talk about sex. I had enough sex in my life to last me a lifetime, So find something else. Yeah, I know Africans say a lot of stuff and whatnot, and we hit them back too when we say stuff back and forth. But like I said, I'm not gonna tolerate hatred from Africans either. Like I said, like that. So get a baby already. I don't need a fucking baby. I got a wife. I don't need a fucking baby. I'm happy with my life and whatnot. Why don't you get one? You don't even like men. You don't take the dick. You like the bush. Don't tell you like this. People get on the chat room and whatnot. I don't understand something. Why are people come in my chat room telling me what the fucking do? Like I said, it's very simple, man. If I've offended you so much, you can always go in another chat room and listen to what the hell you want to hear. Why do people get all triggered about what I say? I'm just one person. You act like some immigrants are not doing crime. Yeah, but I know the majority of crime are people coming from our community. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? So it was immigrants that killed young Dolph, in Memphis, right? Was it immigrants that killed Pop Smoke in Los Angeles, I've been celibate for years. I can see why, Nobody wants to nobody wants to bend you over, girl. Don't start with me. So the bottom line is this: yeah, immigrants are committing crimes, but like I said, there's a dysfunction in our community, things we never dealt with for generations. I believe the anger and hatred in Black America that's never dealt with. We never dealt with the people that enslaved us, right? So all our hatred, right, that we have pent up in us, comes through dysfunction. It's dysfunction where black men go at it with black women all the time. All the stuff you see online when you got the black manosphere and you got these females going at like Cynthia G, the hatred back and forth, right? It's because we have all this hatred thing. And hatred's always going to be there because the way we came to this country. So the seeds and the spewing of hatred is there. Some people you channel that hatred in black women, channel hatred in hating black men. There's men that channel the hatred in hating black women. There's black people that channel the hatred in hating black immigrants, being jealous of them, want to stop them, want to hurt them, whatever like that. But the whole thing is this: you never hear them talk about the very people, the whole. Not even some of my white people, but the only thing you should be hating is a country that brought you here against your will, stole you from your land and your heritage and whatnot. You're the only group of people. I said this many times, right? Every organism on this planet and universe has space, something that they domain, something that they dominate over, something that they have dominion over. You go to a river section, you got a king crocodile. He rules over all the crocodiles in his space. You got the hippos. He controls all the hippos in his space. The lions have a territory. This is their pride territory. This is their space, right? For God's sake, a friggin' tree has to be built far away from each other because each deserves space to grab the sunlight and the roots in the tree. The only thing on a little flower has its own space, so it can hit the sunlight and the nutrients, right, from other plants. The only thing in this universe, right, the only living being that don't have space is the American Negro. He don't have no space, no say-so, no dominion over his existence, and not having that, and living in captivity, because Black America's captivity, right? The hatred that we have in us, right? Because look, you can talk all you want. The dysfunction I see in Black America tells me I am absolutely right. I see people get triggered at a drop of a hat and fists come up. I seen a video where a girl threw a bowling ball, got an argument at a bowling alley and threw a bowling ball, hit a lady in the head with a fucking bowling ball. Black people, where does hatred come from? That you could get into a simple argument and guns come out and people, you kill somebody and say, what the hell you do it for? I don't know, man. He dissed me, So what I'm saying is this hatred that we have in us is because we never come to grips with the fact that what happened to us in this country. So when people look at us like all the crime and violence in Black America, right? Where do you think it comes from? Because we never directed that anger towards the people who actually put us in a situation, We hate each other because we refuse to hate the other man, So we hate each other, It is what it is. The hate that hate produced. We were hated, so we learned how to hate. But the thing is, our hatred is not directed at the people who's oppressing us. It's directed at other people, each other and other people, So, well, okay, for righteous, if you say so. It mostly is not to have power, influence, yapping 4 or 6 hours and nothing. Well, I don't know. I'm having fun. I like doing this, so, say what you want. I'm having a good time, or what you could see it. I'm having a good time doing this. I like engaging with people like you yourself. Other people like coming here and saying hello to the Collar Rumble, and, the culture critic / geopolitical pundit. You understand, For Righteous, why they call me the College Genesis, chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show? I would say, Steve, I don't hate anybody. I do hate people. I mean, I do. I'm human, I wish I was different and whatnot, but yeah, don't take me much for me to hate people, I don't, hate things, hate people, You're ranting a whole fool, like a whole fool. Okay, whatever. But that's why they call me the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, the culture critic / geopolitical pundit, PhD of Negroology, You could also call me Reverend Collar. You could also call me the Ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, So I have many different titles for Black, I wear many hats, So tonight I'm the Collar Rumble, culture critic, geopolitical hunter, So so it is what it is, It is what it is. I can't do nothing else, but I'm only good at being the College Genesis. That's all I'm good at in life, I'm good. I could be only the best College Genesis. Now, if I quit, somebody else want to come up here and be the College Genesis. You want to do this? You think you do better than me? And you could be the College Genesis, So, but right now, you're stuck with me, You sound like you miss Honeybee. Well, who the hell's Honeybee? No more gas up for your big empty. Why does everybody think that I had a thing for a honey? What's the name? No. What was the name? Honeyflower. That's what the name. Honeyflower. No, Honeyflower young enough to be my fucking daughter. She's young enough to be my daughter. What the hell? What am I gonna do with a 28, 29-year-old girl? She's younger than my youngest niece. What the hell am I do with that? Ain't nothing with a 20-something-year-old. I'm not Shannon Sharp. I freaking run around with young girls and whatnot. So there's nothing like that. I just like the fact that she was the only female that would call my show and give content. That's the only thing. If you call in and contribute content and answer the question and take on the topic like that, I like that. I wanted more females to call in, but she was the only one that was brave enough to call in. Everybody else just basically don't call in, don't everybody like they're scared of me or something. She act like she wasn't scared of me. So hey, look, I wasn't worshiping no damn child when that first was not a child, she's a 28-year-old woman, And I was just treating her with respect like I do anybody else. Anybody else come on my platform, I give them respect, People always gotta bring their perverted, sick mind into everything somebody does, I had no desires for her, no nothing like that. Nothing whatsoever. I'm happy with who I have right now. My wife in Liberia is the only woman I need in my life. That's it. I don't need anybody else and everything like that. Anybody tells you anything different, I don't come over here asking nobody for the number. You never. There's no record of me ever inboxing nobody for the information, whatever like that. Some people got my information, but you can show anything that I ever text somebody or messenger somebody. It's always on the level and professional and I never did anything inappropriate with anyone online. And all the years I've been online for 20 years. I've never had any incidents like that. Nobody say, well, Colin tried to inbox me, tried to do this like this, say so. I know people, like I say, if you guys don't understand me, of course you call it simping. How is it simping? Simping means that I like the person and I'm gonna try to hook up. I have no desire to go to Minnesota to meet her. I would fuck am I simping for? To get what? The hell am I gonna get out of it? Nothing. So, but I do say like this: I want more young women. Calling my show, man, because that's this movement is only going to work when I got straight women that like men calling in saying, yeah, like this. So, but until that happens, I'm just like talking to a bunch of dudes online and whatnot. I'm like, where the fuck are females at? I want more females calling my show, because I want people like this, You let her run your panel. She didn't run my fucking panel, I run my panel. I say who comes up here and what comes down, whoever like that, You go back and listen to the show. I'm in control at all times here, I don't listen to no one. I control this, But it was a nice try though for a black, nice try. Keep it up. Keep trying though, so Steve, you're taking shit. I don't hate you, but you young man. Whoa. So females. Yeah, females don't like to participate in shit. So when somebody does call in, I cherish that. I got a female calling my show. Yeah, of course I don't like that. Now, all somebody had to do was another female call in and like that, and then that would have bumped her out. But don't sit here and get mad at her because she calls in. So it's like this. Y'all talk over one another. You don't control nothing. Whatever. When I tell you, the whole thing is, but when I speak, nobody talks. That's the rule over here. When I start talking, everybody shut up. That's the rule over here. So, I don't like people talking over. I say one and another. So it is what it is. But keep trying for black. You might want to get one day. I get one up on me one day. And brilliant. The so-called, he gonna say so-called. I guess we're just so-called Africa need to find. Everybody else got this freaking cure for so-called Black America. Why can't people just go to like, let's say the Congo and put his theories on them? Black America is gonna listen to somebody like me because I got their best interest in heart. They know who I am. I'm one of them. Identify. How's I identifying as an African going to fucking do anything? Nothing. Nothing. Africans don't even want to be Africans. That's not the issue. The issue is black people have to learn who the fucking enemies are. I'm digging in your big head. I don't miss impotent dude. Okay. Okay. For black. But you don't like dudes anyway. So what do you care? For black righteous. But yeah, so look, the hate that hate produced. So we're gonna talk about this tonight, and I want to steer the question to why is Black America, why is it growing? Look, now the hate that hate produced is also creating self-hate in Black America. I was really depressed today. Like I said, I'm really serious this time. I am going to delete TikTok. I know there's some good stuff on there and whatnot, but I can't stand when I'm scrolling down and whatnot. I had this one TikTok going around. This one lady's asking her great grandmother, she's like 90 years old, talking about, Grandma, what are you? A whole ass black woman. I'm a Cherokee Indian, Says, see, Granny knows the assignment. She knows she's Cherokee on that. Your grandma's ignorant just like you are. So the more of these people that hate being black, hate who they are, or whatnot, the hate that hate produced, the hate that white people, this yoke they put on us, the hate like this, Randall Robinson, salute, Colin, yeah, what's going on, bro? The hate that hate produced, right? You got people who are taught to hate themselves because we're hated so much in America, right? We take we internalize that hatred, right? And hate everything that looks like us, right? We hate Caribbeans, we hate Africans, we hate being called African. So, Baruti, that's not going to do anything until you black people get rid of that hate inside of them, right? That anger and hate that they've digested from white supremacy and white society. You can call yourself whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. It's not going to make a damn thing. Black America is in the destructive mode right now because we have all this hatred, right? And the hatred really is manifested itself through self-hatred and hatred for things that look like us, Not hating the system, the religion, the culture, the country that systematically hated us for 400 years, that oppressed us, that enslaved us. We have nothing but love for that. But we do hate ourselves. We do hate our ancestors. We do hate our heritage that we came from Africa. We hate Africa. Really, I'm just telling you, so yeah, Liz said the toxicity of social media is always on the all time. Yeah, it is what it is, No, we're not a free people for a black, this is a point I'm trying to make tonight, At this stage of the game, the fault lies with black people. Yeah, well, the thing is, I would like to say that, but last night I tried to do a show, right? And I tried to tell you, look, I have nothing against people. Always reduce it to, oh, Collar, man, don't you wish you was? Look, let me tell you something, folks. I'm not jealous of anybody. I don't give a damn what Omar does, Tariq does. I'm just here to tell you how I feel and tell you the truth. You want to support these people, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm saying myself is like, we have so many issues and whatnot. And the end game of somebody building a school, which is never going to happen, is not it. We get so focused on things. Oh, we got a museum up and running. Oh, we had this big reparations conference. All this stuff like this. The main thing we never dealt with is how do we fucking learn how to love ourselves? We don't love ourselves. Say, before Right said, you're free to go to Africa. Yeah, I'm going, and you're coming too. You're coming too for a black. I'm gonna have you at the market selling mangoes, oranges, and fruit and grapes and whatnot. You're gonna make a killing. The Four Rights out there, with a thing on her head. Oh Lord, this is what I'm talking about. She goes, I'm gonna see. Everybody always gives themselves away. Now, Four Rights is black as the Ace of Spades, right? She's talking about she's an indigenous American. What the fuck is an indigenous American? This was social media, the hate that black people have developed on social media, she's an indigenous American. What the fuck is an indigenous American? And then now there's a new thing going around. These people are trying to say the Native Americans, everybody knows the Choctaw, everybody knows who they came in contact with, the Native Americans, Sioux people, Choctaws, Navajos, and whatnot. These people are not native to America. We are native to America. We never came from Africa. These people are sick. These people are sick because the hatred that we have in us, right? We hate ourselves so much we're ready to steal somebody else's identity. We're ready to steal somebody's heritage and identity to assume somebody else and whatnot. I'm like, it's just sad, man. Really sad, man. We're in this situation, and I'm not gonna sit back and compromise with people. That people would love for me to be like, Colin, man, you got Bring some FBAs on, Kala. Bring some Wobbles on, Kala. Let's bring some freaking pretendians on, Kala. You know, like this. People always try. No, get the fuck out of here. No, everybody knows. Why do you think these freaking people never come on a platform? They know they're not welcomed here. You know. You go to that Black Stupidity's Amazing channel, you know, if you want to spew all this freaking nonsense and whatnot, foolishness, you know. But when you come to this channel, this is a Black nationalist channel. This is a Pan-African channel, you know. This is a Black conscious channel, you know. So if you're not doing those things, you're not welcome here, you know. I welcome everybody, right? You don't even have to be a Pan-African like I am or Black nationalist, whatnot. But one thing you're not going to be is one of these, we were already here, slavery never happened, Africa hating, you know? No, that's not going to be like this, you know? Unless you're a card carrying member of a tribal, you know. The bottom line is this: for righteous, never, she won't take the $30 to get a DNA test away. They'll tell her exactly where she came from. And they'll say 99% sub-Saharan Africa, you know? But I was already here. I'm indigenous to America and whatnot, you know? Ridiculous, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. It is sad what it is, you know. Yeah, don't behave. Look, everybody behave. Everybody gets to say you're just scared. That's all. Say you're scared, you know. I could care less. White people just kick the can down the road. The bottom line is this: they basically, white people basically just sitting around waiting for the next Nat Turner to pop up, and he will, you know. They don't understand something. White people will never admit they fucked up by bringing us here, you know. They fucked up by giving us the 14th Amendment and keeping us here. They fucked up, you know. They don't know what to do with us, you know. The one thing they can't do is love us, you know. They refuse to do that. The one thing they can't do is respect us, you know, and give us equality and stuff like that, and treat us like normal human beings. They refuse to do that, you know. They don't want us in their communities. They don't want us around them. They don't want anything to do with us. But the bottom line is this: they don't want to let us go either. You know, sad situation. You know. Oh, really? You didn't do no damn DNA test. You're lying. You know, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying for a black. You're lying. Don't make me friggin' make you come up here and prove it. You know, because you're lying. I'll give you $100 if you can prove what you just said. Come up here and prove what you just said. Because you know you're lying. You know. For W, you can't trace your code. Stop it, man. Stop the cap. Everybody wants to be Native American. That's what I said. Nobody can just say, look, man, I'm Black African, you know? It's just, I don't know. You know, like I said, it's so far gone, man. I don't know if there's any hope, man, you know? I didn't do a test. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you didn't do a test, you know? Why don't you do that for Black? Why don't you do that DNA test and you can put it all the rest, you know? DNA is scientific law, you know? It ain't theory, it's law. I'll say, why is it necessary to even mention that on this platform that you're indigenous American? Why is that necessary here? You know, this is a platform that people talk about how much African Black tribal blood they got in them. You know, if somebody wants to basically talk about their Native American heritage, they got to go on Mike's TV channel or or what's that guy's clown's name? You know, Black Stupidity's Amazing channel. You know, this channel, we honor and celebrate African heritage here, you know. I don't care what DNA. Oh, of course you don't care what DNA says. I don't care what no DNA says and whatnot, you know. I don't care what the DNA says. You know, although the DNA is absolute truth and whatnot, you know, I believe I was already here. You know, I was already here, you know. So that's all I ask for. I don't care if you like your ancestors in Africa, as long as you know that your ancestors came from Africa. My problem I have is when people try to deny their heritage, heritage, you know. They try to deny their heritage, you know. These people are sick, you know. You know, you may be lying, you're delusional. I'm delusional. Yo, this is somebody who basically, when I look at her fingers on a thing like that, I could tell people's race by looking at the hand. When she does her video, she's pointing on the screen, and she got those like pork pride fingers that only black women have, so so she tells me I'm delusional, I'm delusional, right? She's a whole ass African woman, and she's an African woman and a half, she's like two African women and putting the one, right? Talking about she's a Native American, but I'm delusional, I'm delusional, so it is what it is. The hate that hate produced. But Four Righteous is a victim. She's a victim of the hate. So the hate taught her to hate herself, People are saying when I do these shows, man, I think long and hard before I pick a topic, right? And I know I get on people's nerves. I get in your shit, I know I get in people's shit. I know what it is. I know I get to people. Look, you can't ignore me. I'm the 800-pound gorilla in the room. You can't ignore me. I'm something that cannot be ignored. Everybody on social media right now, that guy Collar's on, man. You hear what Collar said last night? Blah, blah. I look at the people. I look at my ratings, man. It's going through the roof, People are listening, And you come away from this show like, damn, man, I got to get my game on, man. Collar Rumble's in town, So my brother from another mother. Chukwo. Chukwo. Oh man, the fun never ends, man. The fun never friggin' ends, man. What am I gonna do, man? We got people like Chukwo, Rico Miller around, Man, I tell you what, the fun never ends, man. It's late and we're bored. No, no, no. You guys look forward to see you guys all day. Is Kyle coming on tonight? Kyle coming on tonight, and you guys are right here, Brewery. So how much does average American U.S. benefit from racial tensions environment? I have no idea. I tell you what they do benefit from, right? America sells black people to the world as propaganda of saying, see, we brought people here, slaves. Now they're happy, productive citizens and they're part of the American experiment. That's why America hates black nationalist movements, right? We tell them that, no, everything ain't all right. That's why they try to quash black nationalists. Broody, you should know that, bro. You must be an amateur, Broody. I thought you knew that, so it is what it is, so I thought Broody was up on his game a little bit better than that. Ask me a simple amateur question like that. Yeah, white people need to keep up appearances, Have you smiling, cheesing and whatnot, scratching your head, buck dancing, basketball slamming, long distance running, long as you're doing what he said to do, entertaining and whatnot, joke cracking, and commentating on fucking sports. As long as you're doing what they say you could do and whatnot, that's what they got you here for, so it is what it is, folks, But yeah, I'm glad I'm entertaining, I'm glad I'm entertaining, I'm glad I'm entertaining. But I'm not meaning this ain't Black Entertainment Channel. I would like you for you to say I'm very educating, not entertaining, I'm not trying to entertain anybody. I'm trying to educate people, so we get to the next level, I want to produce more young college genesis out there. I want to take the next generation, man. Next generation is going to be people like Afro Think Tank and Nefertiti Dessalines, whatever his name is, right? Those two young brothers are on fire, man. Shit, them brothers are on fire, man. Those two, man, tag team, man. Yo, you got those two right there, man. If those brothers ever got together and built something, man, we'd be all delivered, man. Because Afro Think Tank is fucking brilliant. That's a brilliant young man, So how is it black people don't know that? Yeah, white's house as a white house is so obvious, So it is what it is. The hate that hate produced, right? I don't matter what I click. I hear y'all, Yeah, I got a bad habit of saying that, and bottom line, bottom line, bottom line, bottom line, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Hear ye, come one, come all, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. The college genesis, the college rumble was here. So we want to rumble with the college genesis, you want to rumble with the college genesis, do so, step right up, you know, you know. Well, look, we had a beef. Me and Afro Think Tank had a beef during the Kamalamala run up to election, right? Because I tell you, like I said at the top of the show, I still would vote for Trump. If the Democrats don't get rid of that transgender shit, why not? They're never gonna get my vote again. There's no way I'm freaking voting for a fag, for fag rights and whatnot. I'm not gonna do it. So if they want to keep losing elections or whatever like that, no, most straight heterosexual alpha black men are not going to go along with this rainbow shit. It's not going to happen. So if you want Trump to keep winning, Republicans winning, yes, keep like this. They got to tell these gays and whatnot, look, man, y'all just toxic. We can't fuck with y'all. The people who have spoken, whatever like that. We're moving on to other bidding bags, and also these climate change extremists. Or like that, won't face. What the hell I got to do with Afro dumbass? I won't face Afro dumbass. What the hell I want to face Afro dumbass for? He had nothing. Yeah, I know it's the least of our problems. That's why I said I'm not going to freaking vote to make it. Biden said he's going to make the transgender LGBT his number one priority. I strongly disagree with that. All the problems you have in the community, black, white, whatever like that, and the number one thing you're going to talk about is transgenders, men being able to dress as little girls, going into bathrooms with little girls and whatnot. That's your number one agenda? I voted against that. I'm sorry. That's an abomination. I would not, look, my soul, could not rest if I voted for that. I'm sorry. I don't care. You know what I said? I don't care about nothing else. That was my thing. Who was Afro? He's nobody. Some freaking clown, Afro dumbass is a deadly clown, He's nobody important. He's a clown, Four Righteous was triggered by him, so I think Four Righteous likes him, I think she was into Afro dumbass. She follows him. I don't listen to his show. I don't listen. What do you have to say, Yeah, I wouldn't say she's a transgender. I think she's just a confused black woman living in poverty. So I want to pray for her, man. Let's all bow our heads and pray for four black righteous, Father, we come to you in a humble name of the Bible, Father, Son, Jesus, We pray for our sister, four righteous, that she sees the better of her ways and whatnot, and help her understand she's not no damn Native American, right? So I want you to bow your heads and close your eyes. We're praying for righteous tonight, that she's going to be delivered, right? Amen. Hallelujah. Woo. Hallelujah. Speaking of which, man, I'll tell you this one story, right? Something, folks, I always got, get your prayers up for righteous, we're praying for her tonight, that she's going to be delivered from all that bullshit she's talking, check us out, yes, you are African, one day God's going to show you that you're African, you know what it is? God's going to show you a mirror, we're going to find where four righteous is, and we're going to send her a mirror, and we're going to chain her to a chair and let her look in that mirror all day and whatnot until she breaks down and whatnot. She'll be like, smoke comes out of her head and whatnot, and she, I can't take it no more, You are African. Well, anyway, this story I was talking about is, speaking of like religion and whatnot, I remember one time I was an election official back in the first Barack Obama's election. I was an election official, right? And I'll never forget this, right? There was this one black, like Pentecostal woman, what type of woman that you could tell She's never been with a man, whatever like that. She's church, everything like that. She's a church girl woman. The way she dressed when she had thick glasses on and whatnot, she was like a church girl, whatever like that. Anyway, we're sitting in the break room, right? Because when you're there for like 17 hours, right? You can't leave. Once you swear in, you cannot leave, right? Until all the ballots and everything are calculated and counted. So we had to be there all day. So they gave us breakfast. And then when lunchtime came, right? I was sitting in a break room with her, right? At lunch, because we had it at school, right? So I was sitting in a break room at school, right? And she looked over me and said, it was halfway through the day. And she was like, my brother, the time has here. He has arisen, and he is a savior. He's going to save us all. I said, who are you talking about? Barack Obama. God got this. He's the Messiah. I got scared, man. I was like, look, she just got up, started shouting and whatnot, praying and whatnot. Barack Obama, basically, he's a Jesus Christ. The Messiah is here. I was like, whoa. Little above my friggin' above my pay grade here, For righteous, I give everybody a chance. I give everybody a chance, come up here, say what's on your mind, say what's on your mind. Step right up, everyone's welcome here, step right up, everyone's welcome on this platform, even you, I normally don't like those FBA people, but I'll make the exception for you because I like you, for righteous, I like you, I said, when I just started doing this show, man, I said, sooner or later, friggin' I dare you let Afro dumbass on the show. I don't want that. What is he gonna do? Tell his fake ass he's a successful immigrant story. Everybody knows he ain't got shit, look, you were successful when I see your country is successful. Your country is successful, I believe you're successful. Everybody will come here and play the whole thing like this. Why is she over here? She mentioned she was taking a break with you too. Now she's stalking Kyle. Yeah, she's always still stalking me. Yeah. Black Skin is amazing. Fucking clown, man. I crushed him. He ain't coming back. He ain't coming back over here. He knows better. That guy talks about me every freaking day. Everybody say, "Yo, he did another show about you, Colin." These people are not on my mind whatsoever, but they talk about me all the time. After dumbass came here before, but he don't say nothing. But it's a bunch of stupid running his mouth and like this, So, who are the black leaders that Black Americans are following? There is no black leaders. There never was. There's no damn black leaders. Do you think the white man will ever let there be so-called leaders? That's why I tell Principe. He doesn't fucking get it. He wrote a comment talking about Colin, man. He said, "Ambassador, your leaders." So Principe, who fucking appointed them leaders? Was there an election I know about that we said we elect this person to be our fucking leader? Never. There's never been an election. That's another thing. After everything, we can't have a government of our own. We cannot friggin' have communities of our own. We cannot do anything of our own, right? But yet, even the thing about a so-called leader, that they're chosen to us by the mainstream media, they're chosen to us by the mainstream media, whoever the media decides to put out there becomes our so-called leader. We never had no election and said this organization represents Black America, So it is what it is. There's no black leaders, I can't call myself a leader until I'm elected and people give me a mandate to speak on their behalf, So it is what it is. And I can lead people. This is what I do. I provide leadership. That means I lead by example. That's leadership, But I don't like leading people. I have leadership. That means when you look for somebody to say, what should we talk about? What should be our agenda, right? I give forth an agenda. And all you have to do is that's leadership, I say that, yes, we should have territory of our own in Africa. We should stop being the Pan-African simps, and cuckolds, and make Africa put something on the freaking table. That's leadership, But you don't want to listen to me. You don't listen to me. I tell you things that can help. We could how we can move forward. I said, look, America has $1 trillion that it contracts with every year for the general public, goods and services they purchase that we should be getting in on. That's leadership. Leadership points you in the right. He points you in the right direction and say, "This is what we ought to do." He says, "Look, this is what I'm doing. Just follow me." I've been to Liberia 4 times, so I have a house in Liberia and whatnot. And I say, "Yeah, more black people should come to this country and seek up opportunities and whatnot and plant roots here." That's leadership. You know, I took a tour group to Liberia last year when people had the time of their life. I'm now a member of Liberia Tourist Association. That's leadership. Not saying I'm your leader. I said that's leadership. I go out there and do things that's necessary for the people, and it's up to people to accept that leadership. Say, look, Kala, yeah, we like your leadership on this issue, right? As far as like the Pan African Black Nationalist movement, yeah, I provide leadership because I look around and I don't see anybody else doing this. I see everybody else fumbling the ball and acting a fool. Now, like I said, I like Afro Think Tank, I like this lane, but these guys are really good guys when but as far as like somebody who's like me, like an elder, who's older, and when not my age and wisdom, I tell people all the time, I'm not gonna tell you anything wrong, I tell people all the time, I'm not into people talk about I'm going to Ghana, I'm gonna buy some land. No, don't do it. People ask me all the time, college investment. No, don't do that yet. Africa's not ready for you to go there with money burning your pocket, like that, because they're gonna take it away. That's leadership, you know. I don't tell nobody to get involved with anybody on the continent and whatnot. I just don't do it. That's leadership. I said we have not worked out. I have not. When I basically see there's real genuine opportunity in a particular country or area or something like that, I'll tell you that. I say this is a go, and you could rest assured that what I'm saying is the truth, and you can trust it. But right now, I don't endorse anything, and that's what leadership is all about. I'm looking out for you as far as this movement and as far as the Pan African Black Nationalist movement. So it is what it is, folks. So we've been here for an hour. Oh, did I post a link? No, I didn't see the military parade today. I was busy. No, no, Dusty brother, I'm not a friggin' cat. I don't give a shit about the power of America. You are, because you're still a slave. I'm not a slave anymore. I could care less about something I don't benefit from. What I care about the American military for? I don't give a shit about American military. The hell that is. Yeah, that protects the white man's oil rigs and all this shit around the world, man. I don't have no vested interest in none of this shit. So what the fuck I care about it? I don't look. I look. Brudy says, based on your ideas and your feelings, do you want to have a dialogue with white? No, I don't want to have no dialogue with no fucking white nationalist groups. There's nothing me and the white nationalists have to do to talk about. I don't give a damn about what they fucking think. That's the whole thing. We've been inviting these people in and whatnot. Like sinners. You invite people in. I am not gonna fucking invite people in and have a conversation with fucking people who are enemies of my fucking people. There's nothing fucking to talk about. Now, if one of these white nationals had $1 billion that they want to give me or whatever like that, then we could talk. But none they ain't got no money, so what the hell am I wasting my time for talking to them for? Well, you gotta know me better than that. If a white person sits down, if I sit down and talk to a white person, trust me, there's something big that I'm doing, or I got something to gain for. You can rest assured I'm gain for it. But sitting around talking to a bunch of dirty white nationalists online and these freaking incels and when these weird white guys went online, no, it's not gonna happen. White nationalists are a fucking joke. And sooner or later, I'm gonna comfort them. We're gonna comfort them. That's the only thing you need to know is one day we're coming for you. That's it. And anybody who wants to get in their way and side with them, Dusty brother, you want to side with them? You want to be on their side, man? Hey, don't be on the wrong side of the gun. That's all I can tell you. All right, see what's on your mind. The topic, please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on, Colin? How you been?
All right.
Doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing all good, man. What's on your mind, bro?
Oh no, just calling in. Talk about the topic. You said the hate that hate produce and whatnot. But as far as the other comment you just talking about, Dusty brother gonna be on our side. It,
No, the
it,
fuck.
it, it,
I'm just tired of these fucking traitor ass niggas, man. They just dumb niggas. Man, I hate them. Like I
the-
said, when you say hatred, man, I hate black men who fucking talk like that. Really, I do. You might
he,
these fucking Officer Tatum type dudes. I can't stand them.
he gonna be on our side if anything goes down.
You know, sorry. They see what you know is they think the white man's gonna forever win. That's what they think. That's what they think. They always feel the white man's gonna win, but the white man's world's about to come crashing down. Trust me. But new things gonna rise up. The black man's gonna rise up. That's what I'm seeing.
I
You
give
know,
us about a few hundred more years.
no, no, no. It's gonna happen in our lifetime. The bottom line, these
Okay.
people are going down. The whole thing, their whole world. Look at those assassinations that happened today, man. Their world is crumbling. Anytime
Wait,
when politicians start getting assassinated and stuff like that, and you have mass hysteria, there's no way they could sustain this. No way. There's no way they can sustain this, man. I'm saying the black people, now it's time to withdraw from America. See, what they're going to count on is everybody coming down. Oh, we're coming with this kumbaya, we're all American shit. They're going to recruit all our singers and fucking athletes to come together. And, oh, kumbaya, American. No, them days are over. It's over. There's nothing left to discuss. I'm ready for a nation. That's what I'm ready for. I'm ready for the next chapter in our existence is the journey home, nationhood. That's nothing gonna stop me. That's what I believe. Some people don't believe that. If you don't believe that, bro, that's so fine with you.
Layla Brown said the black man never failed. That's why they had to continue to keep them down. Mm,
Well, he never fell. No,
that's,
the black man is a fallen man in America. You know,
I don't agree with that.
we're a broken man, in America.
No, I don't agree with that.
It's like, look, bro, man. Look, dude. I know that you don't agree with that because you live in a world delusion. I'm living in a world of reality. Reality. Everything I'm saying. I'm seeing a debate today where there's fucking people are actually taking people seriously who say, something. Why is there a debate where somebody's saying that dudes that work 9 to 5s are lames? We're out here. He goes, dudes. This one thug was talking about, yeah, you 9 to 5 ass niggas. Now these people are coming out here as activists, and you got thug activists now. You 9 to 5 ass niggas, blah blah blah, this that and the other thing. Y'all like this because the bitches want us and want that. That's what Black America is right now. We're broken. The freaking thugs and the criminals and the gangs. Look, when Big Meech came out of jail, there must have been like 1,000 different T-shirts online for sale about Big Meech. That's broken. Somebody comes home from college, but like that, you cannot sustain that. You cannot
The,
sustain a community like that. That means a community is completely in failure. You know.
the internet
No,
loves that type of stuff.
it's not internet crap. No, I don't believe bother that this. People always say the internet. The internet most powerful thing right now is the internet. The online is a game. The internet is how Donald Trump got elected. I don't buy that crap. That just the internet. No, the internet is more credible now than the mainstream media. Mainstream media has died. CNN
I
don't
agree
even
with
know
that.
that. So the internet is basically where people are having real discussions and where people are really saying. That's why it was important for them to buy Twitter. So it's not just like, oh, it's just the internet. No, it's a reality. Go ahead,
Oh yeah,
Elvis.
I wanna have a remark about a comment you said earlier on the show where you said that there are some white people that dang that are dang what I'm looking for, that regret bringing us over here to America. Because I have seen some comments like that. They say, man, we should have never left. We should have never brought these people to
Yeah,
America. I have seen
that's
some.
what they think. Every time they see black people, they're like, "What's it?" But they know this country would not exist without the. What you said about the white American? He's like the lowest thing on the fucking God's ever created. The lowest thing on the fucking planet. Why?
I ain't gonna go as far as say that.
No, no, I will say that. You know why? Because look, if you don't like a group of people, right? You hate them or not. What the hell do you do? Why would you put them in your uniform and send them to die for you? Only the fucking white man in America is that fucking low. You hate a
I,
group of people, you despise them, but yet you put them in uniform and put them on the front lines in places like Germany, the Philippines, and the Rough Riders, Teddy Roosevelt. We're always doing their fighting, their battles, and stuff like that. But yet you hate us. You don't want to give us equality. And then actually, when we were over on the battlefield, you were told when you come back to America, don't expect any change. Only the white America is capable of doing that. And that's unforgivable. So that's why.
I don't think that's the general population of white people though.
Oh no, it doesn't matter, man. I'm sick of you. See here, what the problem is? You
No, no,
always,
no. Listen.
you
I'm
always
saying
come
that.
on defending white people. I'm
No, I'm
sorry.
not trying to. No, listen. Let me explain. I'm not.
I think it is a general population of white people. That's the majority
No,
of them.
Kyla, let me explain. I'm talking about back in the day. The general population of white people are the ones that probably did not want us here. It was the upper class that figured they could use us and didn't want us to
Hold
leave.
on, no,
That's what
actually,
I'm
I did
saying.
my study. Right, it was like all of them. None of them wanted us here. None of them. You know, None of us, even the people in the upper class, do what they thought about. They said we could bring Irish here, Italians here. That's why they brought them here by the
What I
millions.
mean
So
by upper class, I mean the people that control the
yeah,
country.
hold on. What they did was they financed, right? Europeans to come from places like Sicily, Italy, all these places in the world by the millions to flood into America. That's what they thought about black people. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right, what's up, Colin? What's up, Steve?
What's
I
up?
heard you talking about that thing that happened here today, man. They sent us a text. They put us on lockdown, man.
Yeah,
Uh,
sorry for you. So about the topic, man. We'll get to that later. But what about the topic?
I mean, like you said, bro. Like that's why I talk to Afrodominus or Mike or these other guys who are African who think that we should fight fire with fire. It's not. It's into it's a zero sum game. You can't really win because if you think that somebody is spewing out hate and your best response to that hate is to give more hate, that's only going to bring more hate on their side, and that's just going to be a snowball. So that's what I told him on Avidama's channel. Like when I go on his channel, I never went there before. When I went there, the first couple of times I was taken aback because it was like first show was about South Africans and Nigerians, and he was stoking the flames of hatred between the South Africans and the Nigerians. And I told him like, stop doing that, And then the next show that I was on was about African Americans doing the same thing, trying to. So I'm like, okay, this is not where I want to be. Like I could talk shit to an individual who is an African American like Kala, and we can go at it back and forth. But I would never generalize a group of people because one asshole is talking shit about my group of people. I'll come at him as an individual. So I think this is the reason why it's become this way because one African American may say something, derogatory or offensive about all Africans, right? Now, if one African come back and say that about all African Americans, nobody is going to decipher it. People are going to think that this is how all Africans think, and we're smarter than that. Those of us who are on these, platforms, we can decipher that. An individual has his opinion. Whatever he espouses is not, a reflection of the entire group. So I think hate, breeds hate. Hurt people, right? So I think that's why even this year I try to take a different approach. When Mike is trying to argue, when Hustler Smart sometimes is trying to pick a fight, I take a step back because you guys know I can give it as much as anybody gives. But it's like it's just gonna snowball. I'm gonna say some things that I regret saying. It was out of pocket. I'm gonna get angry for no stupid, for no good reason. So sometimes it's up to you to be the bigger person. And I think Carla, you yourself, you need to maybe take that advice because you do the same thing all the time. Even on your own show, on a micro level, you get people in the comments saying shit, and you derail your show trying to attack Africans because you think that's going to hurt that one person that says something crazy to you in the comment section.
I mean, I haven't
So I
talked
don't know
about.
if it's
I haven't said nothing about Africans in a while, man. Now, my whole thing is
Carla.
this. My whole
Kyla, you
thing,
said something in the last show.
like what did I say?
Exactly.
You call somebody a savage the
No,
last show yesterday?
Elvis accused me of saying Africans are savage. Now, I would say this, right? I'd say this. Now, and don't take this the wrong way. Nobody takes this the wrong way. We're not.
Don't say it. Just don't say it.
Oh no, I gotta say it. I gotta say this. I gotta say something, right? I gotta say something like this. Look. Black people. I'm from My family is originally from Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and Windsor, right? And my family come from Creole background. Creole background. These like people who had like they weren't just people throwing. My ancestors were actually. I come descendant from my father's side of the family of free blacks that were free and lived in Elizabeth City, North Carolina for like 300 years. While the other part of my family were slaves, enslaved in bondage. Right. Part of my family was free. Right. If you go to when I was growing up and we go to Elizabeth City and whatnot, the most civilized people I've ever come across in my life is those old black communities that were hundreds of years old, right? And I used to did my research. I said, yeah, Elizabeth City, right there, when it was founded in the 1600s, there was a free black community there, right? Over the years, those people mastered things like etiquette. When I was going there, let me tell you something about my family, right? My grandmother Overton, down in the South, right? When we went down south, whatnot, she would always say, Sunday, she would get up in the morning, Sunday, 6 o'clock, and start cooking and whatnot for a nice gourmet breakfast. And then she'd be like, have dinner ready one night before we went to church, and then came home. Everybody was dressed in so impeccably. When you sat at the table, right, you put your elbows on the table, see what happens to you, right? You had to eat with the fork a certain way, your knife a certain way, spoon whatever. You could slurp your soup, whatever, like make slurpers. You couldn't do nothing. So etiquette. Also, when you want to get up, you have to say, "Can I be excused?" Right? That was etiquette. Black people in that region had mastered things like etiquette and civilization. Right? So what I'm saying is, it bothers me when that culture that I know that we took to Liberia, and we took to New York, Harlem. We took these places like that, right? And we created nice communities. If you see the black communities that we created in Queens, Long Island, whatnot, they were unmatched. The white communities didn't even compare. I hate that being erased. And then when I hear somebody come in here and talk about, oh, Colin, man, we with our hands, the bush meat and stuff like that, you're mocking my ancestors, because they believe in etiquette and cleanliness. That's what I was saying. And that's what angers me sometimes. And I call people savages, because we were taught to be civilized and decent and whatnot. We'd say prayers before we ate and everything like that. What we did and whatnot, we cleaned up and whatnot. We were responsible. Kids were responsible, whatever like that,
So, Carl, I got a question for you.
Every summer, we go back to New York, right? We go back to New York. My grandmother would give all my cousin back to us in New York. We came to New York with a different outlook, whatnot. Oh yeah, your grandma down there, man. She made y'all get up in the morning and work. Y'all did this, like that. We had manners and everything, but after a while, it wears off. We go back to our own way. But the bottom line is this: they took friggin' things seriously, like etiquette and being civilized, and so like that. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not putting nobody down. I'm saying this is my heritage. This is what I learned to do. I'm not going to apologize for that either.
But I understand that, but everybody's culture is not the same.
Steve, I want to ask. Steve, I want to come in here real quick. Carl, let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
And that's what caused hatred, right? I don't want nobody telling me that I got to freaking lower my standards and because just to be African or be close to other people. I don't think it's even worth it. I said, if that's what it means, man, W says college judging other cultures from his stand. Yo, look, I'm not going to pass judgment. I see people doing stuff. I don't pass judgment. I said, don't try to when people start coming on here, try to say, oh, there's nothing wrong with that collar. Oh, yeah, you can eat with your hands and all stuff like this, I'm like, hell no. Because I know how I was raised.
Let me speak, though. Let me speak.
It's so disrespectful. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, right, like, no disrespect to your ancestors, but this is the talking points that they use against black folks, those who were enslaved, those who are, out of slavery, doing segregation. They thought that they thought that we were heathens, we were primitive people, uncivilized, and they beat some of those behaviors into your ancestors. So the fact that you're proud that white man had to, I mean, Carl, I didn't even say 2 sentences. The white man had to beat these things into your people and quote unquote make them civilized, and now you detest other Africans who eat with their hands,
Hold on. That's
or who might,
here's where you're wrong. Here's where you're wrong. Black people, for some reason, right, learned this stuff on us. White people didn't teach us that. We learned.
we came from Africa with that. Your ancestors came from Africa with that.
Come on, Collar. Tell the truth, Collar.
Hold on. Black America, my family are Creole people, right? So some of the things we learned, you know what I'm saying? Like some people will say, hey, look, this is a better idea, you know, like which wall. We had to take piano lessons. When I was a kid, we had this one lady, black lady, older black lady.
Were we playing pianos in Africa?
But we weren't playing pianos in Africa, but in my culture, everybody had to learn how to play piano. You know,
Yeah, but you learn that from somebody else's culture. That's the point that I'm making.
It doesn't matter how we learned it. It's the bottom line. We adopted it, and that was us.
You adopted it, and then you look down on your roots. That's primitive.
Also, we retained a lot of stuff from Africa, but the bottom line is we might. That's why African Americans are our own culture. That's why we need our own.
But Colin, didn't you say you also last show you said that you despise these people, that you got their last name and everything else? But
like I said, I'm conflicted, right? I'm conflicted, but I would say this though, right? I hate the fact that we had all this culture, we had all stuff like that. White people used to admire the black community back there. You know, they used to look at us like, wow, we were the role models, right? When there was a funeral procession, man, and you see black people have these elaborate funerals and whatnot, going to the graveyard with the limousine and whatnot. White people pull over to the side of the road. To this day, they pull over to the side of the road, and white men will put their hat down and whatnot. You know, they gave a lot of respect. We had a lot of black men who had a lot of respect. It wasn't just all people lynching us, beating us, or whatnot. Yeah, black people had stature and position in society in those regions. You know, that's what I remember. You know, so what I'm saying is that to me was a black culture, right? The problem is that just like what's that girl, that lady that basically did the Paula Deen, remember Paula Deen cooking, right? Her cooking is all African American cuisine, right? But because it was something good, they called it Southern cuisine, right? Just like the culture that I knew in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and whatnot, the beautiful culture I knew and whatnot was African American, uniquely African American. Although, some influences from Europe came in and like that, it was uniquely African American. I resent people thinking that we were just aping white people and we just like this. No, I believe that culture was developed on our own. We chose to say, this is what we believe is etiquette. This is why we do this. How do we do that? And unfortunately, some of those same people went to Liberia.
Tyler, are you saying that African American wasn't civilized by the white man? Is that what you're saying to me?
No, I don't. No, I think we civilized ourselves. You know, I don't think we civilized.
That's cat. That's cat.
The white man civilizes this cat because the bottom line, if you look at where white people live and when black people live in close proximity to white people, they live in poverty. You know, but you go to places like Maryland and places here on the eastern shore, eastern United States, Delaware, you always had thriving large black communities, you know, for hundreds of years, you know, even places like Fort Lee, New Jersey, or stuff like that. There was always black communities that when they were on our own, and how those communities did, because those black people, not only that, just stuff like that, we were required to read, particularly the Bible, you know. We were required to read books and whatnot. You know, my grandmother, she said, read books. How many books did you read today? You know? So this myth that black people don't like education, also like this.
Kyler, you think Africans don't do that, Kyler? I had reading lists when I was growing up.
When you guys say stuff like, okay, we eat with our hands and we all eat out of a bowl, stuff like that, eat off the floor, all in the bowl and whatnot.
Who said we eat off the floor? Who said that, Kyler?
You said that. You said we all eat in one bowl, you know? We just dig our hands.
Yeah, but what do you mean? What do you put that? We eat up the floor.
So
what do you mean by that?
That's uncivilized, unsanitary, and whatnot. You know, we don't do that. You know.
What do you mean eat up the floor?
Hold up. When we ate whatnot, everybody stood up whatnot. The food was put on the table, and then somebody said, "Okay, we can sit." And then somebody says grace. You know. And then you don't pick up your food.
And that was embedded in your people's culture from Africa.
All I know is that was basically how we grew up. So I would love to believe Africans did that, right? But when you tell me that we just eat with our hands and stuff like that, I'm like, damn, man.
What do you think Africans do before they eat with their hands? They wash their hands. They wash their hands.
Like I said, I don't know. All I know is
where does that culture come from?
Hold up, that's my culture. That's what I love. That's what I value. You know, and just all I ask for is just to respect that. You know, I don't know. Like the people want to do what you want to do. I'm
Do
never
you
telling
respect? Do you respect Africans eating with their hands?
I look, dude. If they want to do that with their hands, that's fine. Whatever they want to do, just don't ask me to
Yeah,
do it.
but no,
So
nobody's asking you to do it. But when you
I
disrespect
said,
it and you want other people to respect
African
your
fucking
culture, that's the problem.
look. The bottom line is, whoever eats with their hands, whatever you want to do, hey, look, that's on you. All I know is my people, where I was raised, right? We didn't do that. Simple as that. We didn't do that. So that's why I'm just saying the way I was raised. Now people want to do that. That's what they find. That's fine. It is like that. But
Carla, where did that culture come from?
what? I have no
Where
idea.
did that culture come from?
Hey, look. I have no idea. All I know is that's what I came from. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, where did that culture come from or not. All I know is this is the whole thing. Like I said, black people in America were taken from Africa, right? And we have a Creole culture. You know what a Creole culture means? We're not our culture is not entirely African. We have a little Scottish culture, we have a little Irish culture, we have Christian culture, we have traditional African culture, we have a Choctaw culture. We have all these things fused together, what we call Creole. It's not just one, but the majority of the culture is African. The base is African.
Carla, I thought you was Greek. I thought you was Gullah Geechee. Now you're Creole.
No, I'm not Creole. I never said Gullah Geechee. I said my mother's side of the family is from Georgia and the Sea Islands out there, right? But my father's side of the family and my mother's father's side of the family come from North Carolina. So 3/4 of my family's from that area right there, the Dismal Swamp and whatnot. My mother's father, the Spellers, were slave descendants. They were slave descendants in Windsor. We still have land in North Carolina that was given to us after the Civil War. Slave descendants, still in my land, still in my family, right? We have a homestead.
So your Creole side was not American or from the Caribbean.
My father's side, side is Creole.
That's what I'm saying. The Creole are not indigenous to the United States. They came after the Louisiana Purchase, right?
No, that's that.
No. It's another group of Creoles.
There's another Creole.
The Atlantic Creoles. The Atlantic Creoles.
Atlantic Creoles. These are Atlantic Creoles.
And what state they come from? The Georgia,
North Carolina, Virginia, and
Maryland. Yeah, North Carolina and Virginia.
These are Atlantic Creoles.
What makes them a Creole? What are they mixed with? That makes them Creole.
Means you're culturally mixed.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What are they mixed? What are they mixed with?
We're Irish. We have a lot of Irish in our family, and we have a lot of Scottish, English, whatnot, and also Christian, and we also practice black spiritual. Our churches like really gospel music is rooted in African culture. It's a mixture of African, Irish, and all Native American, all these things mixed together and whatnot in this region called Creole culture. That's what it is, So it is what it is. Kwame, man, look, go down to Jamaica, be with your Jamaican people, whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm just saying we don't do that. Black America.
No, Kwame is a honorary FBA.
So honorary FBA, man. He got them primitive ways.
I think your psyche is that anything that you think the white man think is uncivilized, you want to run away from that as far as possible.
That's not true. That's not true because white people are look, white people are freaking
eating. What makes eating with your hands uncivilized?
Look, bottom line is this. If you eat soup with your hand and stuff like that, dirty and whatnot, filthy and whatnot, your hand carries germs. How many times you watch it? Carry germs, right? You're supposed to eat with a fork, spoon, or knife.
You eat your hamburgers from Wendy's almost every day with your hands.
Hot dog, hamburgers.
Hold up. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, but you're making that argument, and your hands is dirty, and it touches food that goes in your mouth.
Elvis, I think you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, you just want to be disrespectful to African culture. That's all.
I think you know what I'm talking about, right?
No,
you don't dig your hand in rice and fucking start eating shit.
Who says that? Who says that? Who says you don't do that?
Hold on, I'm saying like this. Yeah, what? I'm saying you said it yesterday one night. You said we just put down a bowl on the ground.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said who says you don't? You're saying you don't put your hands in the food and eat it. I'm saying
one bowl. We just put one bowl.
That's what I'm saying. Who says that you can't do it? Who says you can't do it?
I don't know. I said, look, I'm saying you could do it. I don't care what you do, But I'm saying around us, you come around me and do that shit, I'm kicking you out of my house,
Oh, okay, but listen, I mean.
So.
But Carla, that stuff you was talking about, we get that from the white man.
I don't care what you get it from, you know.
but last
That's
show
where
you
you get it
said
from, Colin. Just admit it.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you something. What you ought to be getting. You really need to be hearing what really black people are saying. Black people say it, but you don't freaking care what other black people. Black people are more critical to other black people than white people are, but you don't pay one attention to black people. You say, "Oh, there's bougie people like this," but black people are the ones that have a
Because
problem.
their argument is that you're going to embarrass us
No,
in
no,
front of
not
white people,
all
and you're going to think
embarrassing.
we're all savages and primitive.
What people
That's the
just say.
thing.
When you're around people, just like this, you want to do it on your own like this. Just like what you call. Let me give you an example. I saw this one video where this guy basically he had a cookout, right? He had a cookout in his house, right? Nice house, right? It was like probably in Maryland, whatever like that. Well, there these guests that came over. I don't know if it was his brother or whatever like that, and they were not dressed right, and they was like blasting. He said, "Look, man," he goes, "in this house right here, this is a Christian home, right? You probably saw the video on TikTok. You know, you got to go leave. You're not leave. You come back here. You will put this on. This in this house." He was a Christian guy. He said, "This house, we serve the Lord. You know, we serve the Lord, right? So if you want to do that, whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, we don't allow drinking here. We don't allow alcohol, whatnot here." Black people used to have standards like that. You know, you didn't just go to everybody's house with a bottle of liquor and start doing the whole fucking like thing, you know. I'm just trying to tell you, you know.
I understand that, Carla, but last show you were talking about how the white man did this to us and everything else, and
Yeah. Oh,
so but
what's it? What's different? Look,
but now this show you praising the culture
I'm
that
not, hold on.
he gave.
Look, this is what I'm talking about. You keep pissing me off now. I'm saying the culture that I know wasn't a white culture; it was a black culture that did this. You know, I didn't grow up around white people. You know, I grew up around all black people.
But we know where it came from.
It's not
How do you
indigenous
know
to
that?
black
How
people.
do you know that?
Oh my God, Carla.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know? So in other words, basically, you're saying is that you believe white people, Anglo-Saxons, all these other people. Do you know there were some white people who were savages and some white people who were civilized? Somehow, black people gravitated towards the white
So
people.
the black folks that were civilized when they weren't
Hold on,
enslaved
there
and
were
brought
some
to
white
America,
people who had
Colin.
etiquette. Hold up. There were some white people who had etiquette and some white people didn't. So why you say like all white people had etiquette? Just say you took on some of the habits of white people who had etiquette, not all white people. That's so freaking stupid. Not all white people.
Okay, I get you, right? But did they have forks and spoons and knives in Africa?
I have no idea. You guys Elvis that, you know? You know, you guys
Elvis, did they have forks, spoons, and knives in Africa? Could you hear me, Elvis?
Yeah, I get you. I hear you. What you say? Did you ask your question?
Oh yeah, do they have forks, spoons, and knives in Africa?
I mean, not from my understanding. It's possible that maybe some real high class chief or king probably had it, but not what we know now. So I'm
the
sure.
slave trade happened because a lot of African chiefs wanted things like you said. They saw how, so like they said, we want to do this. And they started buying utensils and whatnot and trading Negroes for that.
I didn't even answer the brother's question, Kyle. I get it. You want to jump in, fine. But the point is, even our culture in Liberia, right? The people who came from America, they brought that same sentiments with them, and they wanted to civilize the natives. And eating with your hands was this and that. But eventually, they started eating with their hands too. They ate the same food that we ate.
I don't know anybody that eats with their hands over. Stop it, man. You know, everybody eats with their hands in our culture, man. Please stop
Carla,
it.
post the link.
Well, I got a person be up there one night, but I know he's gonna come up here and say something stupid. I don't know how long he's gonna last, but let's see.
Oh man, Carlo. So you last night you was really you did well last night. Don't be on that subject
There
now,
goes
bro.
black skin is amazing. There goes black skin is
Black skin is
amazing.
amazing is coming up.
Oh no, this clown, Poor Righteous must have called him.
Hey, don't let him on, Carla. Don't. No, I'm just messing.
Oh my
No,
God,
let him on. Don't be
clown, man.
let him on.
Some people are just a glutton for punishment, man. Some
Hey, and don't come up here talking about dynasty. The black skin is amazing.
Tyler, that was a good debate. I won't say that you smoked him. It was a good debate.
Some people just don't get it, man. They freaking just a black what you call it. Look at Job bigging this motherfucker up, give him a thing, man. But Job, I'm gonna take your fucking
let him come up, Carla. He got a little following. We can have a debate. You can have a debate with him. Let's hear what you got to say.
How dumb this motherfucker is. A white man culture. White man ain't culture shit, you know. You know, bottom line,
Put the link out there, Carla. Let him come up. Put the link out there.
Hey, Colin,
Prince of
don't
P, nigga,
interrupt me.
what's wrong with me? What's wrong with this nigga Prince of
This
P, man?
man laying in the bed.
My fault, man.
My day off, man.
Everybody, everybody, do I got to drop it right now? Prince of P, go ahead.
Yeah, like, you be contradicting yourself, man. Because
I'm very clear, man. I'm very clear what I'm talking. How do I contradict myself?
Because 1 minute you're saying that you're saying that you're basically trying to imply that your culture is basically creolized.
African American culture is African American culture, right?
No,
now,
but no.
Did it happen in America? Did we learn some things when that? All I know is I love it, and I don't want to I don't want to lose it. You know, that's all. You know, I don't care where it came from, whatever like that. But when I look at other people's culture, yours, Haitians, Elvis's culture, Steve, wherever the fuck he's from, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, wait, I'm a Black American too. What are you talking about?
He's from the South, man. He's from the root of the culture. You fled the South to go to the North, right? Am I correct? You didn't flee the South to go to the North to adopt the Northern Western culture.
Look, my ancestors went from this deep South, right? North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. And
North Carolina's not the deep South.
Well, Georgia is, deep South, and went to New York, decades ago, 80 years ago,
Yeah, but he has more retention of the so-called Creole culture than you do because you fled the South, went to New York, adopted to the New York Dutch culture of New York.
What the hell are you talking about, Dutch culture in New York? What the hell are you talking about,
the North have a different culture from the South. The whites in the North are different from more so than the whites in the South. They have more Dutch, English.
We've been to New York and kept our own culture. We stayed among ourselves.
That's not true. This book's documenting how you guys were persecuted by the blacks already up there that adopted to the Dutch.
I know that. Bottom line, when it really comes down to it, Black America is assimilated with each other. Yeah, there was tensions. People call you country bumpkins. My grandfather.
Why they called you that? If you guys had such a great English,
because like I said, those people up there in Harlem, they were really sophisticated, right? But I'll tell you one thing. Give me a second to say this, right? I'm gonna get you up in a second, Kwame. I just can't be talking. The whole thing is this. Now in Maryland, right? The Maryland area right there, they produce the black boule type, bourgeois, whatever like that, right? These people basically lived in proximity to white people. That's true, right? But the whole thing is our ancestors that came from the Carolinas, right, was able to go to New York, right, and built a community, Southeast Queens, right, that rivaled any of these so-called bougie people from Maryland and all these other people from DC and everything like that. These were working class Black people. My family was working class Black people, built better homes, had more money than these so-called educated Black people now for generations. There's always been, we've always had Jack and Jill societies and elite Black societies in Black America. It's always existed, And so therefore, so that we always had these Black secret societies of elite societies that based on etiquette and culture and enlightenment. People like even Farrakhan was part of it, because he learned to play the violin. We've always had these elite societies.
Well, Colin, you do know that there was something called the African fiddle, and that a lot of people that was from regions that had the African fiddle, the African thumb panel, the barrel, the thing that they basically creolized it into the Western culture.
The violin. What does that do?
Because they creolized. If you follow history, if you read, you'll find that the whites,
the African fiddles, what we played.
No. The whites will see the Africans that would play those fiddles, and he basically gift them violins, and they used to become entertainers for whites. It's documented, bro.
Oh, okay. Facts. Right, that's true.
It's documented. Look it up. It's creolized. It's creolized culture.
So what I'm trying to say is this. So principally, do you think the Black people mastered the piano? You know that, right?
The xylophone. There's something called the African thumb piano. Look it up. They creolized it into the Western culture.
Hovis just said we didn't have the piano in Africa.
He's not from no Central Africa. You and I are from Central Africa. They have the xylophone, they have the African thumb piano, they have all these types of things. He's from Liberia.
I like this,
Oh, the thumb thing is a piano as we know it.
Listen to how they play. Look at the styles in which they play in the Latin Americans, the African Americans, the Haitians, how they play the xylophone. how they play the African thumb piano, the different styles and different notes that they play is similar. It's basically creolized. They creolized the Western style with the African style on a quote unquote modern instrument. That's what they did.
You got any references to this?
Okay. Bro, look. I don't. You gotta came up with references. Look it up. Look up.
Look it up.
Look up the African fiddle in American history. Look up early African entertainers for.
How about you look it up and put it in the back chat? You look it up.
Man.
You gotta look up Congo Square. That's where many of the African instruments was used.
So you telling me? Hold on. You telling me they had pianos from Africa to Congo Square?
They didn't listen, but a lot of the rhythms and whatnot.
Hey, Black Skin is Amazing says that your culture is elite European culture. That's where you get it from, Kyle. That's what Black Skin is Amazing says.
Like this. And that's the whole thing about black people like that. They think anything good that black America is so freaking great, right? We built it, and I'm sick and tired of look now. Okay, so if you're gonna say the Black Americans good, so what about the Pookies, Bukwisha? Is that fucking Bukwisha culture, Pookie culture from Europe too? Dumbass.
According to Thomas Sowell, that comes from Europe as well.
They always want to attribute all
culture, Colin.
Achievements of Black America to white people. I hate.
Let me ask you a question. So why does it exist in Jamaica as well?
What?
As far as Kingston and whatnot, that ghetto culture.
Well, I haven't look.
You got that from Buccaneers and Pirates.
Okay.
My point I'm trying to make is this: anytime black people are fucking up and whatnot, that's all us. That's African. That's African in us, whatever, like that, right?
That's not what they say now.
When something is good, like the Paul Dean did the Southern cooking, suddenly that's freaking American. And like they'll say, "Oh, jazz is an American music form." No, jazz is fucking African American culture. They don't want to give us credit for fucking anything. So they'll say rock and roll was an American.
When the mainstream society accepts it, it becomes American culture.
No, that's stolen. No, I don't accept that.
No, I'm just saying stolen. That's what happens. That's what happens. I'm not saying it's right.
No, this is what I'm talking about. You cannot basically take somebody's culture and reject them. America doesn't accept black people, but they'll say, "Oh, this is American art form."
I agree with you, Carl. I'm just saying that when the mainstream society accepts it, it then becomes American culture. I'm not saying it's right.
I'm here to say we don't give a damn what the mainstream says anymore. The mainstream can go to hell for all we care. We're reclaiming our heritage and whatnot. We're claiming our identity, right? We should be the architects of our history and whatnot. We should say who plays our roles in movies. We should have everything to say. Anything made about us, we should be there as the architect. That's why I love Ryan Coogler, man. That guy is going to be so great because he's telling our history and our story.
I finally seen that movie, Sinners. I didn't think it was that great, but I think the undertones, the message underneath it was intriguing to me. The way I interpret the movie.
What I love about the movie was it's basically Ryan Coogler, man, shows he loves his people, he loves his culture and everything like that. And it basically,
I think it was a movie about culture vulturing.
It just showed the beauty of African American culture. Like I said, I learned a lot of stuff from that movie. I knew a lot of stuff.
But did you understand the deeper undertones of it, Colin?
What you saying? I said I
was saying, did you understand the deeper undertones of it?
I understand everything. I saw it a couple of times.
Okay.
I understand everything. Now, hold up. The jute joint, right? There's something that Black America, and also people don't understand something. Let me tell you something about Sinners, right? When I was growing up, right, and what I was just talking about, right? The culture I was talking about, right? Most of the people who did that etiquette thing were Black Christians, right? They always said cleanliness is better next to godliness, right? They always said things like the guitar is a devil's music, And and I remember those old sayings, man. The guitar is going to bring demons to the earth when it's bad omen and stuff like that. When he said, "Put down the guitar, son," because he was somebody who goes summon demons. I used to hear that when I was a kid, and so we had to go to church, pray all the time, stuff like that. That's how African Americans were built, and we were very, very religious and faithful people, And so, therefore, when you hear stuff like that, you say to yourself, wow, that reminds me of when I was a kid, and they was always call people who listen to the devil's music sinners, right? Remember, we were teenagers, like, oh, yeah, we were full-fledged sinners. Me and my brother said we were full-fledged sinners. We're down in the basement, right? listening to all kinds of music and whatnot, you know, and the saints, the church folks upstairs, and the sinners. I said, I'm down there with my uncle and whatnot, you know, man, doing all the wrong things. My uncle giving me a beer and whatnot. The sinners, you know. So basically, it's like that movie just brought back so many freaking memories, you know, how religious and how stratified Black American culture was at one time, you know. So when people try to reduce us to like, oh, well, you know, we're just like, no, we built a culture, right? That's a state. You cannot look, the culture of African Americans was able to be duplicated around the world. That's not something that you say, oh, white people taught y'all that. No, people don't give Black America enough credit for adapting and building a new culture, you know, being lost from Africa and being able to adapt and build a new culture in here in America, you know, that sustained us for years, that built institutions, you know. So I'm not gonna let people disparage my heritage, you know, and say like this. So just, you know, it is what it is. Go ahead, Principe. No, wait a minute. Go ahead, Kwame.
Oh, no, I just wait. I'm about to eat real quick, so I'm listening to y'all. Oh, yeah, speak.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Principe.
Man, I'm trying to look for some links, but I dropped 2 links in the back. It got your master in it, so I know you're gonna love it.
Oh, don't say that. I don't have no damn master,
So,
bro.
but
You know?
Khaled, are you saying that every Black church didn't play music or instruments?
No, what I'm saying is this: the guitar was always seen as like the devil's music. Like, let me give you an example. Let me tell you about this, because like, obviously, whoever just said that, Kwame, you didn't grow up in a Black church, right? There were certain instruments,
I went to
right?
church a few times.
Hold on. There were certain rhythms and whatnot. That's how powerful music is, right? Certain rhythms, right? They used to always tell us had anointing, right? Like, let me give you an example. There was a controversy a couple of years ago with this female pastor, right? Shut down these people, there was like Kurt Franklin types that were playing music in the church. They was like, "Oh, it's good gospel." He said, "No." She said, "No, that music is not anointing. You know, it's not anointing. You know." So in other words, basically, music has a power to summon the demons inside from hell. You know, and Black people believed in those folklores and whatnot. And music has gospel. That's why we created gospel music. You know, when you play music, when you play the devil's instrument, when that, the only thing that Black churches really had was a drum, and they had the piano and the organ.
People say the same thing about drumming.
Well, no, hold up. Now I ain't talking about the drums with your hands. I'm talking about the drums. When we did the drums, we didn't
No,
do
I
that.
mean, people say the same thing about drumming, no matter what type of drumming it is. They call it
drums that were used in the churches. They use sticks. You know.
I know that, but people call it it's called a backbeat. You could look it up. That's what they say. The same thing about that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, Black people in America, Black African Americans, right, took care and really studied and built a culture, right. They took things that they thought that was good, and they got rid of things that they thought that was bad, and out of which came the African American community culture that we know today, you know. And so I'm not gonna let people tear that culture down and whatnot, because that's the only thing I know.
That's the brother said. The only thing in your culture you have is dancing and shaking your asses.
Who
That's
said
the
that?
only thing Black people made in this country. That's the brother.
Dusty brother, let me get rid of him. Anybody believes that Dusty brother?
No, don't get rid of him. Don't get rid of him.
Don't get rid of him.
Don't get rid of him.
Only create because of African.
Don't get rid of him, Carla. He's an African American like yourself. Just make sure, give him his point of view.
Okay, I'm gonna read it careful. He said, "Only thing we created, which comes from Africa." He's not dissing Black America. He's saying what comes from Africa. Dancing, shit, you know. He said,
So if he was dissing Black America, you would have got rid of him.
But hold on, but doesn't that mean
teach Kala exactly? Yeah, like I said, I'm here to teach, man. Some people don't know. They're gonna fight me all night, but they don't know. I know.
Can you play the video in the back that I dropped, man, with the fiddles?
Hold up.
And I think one of the websites is from a Black man, is African American, so he know your history. So you know the other one got your master in it.
Don't say it,
American
platform.
Government is a Congress. It's the Congress.
I don't give a damn about that. You
know. I remember
I
told you to respect your leaders. You told me
hold up. First of all, I don't have any freaking leaders. Nobody elected me. You know, real black leaders, right? Were heads of homes, heads of churches, heads of Black local institutions and whatnot. You know, we always had leaders, but they're unsung. They were never known. You know, we had people building Black America for generations that we listened to. You know. It wasn't somebody that you know that was put in a book and stuff like that. Those are people nobody knew the fuck about. Nobody knew who Booker T. Washington was or Frederick Douglass, but people did listen to their local reverend. They listened to the man of the house. Most black people lived in homes, had patriarchal homes, at one time.
So can I ask you a question, Colin? So is African Americans today rebelling against their tradition if they don't? A lot of them don't go to church. A lot of them don't.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of people
old.
who go around now, and like I said, that's why I'll fight these people to like this. Look, I don't care about a lot of stuff like that, and I'm not particularly a religious person, whatever like that. But I hate when these dumbass niggas from the 125th Street get up there and talk about the black church. And the black church is what built Black America, right? They gave us all.
I agree with you, Colin.
Everything like that, right? So when people get up there and talk about the black church hold us down, white men, they don't know. These are people who know shit about their own community, right? Black churches were always independent of white America. We had the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Baptist Church, Also, they always taught pride in being African and stuff like that. While we were still a Creole people, we always identify with Africa, our roots in Africa. Our gospel music is definitely from Africa, African inspired,
Kyle, is hoodoo African American culture?
Who?
Hoodoo.
I don't think so. Look, there's always subcultures of spirits, roots, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a subculture.
It's a subculture. My culture, my family, my aunt used to practice that in the cycle from the South. My family from Georgia, my mother's side family practice root working and stuff like that. From Africa.
Essentially, you're saying that Protestant Christianity is Black American culture.
No, I'm not saying like that. I'm saying that's what the culture we adopted.
They create their own form of it. But even then,
so we created we created an Africanized form of our African.
Yeah, because what's up with that? What's up with I used to always look at that shouting in church, strange and whatnot. People just get up and just start dancing.
That's African culture. That's African.
I see that because I seen that. I seen some stuff like that in Africa. I said that's probably where that comes from.
You don't see shouting and stuff like that in white churches. It's only in black.
No.
So
they speak with the strong voice.
Black church, the black church is the blackest thing there is.
That's true.
That's
right.
Blacker than the Nation
I will
of
say
Islam.
that.
It's blacker than the HBCUs. The black church is black church is black people, Black America. I know that for a fact, right? When you go down there, black church and whatnot. I mean, Ali Muhammad tried to debate this one Christian minister. He admit, man, they tore me the fuck up, They taught me, he said, man, he took apart Islam or whatever like that, his version of Islam when they basically, there wasn't even no match,
Drop the link, Kala. Somebody else want to join.
David Hit. Let me get him on. Let me get brother Hit on. So like I said, man,
But yeah, my granddad's people was into that root work stuff.
But
eventually they got out of it.
Check us out. We had this one lady that was in our family called Sister Bell, right? And David Hitt probably knows who Sister Bell is. He's from Sister Bell, right? Anyway, she used to go around to each church messing shit up, man. She's always a gossiper or whatever like that. But she got my Aunt Shirley into root working, right? She's a Christian lady, right? But she's from South Carolina, right? And they're big into that root working in South Carolina. And she would do stuff like, throw powder down people's house. I don't know, some stupid shit like that. But that but that is part of the African. I know Kwame knows this shit,
I know they do that in certain regions.
Yeah, I was about to say, how did that make that stupid?
And so what I'm saying is this though. Although like we Christians and whatnot, a lot of those stuff still exists in Black America, still exists.
When LeBron James
a lot of superstitious stuff.
When LeBron James throw up the powder in the air, that's stuff from Africa. That's not.
I don't know about that. But
also, people hold on. Another tradition in Black America people don't know about is Watch Night. Watch Night was so good. They celebrate Watch Night in Liberia. Watch Night is going on since the Revolutionary War. It was in the New Year's, right? Black people, Africans, Americans, runaways would escape or whatever like that. Runaways, whatever like that. Let's get the New Year's, and they will plant. Tell people we're not to go to. They'll put black eyed peas down. Today, what we do is sit in the dark with a candle, eating black eyed peas. A celebration of Watch Night. That tradition still goes on in Black America, right? It's like 200 something years old, right? And they celebrate in Liberia too. Our ancestors who went to Liberia brought that to Liberia. So this idea that Black African Americans don't have a culture is stupid. We have a lot of traditions and whatnot that we still do. Watch night is one of those things. All people know about Juneteenth. No, we have watch night. Watch night's been practiced for 200 something years. Captain Hit, what's going
didn't
on?
we create what is it, Veterans Day?
Oh, they say Memorial's Day, but
Memorial Day,
yeah. What's up, brother Hit?
Hey guys, how you guys? Everybody doing there?
Hey, brother Hit, did you get the email I sent you?
Say again.
You get the email I sent you?
I'll double check, sir. I'll check.
Email sent you. That was a sample. That's a sample we want to send out.
Okay.
Salam alaikum, Aki.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing, brother?
I'm good.
That's good, man. Nice to see everybody here online.
Jesus is king.
Say again.
What's up, bro? God bless you, man.
Yeah, Jesus is king.
We're gonna say one thing I don't do.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect you and your
people
family,
should keep their religion to themselves. Everyone on this panel is a black man. Look, let me tell you something about how I think, right?
How are you talking about the church right now?
Hold on. I talk about church and how I got here, right? But let me tell you something. Let me tell you the reality, right? The reality is I'm a black man in America, right? And surviving as a black man in America, that's my fucking religion. We thought, hey, I'm a black man in a white country. That's my fucking religion, So everything else is okay. I understand I'm Christian, you may be Muslim, whatnot, but the reality of being in a racist country that don't want us here and whatever, and watching our community fall apart and whatnot, that's my fucking religion. That's what concerns me. That's my faith, trying to get out of this situation. That's my real faith, So
yeah, I agree with you. Amazing that he say he about to clip up all the stuff you say.
Who?
That's funny.
Black is amazing. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what he does, man. I hope he does that. I hope he reports me to the FBI. That's what he wants to do. Him and 4X's. We're reporting you, Colin. When I go right ahead, man. You think it scares me? So.
But Colin,
I got the email.
What do you think? What do you think?
Good, man. That's awesome. No, not really nice. Yeah.
So I'm gonna fine tune it. Look, I'm gonna fine tune it. I will talk to you after. Talk you tomorrow.
We'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna fine tune that to the point where we're gonna fucking blow this shit up, bro.
That's fine. All right, we'll talk tomorrow on that one.
All right.
But man. But anyway, like I said, it's nice hearing everybody.
God bless you. What's up, big bro?
Yeah,
I'm alive.
All I gotta say is I pray to the same God that Jesus prayed to. That's it.
That is not true. That's a lie.
Jesus
was we're not gonna get into that.
Don't come when we get to a religious debate.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk about
what's
that
up,
later.
Prince B?
Yeah, I see you have a more positive view of Islam over Christianity. Why is that?
Because Christians enslaved us, so that's why I have more like a more.
Wait, so Muslims didn't enslave black people in Africa too?
I'm talking about my people.
Okay.
The Christian church enslaved my people using the
Bible.
Bible.
But some of your people were sold by Muslims.
Yeah, they were sold by Muslims as well.
That's true. But just like you have a choice, just like you have a choice to be more Jewish leaning, I have a right to be more Islamic and more Islamic leaning. They didn't enslave my people, so you know what I'm saying, they enforced my people to be Muslim. Christians
yes, they did in many ways. There was a whole wars in Africa under Islamic banners, so that's not true. And even when you talk about the houses, there was like different houses that were more quote unquote fundamentalists and Arab centered that warred against other Arabs. Even when you talk about
the Sokoto Caliphate with Usman Dan Fodio, who forced the houses to become Muslim. Well, the Muslims always try to discourage Jesus, but Jesus is confirmed to be God in their Quran.
Muslim actually see Jesus as a prophet.
So Jesus is confirmed to be God in their Quran. And they try to hide it.
Not every Christian believes
the Quran confirmed Jesus' birth. It was a ruler. It was a spirit that came from quote unquote Allah.
I never understood.
Jesus knows what you hide in your house. Jesus created a bird from the mud. You know,
Okay,
Jesus didn't die. Allah took him to heaven. He just
but
made it
Elvis,
look
let
like
me
he
ask you a
died.
question. Why do
All
you
of the
have
things
so?
that Jesus never sinned in the Quran.
Let me ask you
You
a
know,
question, Elvis. Why do you hate Muslims more than you hate Jews when Jews flat out
because
deny Jesus?
Muslim is a religion that said that you should if you conquer the Christians and the Jews, you should make them pay the jizya. If they're passing on one
No,
side of the
no,
road, you should
Elvis,
make them pass in the gutter.
El,
Have you read the
They
Elvis,
Talmud and
they
see
they, they
El,
say that they
Elvis.
should kill the Jews because the Jews are pigs.
I hear you,
And
Elvis.
Allah turned them into pig. All kind of crazy, hateful
But
shit
have
is in
you
that book.
Elvis? Have you read the Talmud and see what Jews think about Christians? Or you
Look,
don't care?
I'm telling you what the Quran says, right?
I
No,
can
no,
tell you
no.
what
About
I can tell you what
Elvis,
you want me to
where?
tell you what the
Show me.
Talmud said about Jesus
Yeah, yeah. Show him what
and
the
how
But
you
Talmud.
boil it,
they
you
never
boil it.
follow the text. That's why they got a bunch of prophets
Jews,
sent them because they were evil
Jews
people.
in their Talmud. They say Jesus is burning in shit and piss. Is that a
Well,
Yes.
verse?
Yeah, the
those
Talmud is
people.
not the Talmud is not the Torah, is it?
No,
No,
Talmud
but
is
Okay.
there's
the Talmud
rabbinic.
is
There's
Talmud
rabbinic,
is a
right? Just
French
like there's no
book. Not all Jews
oh,
adhere to the Talmud. You have to
Elvis. ninety
understand that.
percent of Jews are rabbinic
No,
Jews.
most Jews read the
Ninety
Torah. The
percent.
Talmud is like a cult. You
no.
know,
No,
it's a cultish book.
90% of Jews are
So
rabbinic Jews.
look, if you want to be a Muslim Jew hater, fine, be a Muslim Jew hater.
I'm not a
But
Muslim.
I'm
I'm
not
a
here
proud
kipping for the
Kafir.
Jews. I'm just telling you the Muslims that
Elvis,
Jesus is God in their book, and they
Elvis, I'm a
refuse to admit
proud
it.
No, he's
Kafir.
not.
I
Elvis,
practice
no, he's not.
voodoo. I practice all
Yeah,
He
African
is.
religion.
He literally
El,
is.
I'm a
Elvis. Let
Kufa.
me ask you this question, Elvis. What were the rules of war that Prophet Muhammad gave to the instructed his followers? What were the rules of law? Do you remember that?
I don't care about that.
Oh, but hold on, David Hick. Most
I
of them
know
that
I know one of the rules of law that he gave that you can do muta. When you go on the battlefront, you can hire a prostitute and pay them for a certain amount of time and do muta, which is prostitution, which was never abrogated by Muhammad. Only Omar tried to abrogate it in a hadith, and that's not valid because the Quran supersedes the hadiths. You know that. So
Elvis,
right now in Islam, prostitution is allowed. Is that allowed,
It's
David Hick?
not.
you just said the
No, it's
Hadith
not.
supersede the Quran,
It is. Muta
I'm
is
saying,
allowed.
oh, okay, and I'm saying the Talmud
Elvis,
supersede the
Elvis,
Torah.
Zawaj, a friend is allowed in Saudi Arabia, and they practice straight up muta in Iran in Shia
Elvis
Islam.
is no different. The Hadith supersede the Quran, and the Talmud
Hadith don't
supersede
sue. How would you
the
say the
Torah.
Hadith supersedes the Quran? Quran
Elvis,
is the word of Allah, right?
Elvis,
Hadith are the sayings of the Prophet. What are you
Elvis,
talking about?
are you safer here in America, or do you think you'd be safer in Saudi or Dubai? You and
I'm
your
safer
family.
here in America. I have the freedom of religion. I can speak against any religion freely in this country. I can do that in Saudi Arabia. What's wrong with you, man?
I know. I said no safer. I mean, meaning that are you worried about murder? Are you worried about getting robbed? You worried about any of that type of stuff? Do you think that you feel safe? Can you walk? Can you and your wife go and walk at 1 o'clock in the morning in New York City?
Yeah, if you're a Muslim, you can feel safer in Saudi Arabia and Dubai.
Of course you
But
will.
if you're
And
if you're a
and,
Christian, you
and
want to
if you're
practice your faith. And
and if you're a
Would
Christian,
you feel, Elvis? Would you
there
feel
are
safe
many
in Israel
churches.
right now?
There's many churches there's many churches in Saudi and in Dubai. They have Hindu temples in Dubai.
Elvis,
You
would
could
you
be
feel
whoever you
safe?
want.
Would you feel safe in Israel where they spit on Christians?
Yeah, exactly.
bro, am I in Israel right now?
I'm just saying, would you feel safe in
I'm
Israel?
talking about Christians. I'm a Christian. I'm not
Yeah,
a Jew.
But
and they
I
would
don't
Okay.
have
spit
beef
on
that's
with
you.
what
I don't
They
have
Jesus
beef
they would
with
taught.
spit on
anybody's
you.
religion or
Right.
whatnot.
I'm
I'm
a
just a
Christian.
Christian.
I don't care
Yeah, I'm
what
just a Christian.
I don't care what French Jewish groups does.
You
The
talking about
hadiths.
French Jews group when rabbinic
Listen,
Jews are the
the
largest?
Quran said that you should kill all the mushrikins. You should
No,
kill them.
no,
So does the
You should
you're
war
Talmud. The
against
wrong.
Talmud
them,
promotes killing
and
You're
Christians
wrong.
you should
and
conquer
Muslims.
them and make them pay the jizya. The jizya. If they
No,
refuse to convert, they
no,
should pay the jizya.
no, you're wrong. You're totally wrong.
Elvis is a Jew sympathizer. I
That
see.
you should conquer them and make them pay the jizya. Is that a lie?
No,
What is
Elvis
a
is a Jew
jizya? It's a
sympathizer.
tax on your life so that the Muslim don't kill you for not converting to
no,
Islam. Is that a lie?
no. What you're talking about is when you're living in Muslim land, and the Muslims you're living in Muslim land like you're living in Dubai. They are the Muslims in Dubai. The government is protecting your life, your property, and your family. They're protecting. So because
That's
of
a
that,
lie.
no,
The Muslim have to pay the
like
jizya too.
no, like in America, what are you paying in America?
No, no, don't try to equate it to that because the
No,
jizya is a special tax for non-Muslims.
yeah,
Do you agree with that?
Elvis.
but no,
Elvis, Jews tax for Christians too.
Hold on, Kwame. Hold on, bro. The jizya is a tax for non-Muslim, is it not?
Yes, the jizya.
Okay, then. So don't try to equate it to the tax that everybody pay in a country. That's not the same thing.
It was not a tax that was we're going to charge
Jews tax Christians and Muslims.
Bobby, be quiet, bro. We're having a conversation, man. You're not a Muslim, unless you want to profess you're a Muslim. Are you a Muslim?
I'm a proud kufa.
Okay, then.
He's a Muslim sympathizer.
You're a Muslim. You're not a Muslim.
In the end, Elvis, it's you do. I don't worship what you worship, and neither do you worship what I worship. I will not worship what you worship.
Allah, right?
And you will never worship what I worship. You never will. So
yeah, I know that's what they said, because the people was making fun of Muhammad, the Jews was making fun of him.
Allahu Akbar and hallelujah.
Unto you, your religion, and to me, my religion. That's it. That's
yeah,
it.
But I mean, you got to admit, bro, the guy never gave a prophecy. He said that God split the moon, and even in the Quran, the Quran said that God said He would never give any more prophecies.
You want me to tell you the four prophecies that Jesus
on their own religion, their own path, or whatnot? It's just no big deal, man. I'm like this.
Yeah, because they hate the Christians and they worshiping a false god, bro.
Luke 3:38. It says that
he worships a false god.
So it's proven in the book, bro.
Hey, Luke,
it's proven in the book.
Luke 3:38 says Adam is the son of God. So who is the son of God? It says Adam is the son of God. Luke 3:38.
Read it. Let me hear it.
No, you read it.
No. You're making it clear. It's the burden's on your proof.
What God did Jesus cry out for on the cross?
Hold on, David Hick. He referred to himself as son of man, not son. You know what I mean? So when Jesus referred to himself, you know what I mean. So
when did Jesus refer to himself as the son of God?
I'll put it in the chat.
But Jesus said you. That's what you idiots don't know. You claim to know about the Bible. What is the name? What does the name Yahweh mean?
Yahweh is the Father, the God.
What does the name mean?
I am who I am.
I don't know.
I am that I am. Jesus said before Abraham was, I am. What does that tell you?
But what
does that tell you? In John it says before, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word is God. Who is Jesus? He's the Word of God. It says that even in your Quran that He's the Word of God.
Stop
it. What are you talking about, man?
His father. The Lord's Prayer, he's praying to his Father, not himself. He taught his disciples.
The Word of God is the essence of God. What are you talking about?
In the name of Jesus. So you're not even following Jesus, bro.
Okay, does that make Abraham a God? Does that make Moses a God? That make David a God? Does that make
What are you talking about? Kwame, you are over the place, bro. I can't even have a conversation with you.
What I'm saying, those titles exist to David too. He was called the Son of God. Does that make him a God?
No, but he said he said it's written that they all are gods. Remember when they try to circle him and capture him, and he said it was already written. So he's not saying anything outside the text. These are certain texts that you may not know of, but it's already written that we are gods.
Jesus said
and he always referred to his Father.
He said somebody asked him how does the Father look? One of the disciples, he said, have you not seen me this whole time in front of you? He's confirming that he's God in front of him. So when Muslims said Jesus never claimed to be God, worship me. He did claim to be God.
Hold on. Elvis, every time they try to hold him to those words, he always refer back to the Father. Why did he always do that?
Yes.
Be specific.
When they try to hold him on, you said that we are gods. He said, no, isn't it written that we all are gods? Therefore, he's trying to show
all children of God. All children of God, not all gods. They never said it. They said we're all children of God.
Say, my God, why have you forsaken me?
Okay, bring up the verse. What's the verse? Read it. Let's hear
it. I'm doing something in the background, but I know about
Elvis. I sent you a link in the private chat, so please click on that and tell me what you think of that one. No, I'll give you your scripture.
My gods are the origin.
I will give you your scripture.
But David Hicks, you don't think it's blasphemy for him to call himself the last prophet? Who ordained him as the last prophet?
One thing. Okay, no. Do I think it's what he would? Muhammad is just a man. That's it. When you visit his grave in Medina, when we all visit his grave, you walk right past it.
Not true. The Quran said Muhammad is the best of mankind. He's not just a man. That's what the Quran said, and he's not the best of mankind.
Jesus was the best of mankind too. All of the prophets were the best.
No, that's not what it says in the Quran.
Well, in the Quran, maybe not in the Quran, but in the Quran, Jesus is in the Quran, and there's a chapter on Mary. In your Bible, they don't even.
And they got it wrong in the Quran too. Who's the father of Mary in the Quran?
Who's the father of Mary?
Elvis, I can tell you don't know about Eastern Christianity.
Wait, were you there? What
Because the Bible came before your Quran.
That's
Okay,
true.
but
That's
who
true.
wrote it?
Okay, so if Muhammad is taking his information from the Bible, because he said that he confirmed what is with the Ali Kitab, what is with the people of the book. He confirmed it. Did
And
he not confirm it?
Elvis,
And
how many authors?
He's
How many?
talking about
Let me
scripts.
ask you,
He's talking
Elvis,
about books that's not in
what
your
he
Bible?
got it wrong.
What Bible are you reading, Elvis? Tell me which Bible you're
Elvis.
He
reading.
The
didn't even he
Bible
didn't
you
even
read
know that
from
Aaron was
is
not the
from a
brother of.
different. If it's a different
Elvis,
canon.
tell me what.
Kwame, be quiet, bro. You're not a Muslim. I'm not talking to you about this conversation unless you want to
He a
profess that you're
jailhouse
Muslim.
Muslim,
Hey,
Elvis.
Yeah.
He a
Elvis,
jailhouse Muslim.
I just gave you a link in your Bible about Adam that says Adam is the son of God in your Bible. Can you please look at that link? Because we got plenty of more scripture. Because at 81 times in the Gospels, Jesus says, "I am the Son of Man." 80 plus times he refers to himself as the Son of Man. When he's on the cross, I'm going to my Father, your God, my God, your God, my God. Why would he say, "I'm going to my Father, your Father, my God, your God," if he was God?
Exactly.
Okay.
Even in the Lord's Prayer, he's saying, "Our Father which art in heaven." He's
Yes.
not talking about himself.
Yeah, he could have said, "Me in heaven, hallowed be my name, my kingdom come, my will be done." But he said,
And that's
"Our
how he taught his
Father."
disciples how to pray.
Yes,
Yeah, because he manifested in the flesh. He's not in his true essence. A son of God, a son of man doesn't mean that your father is a man. We all know. Even the Quran told you that God, Jesus, doesn't have a manly father. Does it not say that in the Quran? Are you contradicting your Quran?
but no, I'm not. No,
Is he not a spirit protruding from so-called Allah? Is he not a spirit protruding from Allah?
What
in
you
the
mean so
Quran,
called
Adam
Allah?
is Adam.
Because I don't believe in Allah. He's a false god. He's a moon god.
So,
Oh, come
You,
so,
on.
you do
so let,
know Jesus was crying out for Allah on the cross.
yes, of
Liar.
course he was.
Nah, that's not even
You
what it
lie.
means.
If you
He
if
wasn't
you know
crying
anything
out.
about
Yes,
Aramaic, it's the same word.
Yeah,
yes.
no.
God in Aramaic is Allah.
No, it's not, you idiot. Allah is a moon god. Go right now. Anybody that's
Yeah,
listening
that's
to
the
this,
Middle
listen,
Eastern. Yeah.
listening,
What's the word
listening,
God in
listen to
Aramaic?
me right now. Anybody that's listening on this live, go right now on Google and type in the Egyptian moon god. The
Okay,
Egyptian moon god
That
name is
no
La.
no no no.
The
Go to
Egyptian
Google and
moon
type in
god
God in
name is La.
Aramaic.
Muhammad got his religion from the Sabians.
No,
The
he
okay.
Sabians
didn't.
who are fire worshippers.
Muhammad got his.
He got
But
his.
isn't Yahweh also from that pantheon?
You're
Isn't
totally wrong.
Yahweh?
You're totally
Not
wrong.
true.
Yeah. The
Not
Shashua
true.
So
Yahweh. The
wrong.
Shashua
Because they used to
Yahweh.
worship many gods. He
Not
did the
true.
thing where he
The
selected one
Kaaba
god.
had many gods in there, and
Exactly.
Muhammad put them all together and made them one
Yahweh.
and said it was
No, no, no.
Tawheed.
If you read
It's
the
still
Bible,
That's what
it
he
says
did.
Yahweh come from
Elvis. You
Teman,
don't even know what you're
Yemen.
talking about.
I know what I'm
Yahweh
talking
comes
about.
from
You don't know
Yemen.
because they lied to you, David.
No, I know
Tawheed
the Bible.
means unification. That's
I
what
know the
Tawheed
Bible.
means. He
I just
unified the gods.
Elvis, I
He
just
even
sent you a
prostrated
link.
to
Hey,
Allah,
Elvis,
Manat, and Ahuzah, the three queens of daughters of Allah. He prostrated to those pagan gods.
But that's who
and
he
you know
grew up
something,
praising,
Elvis?
though. That's who he
From
grew up
Egypt,
praising.
there's all.
Exactly, Christian Prince. So he incorporated it in Islam. That's the thing. It's a pagan religion,
I
bro.
think he
We know
rejected
this.
them. That's for one
Absolutely
God.
not.
Yahweh is a Yemenese god. If you read the Bible, it says Yahweh was first mentioned in
Kwame,
Teman.
I can't even listen. I can't take anything serious you're saying.
You
You're
read
not
the
a ascribe.
Bible.
You don't
So,
ascribe to any religion, so you're not in this conversation unless you tell us the religion that you practice.
Elvis, connected back to the conversation. So you also believe that Christianity did more for the African American community than Islam, while some of the original people that were able to read in the African American community were
Was
Islamic.
Muslims. Yep.
Exactly.
Bro,
So
Christianity
can you
is a
connect it?
personal faith with your God. It's not a religion that's based on any specific group of people. It's a personal faith with your God.
My people God was in
No, but they were.
Yame. The people that came to Jamaica was Ashanti Akan people. So my God is in Yame.
What
Okay,
whatever you say, what is the name? Kwame. Fine.
okay, but I'm saying, but what do you feel like you kind of like minimize? Because I saw you in agreement with Kala when Kala was saying that the black church did more for the black community than Islam, than the Nation of Islam, etc. But some of the original readers and scholars were of Islamic or like nations and regions, the readers and stuff
What
like
are you
that.
talking about? Who read us? What do you
But
mean?
In the African American culture, there's
most of the
certain
slaves
people
that
that
could read and write was Islamic
Yeah, what
that
is that
came
got
to
to do with it?
America.
and some of the original preachers as well. So what like are
Are you a
you
Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
no. I'm pro more so Christian and African tradition, but I do understand that all these religions played a part in the freedom, especially when we creolize it with our traditions. So I'm trying to understand your perspective because you agreed with Kala when he said that Islam didn't do as much for the black collective.
Wait, Prince of Peace, you
Look,
saying
I'm not.
Christianity?
Look, I'm not. I'm
You
not
saying the
talking
Catholic
about
Church did more
what
for
any
Haiti
religion
than
did for
voodoo?
whatever group. I'm talking about the truth in the religion itself. I'm not talking about what they
Prince
did and
of
what they
Peace,
didn't
tell
do.
me you're not saying that the Catholic Church did more for Haiti than voodoo.
I never said that, but I'm saying both of them. Like I believe to a certain degree that Jesus' message was a reminder to the masses of the world, especially black people, because in
I'm
ancient
not.
writings,
I'm never gonna forget Bookman. Bookman came from Senegambia and he was a Muslim. That's why we
that's
call him
true.
Bookman.
That's true. But I'm trying to say at the end of the day, we fall into slavery because we started fighting one another. There's like an old African proverb that says,
I would have.
when two brothers fight, a stranger inherits the land." Right.
I'm
So when Jesus come through and remind us to respect and honor our neighbors and respect
what
our
we need
brothers,
Jesus
etc.
for. He say he came for the lost sheep of Israel. We not from Israel. That's what
I'm
Jesus
not
said. He
Israel.
came to
I never
save.
claimed to be Israelite, but I'm saying his message was necessary at the
Mhm.
time which we received it.
I'm
For
So
sorry.
who?
whether you talk about
I'm
His
sorry to
Christology,
message was
interrupt.
necessary for
go ahead,
Israel,
bro.
not Africans. That's what his message
Hold
for.
on,
No,
I'm
but hold
sorry
on,
to interrupt. Where is this?
Hold on. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
No
Oh,
lost
no, no.
sheep, no lost tribe
I'm
of
going.
Israel went to Africa. They all went to Asia and Europe. Jesus'
I'm not
message
an
was for the.
Israelite, brother. I'm an
Oh,
African descendant man. I'm just saying that that word, that message was necessary because it was a time in which brother was selling brother or neighbor was selling neighbor, and we forgot the traditions in the ancient teachings and the ancient proverbs that says when two brothers fight, a stranger inherits the land. And that's why I look at Jesus with great regard. You see what I'm saying?
and you know what's crazy? Two brothers is fighting over Islam and Christianity, while the Jews, the Arabs, and the Europeans steal our land. So maybe we.
I would say that I think a lot of us have come in full circle, and we're fusing both the traditions and history with those texts. So it's more sensible. But I don't see a problem with somebody claiming to be Islamic
I
as
honestly
long as
don't.
they're not like
In the
Massa
twenty
Musa.
first, in the 21st century, I don't think the Christian God or the Muslim God have done any Africans any justice.
They
And
Once
have.
again, I think you're missing. I think you're misinterpreting. Like, gentlemen, we are in the. We are a dot on. If you ever look at, I would say, go to NASA and look at the picture of Earth from Mars. We're just a dot, gentlemen. We are made up of atoms. You cannot find anywhere in our scientific knowledge right now where non-matter becomes living. Non-living things become living. This universe that we have right now is so vast, it is incredible. And our
Tell them,
design, we are made up of about 4 trillion cells. How do you think we came
God,
together out
I agree
of
with you.
nothing?
I agree with you.
Science,
that's
science.
God
It's
work, man.
Science
the
work.
chances of that is like 4 trillion quadrillion to the power of whatever it is. This is too perfect. And even in our
I agree with you.
Prince of
yeah,
Peace.
even in
I
our
agree.
DNA, our DNA in our bodies is made up of 3 billion letters. Okay,
Tell them.
those three, and if those three, how did those 3 billion just come together out of just whatever, just it
Hey,
just was sloshing around?
they science working amazing
Science can't
amazing
explain that, brother.
ways.
Science
Yeah,
can't explain that.
No,
No, it can't.
and in
science can
Islam,
explain
Allah
everything in
says
the
in the
known universe.
No, it can't.
Allah says in the Quran, learn a question, learn about your universe, learn about it. Because the more and
Amen.
more you learn of how incredible this universe is,
I
the
say,
more you have to come to the conclusion there's got to be God. That has to be. It's too perfect.
how they gotta be God? Can we prove God?
Brother, can you prove yourself? Can you prove that you exist?
Yeah, we could prove it through
So what?
atoms.
Kwame,
Yes.
let me ask you a
Could
question,
do.
Kwame.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Of course.
No, evolution.
I,
Our evolution.
Evolution is a fact. We could see. We
no,
could
no.
see
I
Darwinism.
believe in evolution. I don't believe in the theory of evolution though.
I believe in evolution over creation because
That
we
we
could
came from a
see.
single cell organism that turned in
Yes,
the
that
water and then
developed.
turned into all these different animals and split off
Yes,
into different groups. That's
we could
yeah.
see that we could see evolution. We could see the whales go from land animals to
Well,
water.
show me
Really?
where you seen
Where
that
the
at.
whales are turning into land animals?
No,
Where you
you're
see that
Whales
at?
still have
not going to see
feet.
that.
You could see it. Like it's not.
They still have what?
Whales have blowholes. Whales have legs that that turn into fins. So
Science
we
can
could
Oh, I
see,
mean,
explain
are you out
why
of your
there's a
mind? What is the
way that
leg
makes
what is the
sense.
leg that will have that you can see?
brother. Brother, you could look online and you could see the biology of a whale, and you could
Yeah,
see
put
how
And
they
that
what
turn
blunt
from
down,
being
bro.
okay,
Put that
animals.
blunt down, bro. Put the
Huh?
blunt
in
Will
down.
order
have legs. It has
in order
imaginary
All
legs.
right.
Like I
in
said, I
order to
believe in I
Yeah.
believe in
On the
evolution, but I
your
feel like
okay,
ethereal
in
I
plane.
order
believe in evolution, but I don't feel like we can change that much. Humans have always been humans.
in order to believe in
Yeah,
evolution,
evolution is just in my mind. It's not even disproving God. It's just adaptation. You adapt to your
Exactly.
environment. We as
You
human beings,
No,
adapt to
we,
no,
your
we
no.
environment.
Religious people believe in a theory of
nah. It doesn't
creation.
disprove God. It's just about
It doesn't. It
No,
doesn't.
it
adaptation of
doesn't.
both human and animals.
So do you believe that primates evolved into to humans that we are today?
No,
No, no,
You don't.
no.
no.
So
And I
so
feel
when
like the
they
theory of
so
evolution
when
is
they show
We've
racist
you
been
as well.
around
so
for
this
millions of years. We haven't seen another primate that's evolving to humans and started talking and doing all the
Exactly.
things
Kwame is
that we
that
I mean
do.
primate.
you're talking
Kwame,
about
are
millions
you
of
that
years of
are you the
evolution.
primate that you speaking?
Huh?
Are you the primate that have you witnessed this in action?
We can see at Atrocopithecus and all the different primates that we evolved from and to turn into what
No,
we
but I'm
are,
talking about in
Homo
modern
Show
day.
sapiens.
where.
They're saying evolution is continuous.
Does
Where is
those
this
primates
Yeah,
exist
continuous
today, Kwame?
modern primate
huh?
turning into a human?
Does those primates exist today?
Uh
Monkeys are our closest relatives, right? Why
no
haven't they
no no
evolved
no
over
no
the
no
millions
no
of
no
millions
no
of
no
years?
no no. Apes are our
Why
closest
do we
relatives.
Yeah,
still have
apes.
crocodiles if they've
Why
been
haven't
millions of
they
years
evolved
old?
even a step that they can even talk or make some tangible evolution that we can see to say, okay, yeah.
Well, some would say chimpanzees in the Stone Age. They creating
In our
squares and
Stone Age, we had the
different
power of speech, Kwame. We could speak in our Stone Age. We could light fire. Primates
yeah.
ain't no damn Stone Age. They ain't doing none of that shit.
So primates isn't using different sticks to fish and
Are they
create
are they are
fire.
they making fire? Are they making fire?
Not necessarily, but they
Okay.
evolving.
Do they have the power of speech?
No.
Okay. All right.
That's
The
another thing, right? Like the whole point of evolution is to improve on the design, right?
Hold up. Remember in that movie Planet of the Apes, regular the Rise of Planet of the Apes? Remember that he goes, "You're ape." He spoke. That part of the season said,
but
"No."
remember this,
Well,
guys.
what I want to understand is why did we evolve
We
and the other primates didn't?
once again
Very-
that once again that is from God Himself. Why did He pick us to be like that? We are that unique, and even in the design of us, like I said, science has not proven or shown anywhere where you can take.
science did more for humanity than God than the Bible
I
and the
can give
Quran
you,
did.
okay, gentlemen, we are made up of oxygen, hydrogen, we're made up
Kwame's a
of
heathen.
nitrogen, calcium, and we're made up of about 6 or 7 elements. I'll put those 6 or 7 elements in front of you right now and say, okay, create a human being out of that. And we've never observed anywhere that a elements all of a sudden becoming biological or living
Except for the
entities.
Frankenstein.
Exactly.
We haven't
If
seen it. We have
exactly like
never observed it. And
that would
even
mean
the
that our
cell,
church, I mean not a church, but that would mean like the solar system and all the planets just got here by chance.
yeah, yeah. And another thing too, like the single, okay, we came from that single cell. That means that there was single cell, 2 cell, 3 cell, 4. There are no 2 cell, 3 or 4 or 5 cell biological creatures anywhere. You cannot find a 2 cell biological creature floating around. A 3 cell, a 4 cell, or a 5 cell. It goes from 1 to thousands or millions or trillions. Like for us, we are made up of 4 trillion cells. So it goes, atoms. So there's no, so you have that single cell amoeba or whatever you want to call it. There's no double cell amoeba, triple cell amoeba. There's none of that's, there's no 2, 3, 4, 5 stages in there. It goes from 1 to jumps all the way up to whatever we are. And that's a fact from science itself.
And
A lot of
another thing I learned that
Yeah,
sorry.
Dave, you're trying to minimize 4 billion plus years into
But
like it
Kwame,
don't
let me
work
ask you a
like that.
quick question. What is a theory in science?
What you mean?
Like what is a theory in science? What is it like? What does a theory mean in science?
Well, you have two is well if you're talking about a scientific theory and a regular theory, that's two different things. A
A scientific
scientific
theory.
a scientific theory is something we could test and it could be proven over and over and over and over again. A theory is just like random facts or things like that. But a scientific theory is different from a regular theory. The Big Bang is a scientific theory. That means that's something we could see and be proven over and over and over again. And we could run tests on it over and over and over again. Just like the theory of relativity or any other scientific theory. It's something
A,
that could be proven.
isn't a theory, from what I understand, a theory is just used to explain facts, right?
In some level, but it's just two type of theories: a
No,
scientific
that's
theory
a
and then
that's a method.
Oh, okay.
Scientific method is used. It's a standardized way to prove facts, the variations, hypotheses, and all those different things. But no, I agree with Kwame on that point. A scientific theory is different than a regular theory. Just say, "Oh, I have a theory." It's like an assumption but a scientific theory is something that has been tried and tested and is given. The reason it's a theory is because it's there. You know, it has to have a long time and then it becomes a law. There are certain scientific laws that move from theory into law, but usually it's there until it
It
can be
has to be
proven
proven. It
wrong.
has to be proven beyond a reason, any sort of doubt whatsoever.
Well,
Before
let me address the brother about the evolution, about the he was talking about like the chimpanzees and why the humans evolve and then why the chimpanzees not, even though we're 99% similar. From my research is that chimpanzees, they live in a forest, and I guess at some point the forest became overcrowded with these chimpanzees. So a lot of them, so certain of them, had to migrate north, like out of like Central Africa to what is today like East Africa, like Ethiopia, Kenya, and stuff like that, where there's less forest, but there's more. I guess you could say like there's more plains, so they kind of had to evolve. They had to evolve to be able to be bipedal, so they could chase animals for long distance.
Bipedal.
Yeah, bipedal, and chase
Bipedal.
animals for
Bipedal,
so
bro.
they could chase animals for long distances and then be able to tire them out and hunt them. Like that's why we're bipedal.
Okay, bro. Ain't nobody a pedo, bro.
So that we could chase animals, so that we could chase prey.
Somebody might got an echo, man.
that's a dumb.
You gotta go back out and come back in, bro. I mean, I want to engage with David Hit, right, with this whole Afghanistan. I hear you talking about, you know, you're gonna go there and take the land, this and that, and that's fine. I get it. You have that mind view.
I'm not
We,
going to
we we
yeah,
spoke like months
yeah,
ago, right? 4 or 5
yeah,
months ago when you first came on the platform,
yeah.
and I asked you about what tangible steps are you taking to engage the continent about getting this land, this Afghanistan. I know Kyle's doing his part, but
Yeah,
why
yeah.
aren't
I
you
mean,
guys doing any tangible thing to get the actual land?
well, I mean, no, there's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of planning and there's a lot of, I mean, to tell you, I mean, you got to put it this way. There's a lot of the website, the planning. I just finished up a book and I'm going to be writing the book or putting the book together of the nation building itself. I'm going to have that book outlined. And so I've got to get that done. So it's in the process of what I'm doing personally. In the
How
end, we
can
want
you
to
how
have
can you write a book about something that you haven't done yet? You don't have the
no,
hands-on
no.
experience, and you're writing a book about
Well,
it.
people didn't go
It's
to
the
the moon.
plan. It's the plan to make it happen. Remember, when you are dismissive towards me, that was the same thing that they said to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. Throughout
Yep.
history, many people, if this is not for you, if African American nation building is not for you, are you an African American or where are you originally from?
I'm from Liberia. I'm not African American.
Okay, so you couldn't be a citizen in the nation. You wouldn't.
I
don't
bro,
define
I
you as
want you to have a nation, and I want to not be a citizen in the nation. That's fine. I'm
no.
not here to tell you that I want to be a part of
You
it.
would not you wouldn't qualify to be a nation, a citizen anyway. You don't.
Yeah. I have my own nation.
Yeah,
I get it, but
you
I'm
do.
saying,
I mean,
well,
Dave, you'll
why
probably
aren't you
have to.
guys taking tangible steps to make this happen?
No, we are taking tangible steps, and I think that in the future you're going to see the greatest tangible step initially is when we have the Constitutional Convention, when we invite African Americans to come, and then we will then review the proposed Constitution, and whoever is there, whoever wants to come, once they sign that document, that will legitimize. We will then have created our government, just like how you've heard about Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And so in that room, people said, okay, let's sign on this document, and boom, we're a nation.
Dave,
Just
so
like
you're trying to create an ethno state like Israel, basically.
no. Well, it's not going to be an ethno state. We're not looking at it. African American citizens. We are Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, atheist. We're everything. We're light. We're dark. We're this and that. If you are the descendant,
I said ethno state, not a religious state.
If you are a descendant of a slave born in America, then you can be a citizen of that country.
We hear all the theories, but how do you start it? That's the point. Like, look, the Zionists had a means to start their nation. They knew where to go, how to negotiate.
Yes, and they started a government. And the first thing you have to do is get a bunch of people together. And all they had was 54 people on there when they created the Israeli government.
There was already Jews living in Palestine.
Hold up, everybody. No. Look, I got somebody named Elijah want to come up. Before you come on here, you're a new person. You have to cam up in the back chat. If you can't do that, I can't let you up.
Okay, cam up.
You have to cam up. Okay, I don't see you.
Yeah.
A little bit more, down a little bit more, down a little bit more, down a little more. Okay, he's a Negro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'll let him up. Yeah, don't disappoint me, bro. All right, man. Hold up, Elijah? What's on your mind? Excuse me, everybody. What's on your mind? New guest, welcome to the platform.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, no, I like what y'all were talking about scientifically, so I decided to jump on and contribute.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I just heard the last 5 minutes, and y'all talking about theories and whatnot, what have you. Okay. A theory is an unproven idea. A law is something that always works. And what separates us from the chimps is that the chimps don't have a brain. The brain is what lets us evolve as human beings. Because
they have a brain, but they don't have a mind.
Right.
And that brain and mind is two different things. They don't have a mind. They have a brain.
Right. Yeah, a brain.
How a chimpanzee don't have a mind, Colin?
A mind, you see, you gotta say something like they always say a mind's a terrible thing.
A brain is physical, a mind is not.
A mind is something like your spirit, What you are. Look,
we can't
your subconscious.
Hold on.
We can't prove a spirit.
Hold. Let me say this. What David Hitch says and I say and whatnot, that comes from the reason why we think alike is because we have a certain mind, right? A person has a mind. Like, let me give you an example. It's no offense to anybody. A Jamaican has a collective mind, right? A Liberian has a collective mind. I can never change that, That's their thing. I don't expect Elvis to think like David Hitt and I, because he don't have our experience. That makes us unique in humanity. That's a mind,
right.
So, right. So everybody has a brain, but the mind is how you're programmed, The thing, right. Individually, only humans can do that. Animals or act on instinct.
Can you prove a mind exists?
Yeah, I have a mind. You know what I'm saying? I have a mind.
Yeah, you have your mind. The sequence of thoughts is within your mind.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
The sequence is in your brain. I think you're using brain and mind.
Hold on. I crafted this whole colonization nation thing, right? This is my imagination. This is my mind. It's something unique to me. I could only do this, I can only have the vision. That's like I said, when we talk about nation building in Africa and also like that, my mind and my vision is different from David Hitt's. But we all have the same. We both have the same goal. But we have
the same goal. We have the same goal, but the direction. Yeah, that we want. The bottom line is, I want Kayla to be with me, and I want to be with. I mean, we want to make this happen. and
we
will.
I want to see. I want to see what's the method that you're gonna use to create a ethno state as you.
Well, I wish you would ask me that question. Every night.
You have no problem with the Japanese having Japan for themselves. You have no problem with Chinese having China, Jamaicans having a country called Jamaica for themselves. You don't have a problem with that. Or Haitians, you don't have a problem with Haitians having a country called Haiti.
That everybody thinks, and like I said, I get it. Black America is.
I never said I had a problem. I never said I had a problem.
Black America is the main event.
What would be the methodology?
But I'm saying this. Hold up, Kwame. What I am not going to have is people making us feel guilty if black people from America say, you know something, we fought for everybody. We fought for civil rights. Everybody benefited from our pain, suffering, and everything. It is time, right, to carve out an existence on this planet, in this universe, for our own people to be able to become a. It's time for us to become a people, become a nation.
Amen.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, I don't care how nobody likes it, right?
Yeah.
People are not going to like it. Jews said the same thing. Like 80 years ago, said, "Look, we're tired of running. We're tired of hiding. Whatnot. We want our own sanctuary somewhere," and they made it happen. So I think we
want a separate homeland or territory that we can plant our flag and call our own.
Exactly. And this is growing.
I'm not being Elijah,
but this idea is growing among black people in America.
Kyle, I'm not being pessimistic about the thought. I'm just asking the methodology.
Let me say this, right? First of all, the first thing you have to say is the mind, right? If you got millions of people saying it'll materialize, right? You have to have the mind. But you can't have black people sitting here talking about I'm Cherokee Indian, I'm fucking all this stuff like this. I'm original American. Slavery never happened. I have nothing to do with Africa. So the mind, right, is the first thing. Once we have people in the mind, and then your spirit, right, and your soul, right. You guys, the masses, are gonna be the soul, right. The last part before it gives birth is the body. The land is the body. Spirit, soul, and body. That's a nation state. The land.
You plan on working with the UN with this, or?
Well, hold on. First of all, first thing we're gonna do is this. We look at the situation, right? Every last single person on this planet, every institution, every high-level government has turned its back on Black America. Because no one wants to look. This is how it works. America tells the whole idea of the UN is you don't meddle in another country's internal affairs. That's a part of the UN. They said that when onslaught, right? That gave the United States the cover to do what the hell they want to do inside their borders. That's why they can a state police can blow your brains out, right? Like Betty Shelby and Stanley Crutcher, right? She gets off with it. A man defends himself in Iraq or Afghanistan, he's put on trial. He got to go to the Geneva Convention, all stuff like this. He got to go through all this. A soldier fighting for this country is not protected like a police officer in the street in America. Police officer will say, okay, good job, officer. A soldier has to justify everything, even him. Remember that guy, Alan West, David? You remember him?
Yeah, sure.
You remember that? He put a gun to an Iraqi head that was a terrorist, right? They want to hang him for that, just putting a gun to his head, making the guy tell him the word like that, and like this. So in other words, basically, inside of America, you have no rights. But when you're overseas in your own soil, the countries got to obey certain rules. You see what I mean? Now, one of the rules is all these countries say, something, we don't care about what happens to Black people in America. We don't care how they're mistreated, whatever like that, because it's not our internal affairs. So when you say the UN, none of these people never give a damn about us, right? And the bottom line, they have no say-so over our desire to have a land of our own. We're going to take it.
Let me add this too. The UN also, what we would never recognize. We're never going to go and go bow down to the UN and say, well, we want to join you. If you want us to join you, then you have to fundamentally change the structure of the United Nations itself. Because under the UN, since I've been alive, I've witnessed the genocide in Rwanda. I've witnessed the genocide that is happening here in Israel. So these people, the United Nations,
why would
we want to join something? Why would we want to join an organization that allowed and sat back and watched millions of Black people and other people from all over the world get killed in genocide.
The Khmer Rouge,
but if you plan,
the Kurds still don't have a homeland. They're displaced or whatnot. Where the fuck is the UN?
No, we're not going to listen to
them. Please don't tell me about the damn UN. We don't give a damn about nobody. That's one thing I love about David Hill. We don't give a damn. You know, we don't give a damn.
Kyla, regarding the Kurds want to carve out a homeland in 3
It doesn't matter. The UN brought it before the Security Council.
That's on that. Look, that's their issue. The Kurds, that is their issue. Good for them, or whatever they got to do. We intend to be in a completely neutral nation. We're neutral. We'll do what we need to do for ourselves. We need to focus first on ourselves and do not get in our way. And we're not going to be the nation for that. We have to be open for everybody. We need to take care of our black asses first. Plain and simple. We're not there to save. We're not there to save all of the black world. We're not there to save the black world. We need to save.
Kyla, what's the acronym you use? Logic, reasoning. What's the
acronym? Hold up. Look. It's LARP means what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. I said that as a counterbalance to seeking reparations. Reparations is not logical, it's not achievable, it's not reasonable, practical. Building a nation is. Why? Because the only thing standing in our way is black people. You know, the only thing like this, black people, not just here, but also in Africa. We get African fighters. Where are you gonna build this nation? We don't have no land. 99% of the continent is unoccupied. Land they can't develop.
How are you going to say sovereign nation isn't occupied when these are sovereign
nations? Who declares who's sovereign? You know, just because you're a sovereign nation, don't mean that territory belongs to you. You know,
wow, amazing. That's not logical.
Kyla, you sound like a colonizer, and I don't know how that's going to work without military intervention.
How can I colonize what's already mine? You know,
exactly.
But you're talking about sovereign nations.
Hold up. First of all, just like you need to listen to this person, man, because I'm starting to realize that you're not a freaking real black nationalist. You know, this is what it is, right? Just like I say, America, right? We were not at the Declaration of Independence, right? We didn't ask to join that. We were never there. We were not signing at the Constitution. We were not like this. All this stuff was done in place. So African independence, right? Except for Liberia, it was done without us. So no consideration for us. So you left out a major portion of the world population that belongs to Africa, right? So you carve up countries that are illegitimate to me. I don't recognize none of these borders, you know? Because they were created without our
and when were those borders created? In the 1800s. They were created
by the Europeans, you know.
But hold on. Can I say something real quick to both you guys? Because you guys are you calling out reparations as illogical, but you guys are being illogical because
I'm saying hold on. Look, reparations is logical if we had a nation and we had power, you know. You can only have reparations when you can force it, you know. But sitting back thinking that white folks are gonna look at Negroes in America, right, with $35 trillion debt, right, and say they're gonna add another $30 trillion on there, and you're gonna get a definite veto from Trump, 2/3 of both houses of Congress, and then actually take on the Supreme Court. As challenge the Supreme Court that you're gonna, and then when it's all said and done, do you think they're ever gonna hand you out every black person like $1 million paycheck for slavery? No.
Well, is
it law to think that you're gonna take over a
look, first of all, hold on. Look, the black people in America do not have any political power. You're a hated minority group here. So in other words, what you're doing is that when you say that's possible, what you're basically saying is white people love us enough so if white people love us that much to give reparations, why would I need a nation? I'll say, okay, well, forget about nation because white people are gonna give us reparations. I know that's never gonna happen. So we gotta build a nation ourselves and take it, you know. So
can I finish my point?
The key to reparations is if you study reparations, whether it be Japanese internment camps, Germans interned during World War II, they have a common theme. The common theme is they have a separate independent nation come from, like the brother said. They have, which gives them self-sovereignty. But number two, and the main point is, reparations can only be given after a clearly defined injustice has happened to that group of people. Injustice has not stopped happening to us. Slavery has never ended. If you look at the proof of slavery not ending is the Dred Scott decision of the Supreme Court. Exactly. We're still oppressed, suppressed, compressed, repressed, and oppressed. So
hold on. How so?
Let me finish this point. The war against us is still going on. Nobody.
The 14th Amendment trumped the Dred Scott decision.
No, it did not overturn Dred Scott. Let me say this, right? You know why? Because the Dred Scott, Justin, what's his name? I forgot Blackburn. I forgot his name, right? The Supreme Court justice said the decision. He said, "No black man. The black man has no right that no
white man is obligated to respect any claim of any black man."
That was his verbiage. He spelled out the fact that the African will never be a citizen of this founding of the republic, will never be a citizen of this country, never like that. The 14th Amendment did not turn that over. It did not say the Africans that were born here. It just said 3/5 of all the persons. That left a loophole by which southern states say, well, they didn't really overturn the Dred Scott saying the African race was like this. So they said, okay, we're going to say that to cover ourselves that they're citizens, but we're going to make sure they segregated us and made us worse than our situation was even worse than if we weren't even citizens at all. You know, that segregation, Jim Crow. You know, so that's how
what black man is stateless. What black man is stateless in America, Colin?
No, I'm not saying. Well, hold up. I'm saying like this. In modern times, right? We carry the U.S. passport. I get that, you know. But what I'm saying is this, though. That does not mean, right? See, you gotta understand something.
Hold on, Elijah. You got mad wind in the back. Just mute for a second.
Okay. Hold on.
But check us out. Let me say this. The whole thing is this. There's always going to be a desire, right? Because I know it's fueled by the anger and hatred Black America has that I'm trying to harness, you know? There's always going to be this desire for Black people saying, I wonder what it's like to call the shots, to be the one in power, to be the majority, right? No group of people wants to stay a minority forever, you know? It's not happening, you know? Look, back in the days when Rome used to colonize people came to Rome as slaves, and they got their freedom, they were able to assimilate. The difference between us and them is those people were the same race, right? Black people, our race prevents us from being assimilated. There should be no Black community. We should all be Americans, right? But because we have a Black community that they hate so much, right, is because we're stuck in a country that that it can't assimilate, even if they wanted to. Because assimilation fully in America means race mixing. And
Are you serious? You guys sidestep
in America means race mixing. You know, there's not supposed to be no. Well, look, you principally, you Haitians live in slums in Brooklyn, right? The bottom line is there should be no freaking slums in America, you know?
No, what makes a place of slums, bro?
Because you would have a whole bunch of people that are disenfranchised and whatnot. There's a slum, you know.
In New York, some of these people making 100,000, 50,000.
It doesn't matter. They live disenfranchised. You know?
There's plenty of Haitians that live.
Come on, man. You're not making
Queens.
Oh yeah, whatever. I know. I'm talking about the people for the most part. Black people. They live in their own communities, and whatnot. We understand that, right?
Hold on, but who's supposed to fix up the Black community if it's not the leaders?
Hold up. You cannot basically sustain that forever. You know, stay that forever. Pretty soon, you got to join the American society. You know,
I want to.
They already joined it. They're working.
Black people have not joined the American society. Kwame, you said yourself that all you guys got is red, black, and green Jamaican flags all over the place in your community, right? You're not assimilating into American society. You cannot have.
Where they work at, man? Where they work at, Colin?
Your principal. You go to your area. You got Haitian flags, right? You guys need to go to Haiti, claim your land, and build your country back up.
Colin, Donald Trump is a German. The German president came a couple weeks ago.
Hold on.
Can I finish my point?
American. He's assimilated white American.
Come on, man. Can I finish my point?
That's why, this is what I said. You black immigrants make it hard for us, right? Because you come over here being more fucking American than we are. That's what you guys.
No, the hell I'm not. I'm trying to say you are American. You telling me not. I'm saying you have
Yeah,
stake in Africa.
I'm
You
definitely
telling me
an
not.
American.
You
I'm
open the
definitely
show.
an American.
You open the show talking about how you assimilated to the white culture.
Hey, yo, Steve, you
And you
are
don't eat with your
honorary
hands.
Jamaican, you heard?
And we do all the fucking
I'm honorary Jamaican. But no, Colin, who's this Melissa person in the comment talking about Kenya is easy to take? What do they mean by? What does she mean by that?
Kyla, how doesn't the
Can I make
14th
my point?
Amendment trump the Dred Scott decision?
Yo,
I
Kwame, can
just
you
think
stop doing the Jamaican DJing and cut me off, bro? Can you stop doing that, man? Can I ask my question?
I wasn't cutting you. I was talking to
This ain't a Jamaican party, bro. You keep cutting me off, DJ. Come on, bro. Let me speak. Can I speak?
Go ahead, Principe, man.
Come on, man. Cause you making them sidestep the shit. Basically, first Dred Scott was a mixed guy who thought he was white and he was trying to sit in the white section.
No,
yes, he was. Look it up. And then he got
it wrong. That was Plessy versus Ferguson, bro. That wasn't Dred Scott.
That's not Dred Scott. Okay.
No,
At the end,
history, bro, when you debate collegenesis, man.
Okay, all right. And then on top of that, there was Martin Luther King. All these people protests, W. Du Bois protests, and agitated for you guys to have more rights now. So how does those laws connect to the modern day?
Did you see that video I played of Malcolm X? His take on the what you call the March on Washington.
Malcolm X says some bullshit that he basically shitted on the entertainers. Then he grabbed Muhammad Ali, which is an entertainer, and made him a priest, right, in the Nation of Islam. He contradicted himself as well, man. So I'm not even going.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't do that.
So Muhammad Ali wasn't a priest in the Nation of Islam, or a minister.
He was not an imam.
My teacher was in class with Malcolm, Muhammad Ali, Minister Farrakhan, and Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad is the only one that can make a minister. And Muhammad Ali was never. Muhammad Ali, let me finish. Muhammad Ali was never made an official minister in the nation. Elijah Muhammad told him, brother, stop boxing. Because he saw the brain damage that would happen later in life. Yep. Muhammad Ali disobeyed. Had he quit boxing, Elijah Muhammad would have made him national spokesperson like he did Malcolm and like he did Minister Farrakhan. Malcolm had no
but at the end of the day, he demonized entertainers as a whole, but utilized the entertainer to help grow the nation.
Hold up a second.
No, he did not.
Hold up, brothers. I got somebody named Senator Gampia here. Oh, if you want to be on the show, you got to put your camera on, show the art. I got to see that you're not one of them. We're not, So Senator Gampy in the chat room. I can't see you. No. Hand is not good. Show me your face. Show me your face. Show me your face. Nope. Show me your face, man. You can put some black ink on that shit. I want to see your face. Nobody sees you but me. All I want to do is see your face if you're black. That's all I want to see. Can't do that. I cannot let you on, bro. I am not taking a chance, whatever like that. These trolls. I'm like this. Okay, I can't see. Hold up. I don't know. I can't see you good enough, man. Are you black, white, whatever? I can't see you. No, I can't see you, bro. You're blurred.
College, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yo, dude, man. Nah, he got a mask on. No, I'm sorry, dude. You can't come up here. Fuck you.
What's up with all these people like talking about we gonna take it and I don't know. That's weird.
Take what?
Somebody in the comment section talking about they're gonna take land.
Can I ask a question, Kyla?
I think. Hold on. I think in the end, when it comes down to it, with some organized, it'll happen without that. But the bottom line, no is not an answer. No,
Kyla, you can't take land without military intervention.
Well, hell,
and once again, you got to understand that when we intend to diplomatically negotiate first, okay. And remember this, guys. This initiative does not seek to sever the ties that we have here in the U.S. We propose a dual citizenship model where African Americans maintain their U.S. citizenship while holding citizenship in their newly formed self-governed territory that we will have.
Is that'll be like for like 10 to 15 years.
So
you
the
plan
heart of
on
this
doing that
mission is
without the United Nations? That's not gonna happen.
no. We don't need them. We don't. What's the purpose of what is the United Nations going to give us? What is it that they're going to offer us?
Because you need the international community to achieve them type of goals.
No, they need to go sit with the AU, man. They need to go sit with the AU. Bro.
The African Union is a joke too, you know. So
our ancestors were taken in a crime against humanity. The documentation, we have over 30,000 slave ships. So I hold the Europeans and the Africans complicit in this crime against humanity. Doesn't happen 2,000 years ago. This was 400 to 250 years ago. This is what was happening. So we know for sure that we came. Our ancestors. If let me ask anyone here: if someone came to your house today and took you out of your house and took your land away, would you want your future generations to fight back from what was stolen from you, or would you say, "Hey, just give up"? Of course,
fight.
Our ancestors would say, "Fight." I don't think our ancestors came against their free will. Our ancestors were ripped out of their own land by people that look like them.
Let me say this, right?
So hold on, let me finish. Let me finish this, Colin.
America will look like Canada.
Let me finish this point. So we know for sure that this crime happened against our ancestors. So we don't have to sit there and we're not begging nobody. This is already ours. And we know that 85% of that land, at least 90%, is unoccupied. You guys don't realize how huge the continent of Africa is. It can include all the land of the U.S., China, Japan. You could put Russia in that place. You could put so much. It has so much land, and all we're seeking for is 10,000 square miles. Give us 100 miles of coast.
I'm not saying none of this can be achieved, but you're gonna need ballistic missiles. You're gonna need ballistic missiles, F-35s.
Bro, all you gotta do is go sit with the AU, ECOWAS. A lot of them already inviting you over.
You really think that ECOWAS or the AU is?
And we got black people right now.
We're the ones who taught Ethiopia the first pilots. We trained the first pilots in Africa. You know, so
we got black pilots right now. So if the African American nation gets an allotment, if we buy a bunch of F-35s, we got black pilots that know how to fly them already. We got black pilots in Top Gun already. So it ain't going to be no big deal.
Who got $100 million that's going to buy one F-35?
If you look at the 44 million African Americans that we have, and if we take $1,000, we say take $1,000.
But Daniel Hicks, all of them don't want to go though. So you're
hold on. Even though people don't want to go, I know most black people, even if it's like an investment, right? We have our own app, like a Robin app, whatnot. Say invest in this bond right here, African
but
bond.
You're selling a
They're gonna make money like that by investing in a future homeland. Black people will do it. I know black middle America will do it.
What percentage? Give me a percentage of people.
Hold on, check this out. We did in the Garvey movement. Garvey said this. Black people saw a chance to have something like that. People forget that.
Dave, I think less than 5%. I think less than 5% of black people is willing to go back to Africa.
No, there's more than that. There's more than that. But can I say something real quick? There's more than that. But you're selling not a set stable agreement with the locals. You're basically saying you're going to war with missiles. Who the hell's gonna leave their wealth and family and houses here to go to war in some random land or their homeland?
I doubt if it'll ever come to that, you know. But
we're going to, once again, there are many reasons
why. Do you remember the last time the Igbo people try to separate from Nigeria?
Well, I would say hold on. First of all, let's examine that, right? First of all, when you look at Nigeria, right, the biggest coward country the world's ever seen, right?
How so?
This is what I'm gonna tell you some principles. Let me bust your bubble, right? They went to when they went to Queen of England when she granted them sovereignty and whatnot. You had Murtaugh Muhammad and all of them, Zekiwe, all of them went up there. These African men and the queen thanking the queen for giving them their own fucking country, giving independence, right? Now the same guys, right? They had a peaceful transition with the British. British said, "Okay, we're gonna give you our boys some chance to govern yourself, whatever like that." They didn't even bother trying to fight back against the British. Not one freaking bullet was ever shot against the British, right? The Igbos, their fellow Africans, said they wanted independence, right? They friggin' caused 2 million deaths in that Biafra war, you know? So please, I don't use that as an example, you know?
Let me say this real quick.
But you're talking
let me say this real quick. For the host nation, for the nation that says, okay, guys, here's the land for you. Why would this host nation?
We'll be buying most of their goods, and we'll be getting a lot of our products.
Okay, so let me throw it out. Let me throw it out to them. Economic spillover, jobs and infrastructure projects will directly benefit the host nation's economy. Trade partnerships, favorable trade agreements with the
billions of dollars from the United States coming into your area.
Revenue, you know? Agreements for
that's my point, though. You should be leading with that.
Well, we should do with that.
You gotta talk about you're gonna muscle up.
You're not listening.
About that all the time.
Agreements for resource sharing.
You want to hear what you want to hear, you know.
Tax revenue, business operations.
Then you think low-key Martin is going to work with black people to sell them $100 million
infrastructure development.
Oh, so the bottom line is, if we have the money, though, right? We get the jet from China. We'll buy the jet from Japan, China, whoever else, man. You know. Once we get this sovereignty, you know, look, I have every faith. David and I are in business together, right? We have every we know that once we are successful, and I know David will, he's leading this, you know, once we're successful and whatnot, and we got the millions of dollars coming in and whatnot, you know, we're going to be traveling the world. Him and I are going to be traveling the world, you know. We're going to be meeting with freaking heads of state, heads of industries.
We're going to get this thing done.
It's like this. I'm going to be shaking hands, say like this. Look, and I'm going to tell anybody, right? I'm going to go around all the black leadership, right? I'm going to tell them right now. Either you roll with us or we're gonna shut you down. Why?
Man, because, see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You trying to challenge people?
Hold on. What I'm saying,
and on the world stage, they got an upper hand because they're actually the runners of those lands.
I'm saying this: everybody around the world, right? They're salivating on getting a hold of Black America so we could basically be their footprint in America. We're trying to tell people, you want us to partner with Black America? You want us to lobby? Everybody comes to us for like, oh, look what's going on with this. What's going on with this? What do you think, Black America? Get outside, like the Latinos right now. You know, Trump's doing the right thing, exporting people who ain't going to be here, right? But they want us to come here and freaking start acting crazy or not, you know? Yeah. And we're telling people all the stuff that we, the days of us supporting you around the world, whatever like that, whatever it is right here, buying your products, whatnot, is going to be over, you know? We don't want over if you don't work with you. You don't want to respect us and whatnot. Guess what? We don't exist to you. Guess what? You don't exist to us. You gotta be strong like that. But what happens is so-called entertainers and leaders and whatnot.
Hey, Kyle, I really think y'all could just buy land and think y'all gonna turn it to a sovereign nation. And it's
they're watching too much Rambo, Kwame. They're watching too much Rambo, Kwame.
No. Okay, Kwame. Okay, once again, guys. All of the benefits that we're talking about to the host nation, when we do this negotiation, okay, host nation so-and-so, we're going to have the revenue sharing. We're going to give healthcare access. We're going to promote tourism to your new nation, technology access, job creation, local contracts for those people to supply us goods and services to our own development. Internet will bring international trade partnerships, military and security training. Resource sharing
that's different. So I hear what you're talking about, but that's different from taking a sovereign nation out of a nation.
But Kwame, hold on, Kwame. Let me say that. Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Now, Kwame, I'm going to give you all of this list I gave you that list of all those things that we want to do for that nation. Now, when they turn around and if they say, well, we'll need to think about it or no, that's when I'm going in and take my shit. So
that's ridiculous, though, bro. You should just lead or go to another nation with the same list until you get the land, man.
But Dave, if you introducing all that and you don't have a military military stockpile, how do you think that? How do you think black people are just gonna come up with that type of money? Like one F-35 and ballistic missile, that's about $500 million.
Once again, Kwame, you got to understand that there are the places that I can take you and myself, and I can land you in places of Africa, on the right on the coast. Kwame, nobody would walk by us in 6 months' time. And if somebody did, it would be on an accident. There's nobody
Most
there.
Africans don't. Most
We
Africans.
could,
It's like
let me address Kwame.
we could literally go. We could literally go and occupy a piece of land, and nobody would even know we were there.
So we could be there for 10 years. They wouldn't know we were fucking there.
Unless you plan on bringing military scientists with you that could develop weapons inside this sovereign nation, I don't think this is something that's far fetched.
Let me address him. All right. As far as Kwame, I mean, you keep on going on and on about this stuff. You keep talking about F-35s. I mean, there's a lot of countries that produce fighter jets, especially nowadays. You got Turkey, you got Pakistan, all of Nigeria's fighter jets, the JF-17, that's a Pakistani-made jet. And basically, because see, the West, they won't sell countries like Nigeria, like certain platforms. Like they're not going to sell them supersonic fighter jets and stuff like that. So they have to source those things elsewhere. I mean, there's other places you can get that stuff. Even the Chinese, I think, would be interested in working with us. They would have no. In fact, they'd be glad to work with us. Go ahead.
And Dama, I mean a country, but you think you're gonna remain a U.S. citizen and not buy from low-key Martin?
Well, look, let me address that. It's like, when we basically start your own sovereign state, you have the right to determine your own foreign policy and and who you do business with.
No, but you guys are going back and forth though. He said the premise is that
you don't have a sovereign state until it's been recognized by the United Nations. So you can't just declare a sovereign state and have dominion unless it's been recognized.
Carla, can I ask you a question, Carla?
Hold on. I'm not done. Don't talk over me. Let's say we do a deal with Turkey, right? And they want to sell us missiles, or they want to sell us a destroyer, for our Navy. If the US doesn't like that, so the hell what? That's tough luck.
You are a United States citizen. You can't go act on your own.
They could try to put you in a heartbeat. Are you out of your mind? But ultimately, it would be our
Tyler, you heard what happened to those dudes from Chicago who was trying to lobby for Robert Mugabe, right?
That was Obama. They should have fought that. The bottom line is this. Like I said, those guys were soft when I was said, look, it's a time where we got to stop playing with these fucking devils.
How many black people you think is ready to go for war for a nation that don't exist, Colin?
None. Once again, Kwame,
Elijah will tell you, nation is formed in the mind.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask Kwame. Kwame, what's the better vision that you have for black people than what we have? Tell me the better vision. Why should we follow what you believe in and what we should do? Please outline the vision. Tell me what I should tell my children that Kwame said this is what's going to happen in your future, according to you. Tell me.
Have one.
No, let him talk.
Okay, I think what would be better is if you go to the United Nations, said we want to
No. I'm talking about you. No, you can't be. No, you tell me what's best for us as black people right now. You tell me what's best for black people.
Liberia is probably the best option.
But not really, not necessarily.
Short term. Explain.
Like me, I want to build an office there and a base there, whatever like that. Even probably do military.
Why say Liberia?
That's not our end game. Liberia's not our end game.
Why should I go to Liberia? Why should I go?
No, but you could just shop your idea with the AU, and whichever nation pick up on your idea and that you're agreement with.
The AU is the AU is impotent. I look at the AU.
Or the regional blocks. Go to the regional blocks.
They don't even update.
But you can go to the regional blocks. The regional blocks are more active, so you can go to the regional blocks, cut deals, and whichever you're more in agreement with, rather than playing Rambo, you have established land. Then when you go recruit African Americans, they know that there's a set deal. It's a more secure premise than to advocate uncertainty to your people. You don't think that's dangerous for your sons and daughters to go promote uncertainty and war?
Musa has the best solution.
I think Liberia
We're
will be a
warriors,
better
man. We're not
option
worried
for.
about that. We have to
No,
fight for something.
nobody's saying
soft.
you're not, David Hicks. You got to think about your collective. Nobody's trying to call you a coward or
I
fearful.
do.
Just because you're brave and strong doesn't mean you have to lead with your muscle. You see what I'm saying?
No, well, no, we are leading with our mind, but people have to know we do have a big stick also. Remember that you got to show strength in front of people. If you don't show strength, if you show any form of weakness, you can bring the lion out in the weakest of person. If you show weakness to them, you cannot be weak in this endeavor. The alternative is this. Look, you give us our piece of land, land that our ancestors, this was our ancestral land anyway, that was stolen from us. So we're not going to forget the fact that this is my ancestral land that was stolen in a crime. So
Dave,
I have
say
the right
Liberia?
to go there.
But David Hicks,
Liberia had a revolution in 1980. It's no longer African American land.
David Hicks and Collar. It was tribal war. It wasn't.
No longer, the Constitution.
Hold on. They declared a new republic in 1980, the second republic. In other words, the founding our ancestors that built the country were not. Everything they built was just tossed out. We're not all our values, our systems, everything like that.
General butt naked, running around.
That's not true, Carter. Read the 1985 Constitution. They kept most of the things from before. They just added a few amendments to protect the coup plotters.
You know what the difference is, Elvis, right?
So basically, Elvis, they just added a few amendments.
Let me finish saying this, bro. When our ancestors had Liberia, any black person could come there and be part of it. There's no such thing as a Liberian. Everybody that was black could come there. You had black people that were born in America.
That's not true, Carla. That's not true. You have to declare your citizenship, especially if you're a Negro descent.
Hold up. Now you got this thing where you guys don't even want the Mandingos there. My boy Sandro.
That's not true. What, Carla? What are you doing? What are you talking about?
My boy Sandro Morris, right? He says,
man.
Caldwell. I said, yeah, I was in Caldwell. Man, what do you think about all those foolers there? I said, I can't tell who's what. He go, all those Fulani guys there when I did taking over Liberia. I said, I thought the whole idea that we're all black or whatnot. So that mentality right there exists in Liberia, that tribalism and that bullshit, When our ancestors had it, we didn't have that thing,
But are you out of your mind, Carla? Why do you think the coup happened if they had no tribalism in Liberia?
Well, I don't know. I think it would be a more pluralistic society. Okay. I know.
I'll go back in the bag. I don't want to argue tonight. I'm just
Elvis, you need it for this conversation. We gotta reference Liberia, not. So we need authority on Liberia.
Why? Because for generations, we let everybody and his uncle come here and be part of our community. We're very pluralistic. So anybody, Marcus Garvey was born in the islands, but he became the #1 black leader. Stokely Carmichael was born in the islands. Sidney Poitier was born in the islands. Harry Belafonte was born in the islands. That's who we are, But we didn't know anything about tribalism until Africans, man. They're tribal. You ain't one of us. We let people come.
But I thought you said we were treated.
They not like us. FBAs. I guess those are not tribal people, right?
Hold on. Not only that. Let me add this. Hold on, Colin. But I thought you said they treated people from down south different up north.
Oh, those people don't represent me and whatnot. That's stupid shit. You don't represent me.
But is that tribalism?
Look, like I said, look at the topic of tonight's show. I said, I bait you guys all the time. The hate that
is the Gullah Geechee not a tribe?
It's not a tribe. That's just a subset of Black America. That's not a tribe,
But Carla, when African Americans from the South, like my brother Steve is saying, went to the North originally, they looked at them as less than.
Yeah, but hold up, that's not tribal. I told you many times.
What is that? What is that?
And black people in America, when it really comes down to it, they'll call you. Because, let me give you something. When I went to North Carolina, when I was in 5th grade, I went to school in North Carolina. I used to get picked on because I was from New York, right? But that wasn't no tribe. These were still my
probably people. Not. It's probably because you were arrogant and you had a loud mouth.
No. I went to New York and the bottom line is, as anybody else, I had friends of mine that went to Winston-Salem one night for 1 year, freshman year in college. They had to leave, because it was like,
because they come from a different region in the United States. That means we're tribal based off region.
Why you showing the map?
It's not tribal. It's not the same thing. You know,
All right.
if you go down there and if you really fit in, speak like them, and fit in with them. A lot of times people come from New York, we come with standoffish and with and we
Colin, do you know what the word? You know what the word?
Talk about, right?
Oh my gosh, Colin.
A down south person will know.
Kyler, why are you showing the African map? Are you trying to show?
Hold up. Let me say this. A person, when you go down south, when I was a kid, I used to spend summers in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, right? Now, there's things that they do in the south we don't do in the north, right? For example, my grandmother used to take us around to her friend's house and whatnot, and she'd be like, ooh, that was a signal that you're being greeted by something like that, right? But when she went to this, as painful as this history is, right? When she came to visit family in the north, right? Like, sometimes she'd be like, go over to this person's house, and everybody's like, why is she coming over this time of day? In the south, you just open your house up and just basically, oh yeah, come on in, man. I got some food cooking. We got to have some chicken and whatnot like that. Stay for dinner and whatnot. You stay. No one's asking you. In the north, it wasn't like that. You didn't sit around somebody's house all day, whatever like that. It's like, yo, what's he doing here? Like that. We all sophisticated. So when we go back down south and we act like that, that rubs a lot of Southern. It's like a culture. You love people. It's like that customs order. They do certain things that rubs. We rub them the wrong way. Like, geez, why do we got these people? We like, okay, we're just doing our thing. We didn't invite everybody over or whatever like that. So they take it as, oh, you're being rude and being disrespectful. So therefore, yeah. So that was a divide. It wasn't so much as we're two different races or two different groups. It's just certain things that they do in the south we don't do in the north, right? And there's a culture clash like that. That's all.
Because in your mind, like you were saying, Carter, the South is, the South is less civilized.
No, I never said it was civilized. Those same black people, right? Like I said, you go down, even when I was a kid in the 70s in Elizabeth City, where everybody went to the most beautiful thing you ever seen in your life, man, was Sunday morning where we went to the church that I used to go to is still there. I drove by there 2 years ago, still there, right? It was built back in like the 1800s, right? There was the most beautiful thing. You had people, the boys were on one side dressed immaculate. The girls all wear white with the gloves on and whatnot. And they will all go into procession in church and take their seats in the church and whatnot.
Culture evolves. Culture evolves. You can understand that.
It was so.
Can I ask Dave a question?
White culture is not even the same as it used to be from the 60s. Culture evolved. And that's just part of black culture evolving, Carla. Go ahead,
what about Namibia or Western Sahara? Would that be a
I don't know. Like I said, me personally, my
goal. I mean, hold on. He asked me, Colin. Hold on, Colin. Yeah. So, and guys, by the way, my last name is Hitt, Hitt. I'm the Hitman. Hitman. Yeah, Hitt. All my boys call me Hitman. So, I mean, no, we need to have nice, beautiful land. We're not going to settle for a bunch of rocks and a bunch of sand dunes and something that's 125 degrees and stuff like that in the summertime. No, we have the right to find a nice piece of territory, beautiful.
They want the best land, the best real estate.
But we Black Americans, we get it popping no matter where we at, right?
Say again.
I said we get it popping no matter where we at as Black Americans, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But it would be nice to be popping where I can reach out, and I want our children to be able to walk to school and pick a mango off a mango tree. Okay, eat the fruit right there. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Okay, have a really good time. Beautiful.
So you want to take Dave, you want to take lush lands like in West Africa or East Africa, basically.
There are lush lands somewhere along the western coast of Africa. That's all I'll say right here. Somewhere along the west coast of Africa where we have the right to go to that land. Yes, we can do that. Hey, listen, Kala, I want to share this, man. I just put together hold on. I got to do this real quick.
The reason why I said those two land because Namibia is less populated and Western Sahara is,
of course.
I just want y'all to know y'all can't do this without dollar bill. I gotta bring dollar bill back into the fold, man.
Where brother Uncle Dollar at, man? Where Uncle Dollar at?
And I realistically I don't think that would be possible without the whole entire diaspora because I don't think 40 million.
Stop! Why you always trying to throw in Jamaicans and all that kind of shit in there? That's that they want to do that. Let them do that.
I'm just saying. I don't think 40
million.
You official in America. maybe Haitians is ready to relinquish Haiti to Dominican Republic.
I think Haiti should build Haiti, Jamaica should build Jamaica.
But can I ask Carla? Because Carla always throw that at the people that's talking about reparations. What if you and David Hick go sit with the United Nations and the African Union and whoever, and they invite Tariq Nasheed and your boy Dave Calloway, and
fucking internet sensation.
Hey, Colin, could you?
No, yeah, but what if they invite them?
Can you share my screen real quick? Can you share my screen?
You didn't upload.
But Colin, aren't Dane Calloway and Tariq Nasheed Black Americans?
Yo, look, hold on. I can't believe you just asked me about fucking Dane Calloway.
You always bring that up when people talk about reparations. So I gotta be fair and throw that back at you.
Hold on. When you ask me questions like that,
hey, Colin, see if my screen came up. Colin, see if my screen came up. My screen.
Please, look. Well, I'm not asking for much, but don't mention those two guys in my name, in my presence.
No, but I noticed you do that when people talk. You just say if there's a hearing and they invite those guys, they're gonna poke holes in the reparations.
Never gonna be no damn hearing, and those two guys are just a bunch of internet clowns. They're not serious about shit. This is serious. David Hitt and I are serious. Those
guys. I had to be fair.
Colin, share the screen. Can you share my screen?
David popped up,
David Hicks, Colin, can I ask you another question?
Colin doesn't want to do work, man.
You gotta put the hold on. No,
I got a quick question for the panel, for everybody on the panel. Is this Lark? Is this Lark?
No, is it logical, achievable, practical?
I feel like, do I sound like I'm freaking playing jokes?
He's asking you a question if this is LARP, if it's logical, achievable.
Please have some serious.
No, I'm being like
honest, Carla. You're being honest. You preach that to us.
Logical. What's not logical? One the nation.
Why would you go? Why wouldn't you go first to establish this promise with those groups?
That's what brother David Hitt's doing, right?
Okay, so
they have plans, but Bomani has plans. We all got different plans and whatnot. I want to establish myself in Liberia.
Hey, Colin, try that one. See if that one.
Yeah, I was that. Brother Hitt is talking. Like I said, man, you got
here you go, guys.
The boys come in.
Here you go,
guys. Hold on, David Hick. Let Colin finish real quick.
I said, when hitting the boys come in, that's this. It's smart going. So y'all better talk to me first, because when the hitting boys come in, man, they're going in. So
well, we're going to get.
But Colin,
talk to all of us.
But I respect
what does that mean, Carla? What does that mean?
Well, like I said,
Steve is a logical
nigga. We're gonna do everything we can, to make sure that if we have to disrupt the whole Pan-African world, right? We're gonna change the whole Pan-African world based on if you do not support the idea of a Black America having their own state in Africa and justice for our ancestors and whatnot, then we're gonna break the Black world apart. That's the way. That's what's on the table.
So you're gonna crash out? You're gonna crash out rather than sit down with your cousins?
We're gonna break the Black world apart by saying
you sound like the YNs right now, Carla.
Crashing out.
I'm saying we're gonna break the Black world apart.
All right, guys. Let me share this. Are you
talking about military intervention?
Don't come on. You tell that freaking Dr. Arcana, she get the hell out of our community.
That's what the YNs are doing in the Black community.
I'm saying no, it ain't the YNs.
Hey guys,
Ahead,
let me show you this. I'm gonna play this small clip. Okay, so imagine this is the land, and what do we want to do with that land? This is what we're talking about. So we're looking for this kind of land, unoccupied, undeveloped. Ain't nobody there. Absolutely nobody there. And from that land, okay, now we start to build the port. So the first thing that has to be built after we land and we occupy the land, we build a port. That port now brings in goods that we need for the development of the nation itself. This is just a short clip. Think of the jobs that we're going to create. Now this is about building the runway. Now we build our initial runway so that we can bring in goods into the nation. Now we're starting to build hotels and nice condos. Of course, we have to build the best of the best, beautiful places. This can't be bum stuff. And then
you need a lot of money for all of that, brother. Where you getting the money from?
Good. And we are $1 trillion economy. We got a lot of money. Thank you, sir.
Nah, that's not a logical answer. How do you get it in your hands so that you can utilize it? Not just we have a lot of money in equity and in retirement funds. How do you get that money in your hand?
Wait, let me ask you this. But do you agree? Do you agree that this would be? Imagine African Americans owning this and building this. Do you think that would be a benefit to our people, or do you think
it will? But I'm saying, yes, in theory, yes, it will be. But how do you get it into reality? That's the key question.
Bottom line is this: where there's a will, there's a way. That's all I can say.
That's a beautiful vision to follow, right? What we showed here, and we understand the steps. The first step is to create the African American national government.
Once we create what coastline is uninhabitable? What coastline in Africa?
There's plenty of it.
Most of the fucking cotton. We already studied this. I would say 90% of the coastline is unoccupied.
There's so much land. It's ridiculous. It's not.
So the coastline on West Africa is uninhabitable. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, most of it is not habited. Yes, they don't have the population.
Even in Liberia, man, something like half the coastline of Liberia.
Namibia.
Half of Liberia.
But Namibia is not an option for you, Dave. You just said that. That's not an option.
No, I mean that I would not want to go that south. No, but there are plenty of places.
Hold on. Ivory Coast, even the Ivory Coast, all the places like that.
Glad you like it, Melissa. Glad you like it.
So so there's coastline in West Africa that's uninhabitable.
Hold on, that's what I said. When I'm listening, all I'm telling you right now is fucking cowards, man. God damn, I thought there'd be young men saying, something, this is my feet. Y'all almost younger than we are. Y'all should be saying, yeah, let's study this thing, Let's study this thing.
We're not, Kala, we're not cowards.
Kala, it's not about being cowards. It's about being practical.
No, you don't know. Look, the bottom line is I expect young men to say, something? We look like David Hitt said, what's the alternative, right? What's the freaking alternative?
What is the alternative?
What's the alternative,
Sitting down with the leadership and carving out a decent plan.
Staying in the great country.
Organizing your people in America first. To actually have some actual stream of money and organization here in America.
Hold on. Western Sahara or Namibia that's uninhabitable. But you're talking about West Africa.
Look, check this out. Thousands of people could get together in their own little chat rooms, study groups, and whatnot. That's what I hope to do. Cross the land, everybody like this. And then eventually it'll come together. That's what every movement was. Thousands of people with thousands of ideas, sharing notes and whatnot, building and whatnot. And then it comes together as a mass movement, right? But you guys sitting there just, oh no, I don't know like this. You guys are young men. You guys supposed to be warriors. God damn.
No, but you're basically
you're talking about something specific for African Americans.
You guys are weak, man. God damn, you're so fucking weak, man. I'm so disappointed in this freaking young generation.
You got it, YG Collar. You got it, YG Collar.
I'm saying look. Let me say this. What we're gonna do is start this off, right? There's an old saying: a man who builds a tree, plants a tree, for the next generation, knowing he's going to benefit from his shade, right? First step towards enlightenment, right? We're trying to build this. We're trying to lay a foundation for the next generation to build upon, because the past generation didn't leave us with anything. We're trying to make amends for that, right? But instead of you guys saying, something, this is what we're going to inherit. We're in our 20s and 30s and whatnot. You guys sitting there running your damn mouth, man.
But like you don't see that.
Gone after this. But as far as this goes, I'm not going to be here, So like this, So
it'll be for us. It will be a construction.
I have a good life in America.
Yeah, it's going to be a construction site. Yeah, it will be a construction site for many years.
Hold on, this right here. Look, when I see something like Trayvon Martin happen, right, and I see white people, basically. Calling him a thug and all like that, and they gave George Zimmerman $2 million or whatnot, that set me through rage and filled me full of hate, right? Now, the hatred that I have in me, right, I manifested itself saying, how could I get back at America? How can I get back at white America? The only thing I could do is I want a nation of my own, That's how it is, because white Americans counts on you crawling back to them on your knees, saying, "Please, let's be Americans." That's why I said.
So the reason the main
hold on, just that me and David Hitt are real men. You guys are not. That's all.
But Colin, can I say something?
I'm not saying that to them, but I'm
just trying to tell you like it. That's why I feel. I don't think you.
But Colin.
First of all, Colin, you play.
Hold on. Can I ask him a quick question?
All I get is friggin' excuses and babble. Oh,
it's okay, Carla. All of that is that's what people normally do. It's okay for the people that are out there that want to denigrate us, that want to put us down, that say that we don't, you don't believe in us. Hey, listen, they said the same thing to Jesus. They said the same thing to Prophet Muhammad. They said the same thing to Moses. They say the same thing to everybody.
Those are mythical characters.
Let's talk about what they say about the Declaration of Independence. It was the most egregious document on the scale so huge, the most egregious. That's what the British said about them. How the hell you talk about you could be independent, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and down my creed? They thought they was insane. And the guy
they told Tiger Woods, they told Tiger Woods, you ain't gonna win no championship. Looking down on him, they tell us that all the time.
The only people that believe in that nonsense is black men. Yeah,
that's not true. That's not true. Can I ask you guys both a question? Can I ask you both a question? Steve, you want to go ahead? Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead. My fault.
Nah. Go ahead, Person B.
Steve don't want that smoke.
Here we go. No, okay. Carla, since you want to talk. What? You made me forget the point I had to make, right?
Hey, you ain't got no point, man.
No, but Carla, you don't think the hate that was produced from the pain and suffering in America now have you produced the hate towards your own?
And the bottom line is this. I know the bottom line is this. What happened to us was an injustice, right? Don't tell me about no 14th Amendment after you wrote the Dred Scott decision and you condemn my race to slavery. That's unforgivable, right?
Okay, that's what I want to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, Steve.
That's what I want to talk about. So, Carla, the whole purpose of Afghanistan is to get back at white people.
No, it's just saying that we could be on our own. We don't need them.
Okay.
We don't need them.
No, but do your frustration make you basically don't respect the African folks to sit down?
Their possession. They still walk around like they own us and whatnot. I don't want nobody to inherit that. You're
don't know white person walk around like they own me.
But... Oh no, yes they do.
No. Oh, come on, man. Come on.
You know what they're thinking, man? That Steve, he'll make it.
That's what they're thinking, but they don't say it to me.
Carla, didn't you say you want to exclude the YNs, right?
What you say? I didn't look. The bottom. Hold up. When you say YNs, you're talking about what? Young niggas acting stupid.
I'm talking about.
We're gonna have an immigration process.
Imagine 2 months. Imagine 2 months with Colin and David Hick. What we do young
We're going to have an immigration process to make sure that we get the best of the best people coming in.
And when you do come in and whatnot, we got power, man. We got power.
Why I asked that? Why you excluding the YNs? I'm asking.
Hold on. First of all, what you're saying is this, right? First of all, the people. This is all about leadership, right? Leadership and know-how, right? The people basically who are going to build this movement are going to be the intelligentsia, right? I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in everybody having a relay. Now, if somebody wants to be a part of this, right? Just like when you join the military, what do? Shave your head. They tell you, yes, sir, no, sir. Well, it's going to be like a military operation, right? You join and you shut up and say very little. That's it.
Carla, who is this Melissa person in the comment talking about colonizing people?
I have no idea.
I mean, that's what they're discussing. Basically, to colonize a piece of Africa.
I don't know what colonize. You know what colonize means? If you guys don't educate, colonize means you're part of a mother country, right? And you're extending your power over other people and whatnot, and you're making it part of a mother country. We don't have a damn mother country. So how can we colonize something we don't forget?
I'm using it in a colloquial term. I'm not using it about it.
So when you say words like colonize, right? You guys misunderstand because you hear it in Black Panther, right? Colonize, what? You cannot call another black person a colonizer. Colonize means you're European, you got world power, and you're going to colonize somebody for your own economic thing. David Hick basically just told you that we're going to be a net benefit. And I told you last couple of shows, right? I said my value system is nobody becomes a millionaire until everybody benefits, So how's that? Tell me how the fuck is that a colonizer,
I'm talking about you're playing
It doesn't matter what my attitude is. It's the end result.
Your approach.
It doesn't matter.
Carla, let me say something real quick. Carl, let me say something real quick.
400 years, you guys done nothing. You don't deserve the respect, you know?
Oh, see, you see what I'm saying? That's hold on, David.
See,
Can I ask
there it goes, right there. There it goes,
right there. That's the hate that hate produced, but it's produced towards the African.
Yeah. Hold up. I don't mean disrespect, right? But you don't deserve the respect like
you see?
You see? Colin, you can't say that.
Hold on. I did say that. I
oh
mean
my God.
You cannot
so Steve, he answered your question right there. His hate is not towards the whites, it's towards the Africans.
Give
me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance real quick, guys.
Wait, he was talking about Africans when he said that?
What?
Okay.
You talking about Africans that don't deserve respect for 400 years?
No, I'm saying the fact that the matter is if somebody comes to you and builds something, right, and you put no input in it, where the fuck did you have a say so? That's what I'd say. You know? Why the hell should you have a say so? You didn't contribute to it, you didn't support it, you didn't build nothing with it but yet you want to come in and eat. You want to don't do the work. But you want to freaking eat and say, I want to sit around and kick like this. Wait till it gets off. No. If the people that's building this, believe in this one, they're going to be the ones running it. You know? Simple as that. You know?
Colin, I support African standard, but if you're not thinking logical, maybe Namibia or Western Sahara,
I'm thinking logical. And the first thing,
West Africa is densely populated.
Like I said, what is black people? I want David here. I'm gonna get you in a second. I want you to think about something, right? And I want you to be a complete human being just for 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes, right? Everybody that I know, from Jews I grew up with, Italians, I knew a lot of Scotch-Irish people. I knew a lot of Irish. I grew up in an immigrant community in upstate New York, right? Scotch-Irish people, Polish people, German people. You know what they all have in common? They have something besides America, you know? And they also, because they had something besides America, they made them more comfortable in America. Black people in America are the only group of people who do not have anything outside of America that they possess themselves, you know? And you're going to tell me that that's okay? No, it's not okay. And it only takes people saying, this is what I want. I want everybody. Koreans got Korea. The Chinese, after 200 years from New York City, are now.
Black Americans have America.
What? Did you say what?
We are the permanent
and Africa. You're attached to Africa.
You're at the bottom of America.
Right. Like Elvis said, we have America and Africa.
As an option.
You're the despised minority group in America, you know?
Oh, man.
Yes.
I'm just telling you the truth, right? You're one's got to tell you the truth. You don't have America, you know? I'm gonna tell you like this: you're not wanted here. You're not needed anymore. If the white man could, he'd replace you with these friggin' immigrants in a friggin' minute.
If the white man wanted to replace us, he would have did it already.
Check this out. They brought the fact that in one generation the number of Hispanics quadrupled black people and overtook you as a large minority, or to be called, and most of those people here illegally. They did that deliberately, you know. So they don't want you here. You know, they want to get
Collar. They're right next door. They can sneak in the millions and have babies.
Country, wherever. Let me get David here. David, go ahead, Dave.
Dave, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm not saying I do not support the idea. I think it's very optimistic. My only thing is
okay. Leave it at that. You okay? We understand. Now, Dave, go ahead.
Okay. So one of the things that I would like people to understand is when the nation gets built.
Let's work that out. Let's work the details out.
When the nation gets built, we definitely are going to open up the doors for people to come to work, just like in Dubai. Like 90% of Dubai are foreigners, but the 10%, the Emiratis, are the ones that control everything in Dubai. Now that won't happen with us, but we would invite people. We need people to laborers. We're going to need people to dig roads and to clean places and to build structures and to build hotels and skyscrapers. We're going to need that labor. So we can invite that labor. We're the ones that are running, make all the rules. We give them the visa. We provide.
Can you bring people who are not working from the United States, Black Americans who are not working, and give them those jobs?
They're African American citizens are the priority. The African, whoever wants to come, the African American.
That's what I'm saying. So instead of giving the natives those menial jobs, why can't you give it to your brothers and sisters here who are not working?
Once again, if the African Americans apply for the job, if we say we need 10 people to sweep streets, and if nobody picks that job, and then we have 10 Liberians or 10 people from Equatorial Guinea.
Let the entire nation be built by African Americans. Make it to a point where Africans are not even allowed to come in your space and do menial jobs.
No, we're not. No, we want.
No. That's a good idea.
No, first of all, Elvis. Hold on, Elvis, you're not going to be a part of it. So, Elvis, we thank you very much for your suggestion, but we're not going to do that. So,
I beg you to do that because you want to give other Africans menial jobs, and you want to think that it's a.
I'm sorry, Elvis. We will the job. Who knows, Elvis? We may have Indians. Hold on. We may have Indians. Elvis, we may have Indians, Pakistanis, Chinese. We may have. Hold on. We may have Europeans. We may have Europeans. We may have Europeans for those jobs. We will invite Africans, Pakistanis. It could be Koreans. It could be anybody, not just Africa. But we will open those jobs up. There will be certain jobs that will be open, and we can invite people in.
Elvis Bible a bunch of stupid stuff and the ignorant shit.
He asked the okay question.
I am not going to tolerate nobody disrespecting my brother David.
He didn't disrespect him. What are you talking about?
That was just I know him. He's being smart. Like I don't want you. I just want to see all African. Look, we know what.
Once again,
people that be part of the nation are us, right? But that doesn't mean everybody that's doing jobs and everything are going to be us. You know,
exactly.
We're going to basically have a social safety net for our own people. We're going to give.
But he didn't disrespect you guys. He just
people from other African countries hold government positions.
No, absolutely not. No, nobody in the world outside the African American citizens will ever hold a government position. So, like even in Dubai, in the UAE, they will entertain if you stay there for 30 years. That's when they'll think about making you a permanent resident. 30 years. In Dubai. So no, we are going to protect us out. We are going to run the government. We will own all the banks. We're going to own the streets. We're going to own the telecommunications, the airport, the airline, the ships. We're going to own everything. It is us, and we will issue all of the licenses. We will issue the licenses of who can build where and what. Foreigners will never be able to own land in this nation. Only African American citizens. Now, with that said, people can come visit. Can people come visit? Can we have areas to where they can buy apartments? Or rent apartments or lease or buy apartments? We can have a zone in which there is a zone where people can come in, but it's given to them as a lease for a period of time. They're not going to say, "Oh no, I own this piece of land in your nation." That's never going to happen. It's going to be for the African American people. Now, how are we going to treat these foreigners that come in from maybe India, Pakistan, from Europe, from South America? Who knows where these people will come that may want to come and work in our nation? We will treat them well. We will provide very nice housing for them, clean housing, clean water. We will provide with them the medical care that they will need. We're going to provide them the ability to, of course, have their days off and do whatever they need to do. As long as you follow our rules, no problem at all. You can live amongst us. Send money back to your family if you need to. Learn technology from us and then bring that back to your host nation. We want a win-win situation. That's what we want to develop, a win-win. We want both sides to win together. That's what we essentially want.
Hold on. We want to start. What I want to do, and like I said, my connection in Liberia, I want to use my connection in Liberia to freaking start the conversation. I want to put it in halls of governments around the world that this is going to happen. When people start talking about it, so talk about this like this. Right now, we don't have any freaking real leaders, black leaders in the world because no one's talking about a nation. I don't know what the hell they go to Africa for. I don't know what they talk about in government. All I know is we don't have. Even look at the Congressional Black Caucus, right? The friggin' Jamaican lady is the head of Congressional Black Caucus, something we founded as Black Americans, right? She said her number one job is taking care of the friggin' illegal aliens in America, right? What the hell has that got to do with us? That means we have no 45 million people have no government, no political representation whatsoever. A quagmire, And the bottom line is this, I'm sitting here people arguing about what we should do. Yes, the condition right now, David, does this warrant any other situation in history warrants nationhood? You know, the situation, the situation we find ourselves politically.
We're done.
African Americans a black nationalist response. You know, every other person, whether it's Mao Zedong, facing similar situations, 100 years, a century of humiliation, all stuff like that, warranted a friggin' nation of their own. Every person, Vietnam. The only people that people give us back talk, oh, I'm American, because you're not a fucking real man. A real man wants his own flag, you know, his own.
Once again,
would you allow foreign investors?
Of course, we're going to allow foreign investors. Why do you ask a stupid question like that? You know,
we own 51% of every. We own 51%. We are the majority holders of everything.
You're pissing me off. I'm about to block you forever from my platform. You can drop down now. You know, I talk about friggin' investments in our country. I'm civilized. You know, we're talking about investments and everything. Who the fuck tells you that we're not going to have foreign investment? You know, yes, but the vital strategic infrastructure, we're gonna have the majority share in it. That's all. We say that 1,000 times. You know,
the reason why there's going to be
it's a simple question. It wasn't.
Hold on. But I feel like because I talk about it every night. I talk about the opportunity and stuff like that. Not just everybody. I'm talking about other Africans. I want to see Africans, Nigerians invest.
No, this is not a
panic. The reason why the reason why I asked that question because it seemed like you and Dave is having two different point of views.
We do have different points of view. That's good. But the whole thing is this: when it's all said and done, and whatnot,
how is that a stupid?
It's like hold on. The founding fathers, they didn't agree on anything. You know, they came to good and they crafted the Constitution after the debate, you know, wrangling, insults, everything like that. They said, oh, "This is the way forward." We both believe that we deserve a nation of our own, right? That's what we have in common. Well, things are going to be there's some people that may
1,000%.
You know, so we're not going to see
Dave just said. Only African Americans going to hold political office, own all the
infrastructure. I agree with that.
Okay, so if I'm asking about foreign investors,
let me tell you something. Hold up, for security purposes, right? I don't want nobody who's not from our lineage ever holding any power. You know, in my civilization. Absolutely. I'm sorry.
You're both saying two separate things.
I'm sorry. I mean, as far as like a military, that mistake we made in Liberia, we put Native people, even though it was bound to happen because they were the majority, right? When you put Native people, arm them and put them in control of your military, what the fuck you think was going to happen? You know, that will never happen again. You know, all our men come from us. You know,
I don't disagree with having
I got to ask Dusty in the comments, why would they want to destroy a nation like what I just showed you that wants to build pharmaceutical plants so that we can produce medicine to share with the rest of Africa, that we want to be able to produce, have engineering, do a lot of buildings and be able to build and fix our own aircraft, and maybe have an agricultural sector where we are developing crops that are going to be resistant to certain environments in Africa. Why would you think that they would want to destroy something like that where we want to contribute to the greatness and to the betterment of Africa itself as being somebody that can help solve its problems? So why do you think that they would want to destroy us? So this is from Dusty Brother. He's saying everybody's going to unite. Yeah,
and it's only proven what I'm saying. The people who got intelligence, or me and Brother Hit, and everybody making dumb comments and suggestions and whatnot, like Dusty Brother, Kwame, and all these other people that can stupid suggestions and whatnot, you know, shows you we got our shit together, you know? Yeah, we're logical. I know you guys don't, you think America's inevitable. No, this is just a sojourn in our history, right? America is just one little speck in our eternal history. 1,000 years from now, where are we going to be? We're going to be stuck in America doing hip hop and slamming basketballs? No, we're going to one day, a great nation is going to exist, right? Of our descendants, you know? So the bottom line, we're starting the process. That's the future. You know?
Yeah, but you guys got to be more coordinated.
I'm not going to
even Dusty Brother.
The main thing is, main thing, like the founding fathers, they all agreed on one thing. The British had to go.
However, after that, they had separate states. They had different philosophies, and
So the bottom line, also, they all came from different regions, right? Jefferson had to go back to his region. Washington went his. Franklin went to his. He was in Philadelphia.
So shouldn't you and David Hicks have like a neutral?
A lot of stuff is going to be localized, right? No, let's say we build the territory, right?
In principle, you guys really get under Carla's skin a lot, and that's what you guys get under his skin, and you guys do. You press his buttons, and for me,
we're trying to help him refine his idea. You and him refine the idea.
Yeah. And what I can't show you is this: all of the details that are on this thing, of which I cannot and I'm not going to put out there right now on this platform. No, because we can't. That's just from a tactical perspective, we just can't do that. But in the end, we are fundamentally together. We do agree that there are certain differences, but in the end, we all want that. We want that.
Let me say this right. Now, I've heard from several different Africans, right? I'm going to say what countries, right? That say, when they heard David hit years ago, they heard me talk and whatnot. People in government saying, you know something, man, we would love to have because like I said, Africa basically needs a break, right? They would much rather have us there than the Chinese and all Europeans and everything like that. They would love to have black people from America like their own Dubai. They look at Dubai. They see how multinational it is. They see the thing. That's a good idea. Building a new city state, a futuristic city state. But we're saying we built it ourselves and whatnot, and we say, look, that we split the tax revenue and stuff like that. We're investing things like that. We're investing in your industries because we're going to need food supplies. You're going to need pharmaceutical supplies. We're going to need electricity. You're going to need this bill. We're going to bring in expertise and all these people working together. Like that. They're like this because Mr. Vemba, right? He's from Angola. He lived in Baltimore for years, right? And he told me, he said, you guys need to come to Angola and get your land. I said, what are you talking? He goes, look, we got plenty of land. He told me, well, every time he's friends with the president of Angola. He said, look, when he looks at the black men who be going to work in industrial jobs, hard work, they don't see that in Africa, right? They don't see that. They don't see. Look, this is what the difference between us and a lot of people, right? Mr. Vemba told me the only black people that he's ever seen, right, travel the world, right, that will work one job doing hard manual labor for 40 years is the African American. That collect a pension. They'll say, I'm gonna work this job for 40 years and retire. He said everybody else in Africa, they don't want to do industrial jobs. They don't want to do hard manual labor. They don't want to do all stuff like this. They all just want to get rich. When they get the degree, they want to get rich, So
quick question.
Prove it, right? We built Detroit. It was our labor that built Pittsburgh, Detroit, Gary, Me and David, we know our people. We know we're capable of doing this, So.
And guys, and just to say this to some of the people here, my political awakening happened when I was away and lived in Singapore. So I lived 11 years in Asia, and so when I went to live in Singapore, I lived 7 years in Singapore, 4 years in Malaysia. And when I went over to Singapore, which is only 450 square miles, Singapore is 20 miles wide by about 10 to 15 miles. That's it, 20 miles long by 15 miles. Absolute tiny city state, no natural resources whatsoever. All it has is a port, an airport, a single airport, and just human capital. And of course, what happened was what I learned from there, and when listening to I was at the nations, like for instance, I was initially around the 30th birthday of Singapore. So I started to learn and listen to, especially to Lee Kuan Yew, and of course, living in the country, all of a sudden I'm looking around and I'm like, wait a second, these people, this is a multicultural country. I'm like, these people have their own government. And look how beautiful the country is. Look how wealthy the people are. Singapore is one of the wealthiest countries in the world with no natural resources.
Hardworking people.
Focused people. Their kids go to school in uniforms. There's no crime over there. They kill drug dealers. They kill murderers out there. They just don't play games. So I started to learn and see from what Lee Kuan Yew did. And then I said, something, maybe we can do something like this. Then going to Malaysia. Malaysia also had its independence, say 35 years prior, before from the British, and to see the development in Kuala Lumpur. And I watched the tallest building in the world get built. And so I'm like, wow, so this stuff can be done. And then I said to myself, we're 44 million. We have more people than Malaysia and Singapore combined. And those people have a beautiful country, beautiful places. Why can't we have our own? And so that's where my political awakening happened. And then I was like, no, we can do this, because I saw these nations grow. I saw in Cyberjaya, I saw a complete city built in 2 years, 3 years. And now today, with modern technology, the Chinese can build a 1,000-bed hospital in 10 days. The Chinese can build a bridge in not even 6 months, a few months. So the new technology that we have today, if we do this right, and we say, for instance, we ask the Chinese, okay, China, we're going to give you the contract to build these roads. Bring your Chinese. It's under our rule. The Chinese have no problem with going to another country to do a job and respecting your laws. They have no problem with that. And that's why this can be developed so fast. So guys, I have seen that. Of course, I have an engineering degree. I built many houses myself. I know how to build from the ground up. You put me in the middle of the jungle, I will be able to build a house from the ground up. So we have this expertise that amongst ourselves, we know how to build. And of course, being a military man, I've led men in combat, so I understand how to lead men in combat and to protect myself. I was an officer in the Marine Corps, and it was my honor to serve. Had many good times there. Had many I saw the worst of the world in Somalia. I saw the worst in Kuwait during those times. But now looking back, I just left Kuwait last month. I was in Kuwait for almost 3 weeks. It was great. I couldn't believe it. It was beautiful, to see, what is done. So I know this can be done. No one here can convince me that we as the African-American people don't have the capability to do this, because we are already running a nation. We're in the government. We are flying aircraft. We are building roads. We are doing everything right now in this country right now. We easily can do this. And the people that are negative about this towards us, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much. I've heard people say, oh, you guys are going to be a country, nothing about just pimps, hoes, and drug dealers. I always tell them, no, we're going to leave them here with you in America. We're not bringing those people. We're not going to bring that kind of nonsense. And I've heard people say, oh, you guys can't do this and can't do that. Of course, I'm not worried about that. We have architects. We have everybody in every facet of a nation right here, right now. And now this is the choice. The choice is, do you want to be a permanent minority forever in America, or do you want to have an opportunity to be a sovereign nation and build something for your children in which they are in charge for the rest of their life? That's the choice. And the choice I have 100% confidence in myself. I have 100% confidence in Kala that we can represent this, and we can do a great job, and we can be a benefit to the rest of this world. The guy's delusional. I'm not delusional, man. That they said to Lee Kuan Yew he was delusional. So when you say Malik and Broman, every person that all the leaders I read, they said to Nelson Mandela, they said, you will never get off of this island. You will never leave this place. You're going to die right on this island. So they said everything you guys are saying, they said to the same people. And I've read their books and their autobiographies. So your words mean nothing. You can't hurt me with your words, gentlemen.
No, David hit. For the most part, we all look. We just saying that the idea needs to be refined. Even Elvis, can you guys bring back Elvis? But for overall, we feel like your idea is a need. There's people also in Africa who agree with you.
One more chance.
And rather than have a strong approach,
one more chance. But I'm gonna tell you right now.
Please. If you do something, I'll drop down with him. Let Elvis come back, please.
I don't want to laughing, joking.
Principe. This is a serious thing. Principe. We have to go. We have to go in this direction, because everything.
No. But David hit. No, I'm saying nobody here is telling you shouldn't. I'm just saying that we want you to go with a positive approach both to your own people, because you have to also sell this idea to your people, and you have to also sell this idea to the Africans over there who are already in agreement with you. Tyler always talks about how he runs into individuals who's in agreement with him, right? So this not a
yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
For our own people, all we need is those who wish to go. If you don't want to go, I don't need to sell this to African American people. This is what we're going to do. If you want to come, great. If you don't, stay your black ass in America. Plain and simple. We need men among men. That's what we need. We need men and women among women. That's who we need to do this. We can't go there with people with sagging pants at all. We need men and women among men
But
and among
David
women.
hit. You don't think you can target certain key sectors such as what you already highlighted, the different intelligence individuals that already have unique skills, but also people that want to go study, people that want to retire, people, you know what I'm saying? People that want a winter home.
Let me ask
You see what I'm
David. Let me
saying?
ask you that, right? Let me ask you that. This is my doctrine, right? What I believe, right? I believe it's going to be a privilege to come over here, right? We're going to just take everybody, right? You got to have something going on for yourself, right? And also we're going to have like Singapore have, like we're going to have a national corporation, right? Which everyone has stock in it that you playing up people's life, right? Which is covers your basic things like insurance, healthcare, and stuff like that. Like you said, a start in life, you know, and basic education, you know, your higher education, right? But you got to come over here with something, right? You got to be a person of good grades, school, good character, good moral background, all stuff like that, right? So the probability of us building is going to be great. So we want people coming over as students, graduates, and stuff like that. People come and study the STEM, the science, whatever. We want a place of learning and culture and civilization. That's what we envision, you know, a place of high civilization. What Booker T. Washington and other people dreamed about, this black civilization that we could build, you know. It's finally gonna happen, you know. We could never reach our full potential in America. We'll never do that, you know. As long as we live in this country, a racist country that basically like this, Black America. Now, other groups of people, Islanders, Caribbeans, Africans, you know, America probably good for you. People just starting out in life, you know. Look,
but I thought,
let me say this: Black America has outgrown America. We've outgrown this country. You know, where's that left? We built Detroit. We did everything. We did everything this country. We conquered this country, you know? Now it's time to move on. Move beyond America, you know? What I'm saying is when Black people start and fighting with immigrants and whatnot, let them have this shit, you know? We're ready for our own thing. We're ready to move on. We're ready to match it, outpace America. We're ready to live above America. You look at Dubai and these countries, they've outdone America, you know? They moved on past America, you know?
Yeah.
Singapore is like so ahead of America, it's unreal.
Yeah.
You know?
It
We're ready to do the same
thing,
you know? Let them have this racist country and whatnot. Let them do it, figure it out. We're trying to build a nation around you want to be here part of that about the future and whatnot. If you think white people are inevitable or not, that's sad. Yeah, it means you don't have no confidence.
If we adopt it, if we look at how the Chinese do things, and because we will have the government, we're not going to have to worry about red tape, this, that. We're going to make a decision. Okay, build that railroad that way. Look at California. These guys can't even build a road. You have all of these billions of dollars. They can't even build a road. China has done all of their roads just because they have the ability to do it. They run their governments. And we can't, and like Carla was saying, we will never be a majority in this country. The federal government owns all the highways. You have private companies that own the power. We don't own that. In that nation, we will own the power. We're going to own every telephone pole. We're going to decide where every telephone pole will be. And we're going to decide the name of the streets. We're going to decide where we want to put the drains, for the drainage. That's what I'm talking about. And we can do this, and we have the right to do it. Now, I lived in the Virgin Islands for a couple of years, and I was on St. John in particular. Only 3,000 people were on St. John. I know what it can be like to live with a small population on an island like that. It was great. It was fantastic. You don't need that much. As you start to grow, even if there were 3,000 people there, we will still have one of the best times in our life. We'll still be able to watch our football games. We're still going to be able to watch the news. We're going to still be able to do everything else that we want. But to be on our own and to it was nice. Like in St. John, it's all the Black people run everything. The boats, this, that, they run all of it. Power company, all run by the other people in the Virgin Islands. And it was really nice to be there. Even though it was a very simple lifestyle, listening to the animals, the food, it was so much better. So I've seen what is possible, and I know that when we go into this move, many people will probably want to stay there and not even want to come back. Once you escape America and you live overseas, and you're like, wait a second, I can walk around at 2:00 in the morning and not worry about anything. People are nice. People are kind to me. It's an eye opener, and that's why it took me 11 years to come back. When I went back, when I was gone, I was gone for 11 years, man, over a decade. And many people I've met over there, they're still over there. They never even came back. And even people on St. John, there are a whole bunch of white folk living on St. John who will never leave St. John. They will die right there because the white people, even themselves, they like living amongst the black folk over there. So I know what is absolutely possible, and this can be done. And once again, the alternative to be a permanent minority forever and just sit down and shut up and pay your mortgage to Chase or whatever bank and this and all that. Come on, man. That's not living life. That's not living life.
Can I get confirmation on this?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So is Afghanistan just for African Americans, or is it for the African diaspora?
It's for African Americans, right?
Okay.
Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. This is what I mean, in my opinion, right? If someone says, you know something, what should be our national number one national holiday, right? And we'll say, you know something, we're going to honor, let's say, Booker T. Washington, right? Now, someone from that's born in, let's say, Kenya, and let's say he's there and say, no, the greatest person should be Jomo Kenyatta, right? Now, who gets to decide that? We do. Why? Because the story, it's going to be our nation, is going to be our story.
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's going to be our story. On the currency, all our heroes and everybody from Sojourner Truth to Harriet Tubman and all
Muhammad Ali, whoever we want, whoever we pick.
Our currency, the people that come from us.
Whoever we pick.
And we're going to celebrate our country. Now, if somebody wants to come there, a Nigerian wants to come there, a Ghanaian wants to come there, and he wants to rent an apartment, and he wants to do business, he got some technical skills, whatnot, he wants to be a part of it, he likes the nightlife, or whatever like that, he's just like this, fine, come on in. But the whole thing is military, the police, the courts, everything, the laws, everything like that are based on our value system.
Yes.
Hey, Dave, let me ask you a question, right? Before you got on, we was having a thing about culture, right? And I think the Bruce offended when I said, I come from a high culture. North Carolina, we was going to some guy. We were taught, Dave, same way, right? We were taught etiquette when we were kids,
Of course.
And when you sat at the table, right? You didn't put your elbows on the table, did you, right?
No.
You had to pick up your fork and knife a certain way, spoon way. You couldn't soup your soup, whatever like that. Everything. Did your parents make you take piano lessons, Dave?
I didn't take piano, but I did have to take when I took the clarinet. I did have to do the clarinet.
Yeah,
so, I had to do that.
I like the trombone, but we always had to play an instrument, play the piano, something like that. So black culture and black society was very, very advanced. That's where we come from. Dave and I come from. We come from advanced culture. So what I'm saying, when people tell me, get on my platform and tell me, Colin, eating with your hands is okay and whatnot, what's wrong with it? No. That's what makes me say like this. When we have a nation, we're going to enforce this shit, We have a standard, right? If you can't meet our standards and whatnot, then you can't come to us, You're not going to come here and bring Bush ways in our civilization, That's what we want. We want protection and preserve the beauty of African-American civilization, that we know. So
and like he says, for our laws, and when we will get investment. What I learned in Singapore is when you are politically stable, that they know that the government's not gonna change every 6 months because of a coup, and once they know that you have a stable government, you have good laws. The people that are leading the government are incorruptible. They cannot be bought. If they get bought, if a politician in Singapore commits a crime and he is corrupt, he goes to jail for a long time. He's stripped of everything. It's horrible. So politicians' leadership cannot be corrupt because they have to follow the law. Once again, the laws are strong if you have ease of business, where a company, you can set up a company. You yourself can go to Singapore tomorrow and register a private limited company. That's how they do it over there. Instead of LLC, they call it a private limited company. You can set up a private limited company in one single day. You are able then, in one day, you can do that. That's how efficient it is. Then you can then put money into a bank, any Singaporean bank. If you put $100 million into a Singaporean bank, and 1 minute later, you say, I want you to transfer my $100 million out, they will transfer your $100 million out. If I gave $100 million to a Nigerian bank and I said, hey, at 901, I want my money out, I'll be lucky to see if I get 50 million of it back. Okay. And that may be 6 months down the line. So if you have an ease to set for business and a strong political climate and really good laws, you will get tons of investment. And that's why so many billionaires, so many people went into Singapore and then they invested their money there because it is safe. We would like to be the Singapore, the Dubai, the Zurich.
But why not go to a place like Singapore? And because you have so much distrust for Africans, like you just made a analysis with Nigerians, why not move to your place to Singapore and live amongst the Asians?
Well, I have distrust too for Cambodians. I have distrust for Indians and certain Bangladeshis. I have distrust.
Why Cambodians? Cambodians are chill.
Yeah. Venezuelans. So I wouldn't want to go do business in Venezuela ever. Even Mexico. I mean, I don't feel safe going to Mexico. So no, that just because I'm just saying if we're around Africa, no, Africa does not have a good rapport or good, I guess you can say, standing in the world as being incorruptible. They're not on the top list of the most non-corrupt nations in the world.
Colin, why did you drop Elvis?
Hold on. First of all, just in the last month, there's been 4 political coups. Gabon, Cameroon, Togo, Ivory Coast. Constantly. So when people invest in your country as a coup, the first thing that happens is they go to the treasury. And they go to the central bank and loot it, They got to start all over again, And so the bottom line, we're saying, yes. Do you know apartheid South Africa, the reason why they had so much investment, because it was stable. Even during apartheid, it was stable. Foreign direct investment poured in by the billions of dollars, because it was stable, right? If African countries ever become stable, they will get that. But we want to be that country where people can put investments in the country, because it's going to be stable, It can only be stable when you got a homogeneous population, and the bottom line is this: and you got a structured society, stratified society. I don't believe Africans and Black people are ready for so-called liberal democracies. I don't believe that. All that leads is like this. So people always put that liberal democracy stuff. It doesn't work. Like Lee Kuan Yew said, you got to have that iron in you, or give it up.
Mm-hmm. So how is that any different from the African leaders and what they're doing? 1 and 2, some of the stuff that David Hicks is talking about, bringing in different knowledgeable people from around the world, such as Chinese, etc. African leaders already doing that.
Oh no. We're talking about giving a contract. We put out a bid. We say, okay, here's a bid for us we need to build this airport. We're going to put a bid out. So African Americans are number 1 on the list for, if you can do that job, build that airport. It's the part of the bid process. African Americans
what you try to say is this, Dave.
Yeah. So what we're saying is, if we offer a bid to China, they come in for a contract and then they leave. We're not saying you come over to us and we need you to teach us. Should we hire Chinese professors? Absolutely, in our schools, because we want we would like to have at least a percentage of our children speak Mandarin. We also would like to have a percentage of our children speak German. We'd like a percentage to speak Swahili. We would like a percentage to speak Hausa. So we need to have
Dave, let me get
all of those languages.
Dave, let me get here. Which we call principally the point I'm trying to make is this: when you look at African countries, right? There's no friggin' leader or country in Africa where the sole core of the people country is dedicated to raising the standard of living of the people. It just doesn't exist,
It does, though.
Well, no, it doesn't. Every last
Rwanda, Kenya,
dire poverty. When
no, that's not true. That's not true.
It is the truth, man. What are you talking about?
Not
Have you been to
true.
the continent? Have you been to the continent?
No, I know bare people from the
you
continent,
haven't
bro.
been. No, you've never been to the continent, so you don't know. I'm not talking about your fantasy Africa. I'm talking about fucking reality. You know, the reality.
Bro, there's places in Africa they sweep up more than they sweep up in America.
Kenyans are rioting because they're tired of poverty. You know,
no, they're rioting because they killed some guy from social media. Popular guy got killed.
I'm
man.
talking about, people are tired of extreme poverty all over the continent. Congo,
bro, you're doing propaganda right now.
Hey, propaganda. Okay, all right. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about, right? People get online, they blow smoke up their ass, they tell this stuff like this. That's what I hate fucking about Pan-Africanism, right? Everybody wants to glorify Africa instead of looking to see what they can do to build a continent and be honest with themselves. Everybody, everything.
So by slandering the continent, that's how you build up the continent.
I'm gonna spend the next few minutes showing you the real Africa online. Okay?
Yeah, go show poverty. Then when you finish, go show Middle America. Go show Middle America. I know you love your massa. You're not gonna show that.
Middle America doesn't have
Middle America,
poverty, bro. And Middle America don't have shit. That's what they do. They always want to they always say, "Oh yeah, it's poverty everywhere." Whatnot. So Africa is fucked. You know, Dave. That's why I said we got to do our own thing because the leader of the Principe, man. He'll send us to poverty in Africa.
Who's telling you to go to? See, you're making straw man arguments. Who's telling you to go live in poverty?
What I'm saying is that you're in denial of the fact that Africa needs a revolution. You know,
bro, you're gonna go over there and do something similar to what the leaders already doing over there.
The bottom line is this: you don't have all these countries in Africa, right? You know something that just recently. You know, the sad part about this. Recently, Africans all across the continent were marching for Donald Trump to come and remove all these African leaders. That's sad.
Show that video. Show that video. I never show that video, please.
It's the truth. That happened.
You show the video, bro.
I already played it one time before.
No, you never did. Show the video, bro.
Yes, I did. I played it before. You know what I'm saying? So, but the sad fact that's even a discussion, right? Why is Africans so fed up with their leaders? Like, why? Because they're tired of friggin' year after year living in friggin' poverty. That's the whole entire continent, you know. Everybody in the continent, right? Look, the number one thing Africans dream about is coming to America or Europe. The number one thing. Every African you talk to, what do you talk about one night when you talk about let's build parallels? They're like, man, if I could just go to America. That's all they say. You know? Why is that? Why is Africans
because of the propaganda? It's very positive propaganda.
So in other words, so you telling me that
America has a lot of opportunity that you claim that doesn't exist.
Africa has a big continent. They have all these mineral resources and whatnot. Why is
Africa needs nothing? Africa should.
Who has access to that dollar? You talking? You guys are talking after you obtain dollars from America.
How come Africans haven't create their own currency? The rival of the dollar,
bro. They're basically what they call that shit. They basically manipulate and put embargoes on your nation and try to box you in.
Lord, man. Oh Lord,
that's why these nations are creating more blocks.
Principe. One of the advantages of us being Americans is the fact that we have U.S. dollars. Our dollar means we are able to buy. We are able to buy. So our ancestors helped build it. We built that. We have we are part of building that currency. So we're never going to let that go. We're going to be dual, like the Jews are dual citizens. We will be dual citizens. We're going to still keep.
Brother Hick and Kala, both you guys are talking about speaking with different nations around the world. The only country I see them allowed to do that is the small hat nations. Everybody else, they put sanctions on them. Are you prepared for sanctions?
Well, we're U.S. citizens, so we will be able to make sure that just like how the Jews go into the Congress and the Senate, we will be able to do the same thing with us because we are still dual citizens.
No, so but the small hats got they got the complexion for protection, man.
Yeah, but when I say what would African Americans do now? If we have this nice little nation, and say for instance we're building this nation, you guys see we'll give you the daily news on African American news, and all you're going to hear is, "Hey man, we're building this, we're building that. No crime, no this, no that. Kids are eating good food and all that type of stuff. Kids are respectful. We're all having a good time." And then all of a sudden, if African Americans in America see this nation, which represents them, their faces are on our dollar bills, their faces. It is our culture. And then all of a sudden, America wants to set an embargo against us. Come on, we have the right to go to Congress itself. We have there's black people in Congress already who are not going to go for that. And once again, what are we trying to build? We're trying to build a nation that will help solve humanity's problems. We're not going there to build yachts. I don't want no yacht. I don't need no Rolex. I don't need no Ferraris and all that kind of stuff. I don't need any of that stuff.
Hold on, let me say, David, players. Now, principally, you talked about poverty. Now, this is South Africa, a country that was handed to a black government. Let's see how they done thing. The collapse of the Johannesburg infrastructure. Used to be a world-class city, you know, but now it's become a typical African city, you know. Let's see.
Let me find some videos for you, Colin. Let me go find some videos.
Johannesburg, once the economic powerhouse of all of Africa. But over the last 20 years, the city has fallen into decay. The inner city streets are lined with trash, potholes, and degraded footpaths. And broken infrastructure has led to contaminated rivers and wasted drinking water. Adele is part of a residents' crisis committee. She says her complaints to the council about broken pipes often go unheard.
Now we just have rivers of excrement and trash. As you can see, this is the flood line from the latest rainfall that has brought polystyrene down the river. There's a litter trap up in a park between us and the source, which is completely broken. Joburg put one in, it got vandalized and broken, I think 2 years ago. They don't seem to have done anything to try and put something else in place to actually prevent this absolute desecration of a vital water source.
Johannesburg restricted access to tap water for residents in November, but more than a third of available drinking water is wasted from broken infrastructure. Adele attends a crisis meeting with other concerned residents. They want to know why authorities don't respond to them.
The city of Joburg, with the changes in mayors, musical chair of mayors, it hasn't been able to provide leadership.
The African National Congress has been bleeding support in Johannesburg since 2016, leading to chaotic coalitions, infighting and opportunism, which has seen the city ruled by 10 different mayors over the last 5 years.
In a phased approach, the government can then begin by delivering tarred roads, street lights, and other services to develop the sites into a community.
With each change of mayor, infrastructure contracts are often abandoned and administration staff are fired. On top of that, corruption has plagued the mayoral committee during the tender process. Some experts say to address the city's degradation, services must be separated from politics.
If you've got a power play between political parties because for the appointment of a contractor, in the first instance, that's the main problem that we encounter. Because of huge infrastructure projects, huge contracts and tenders that's being allocated, there's an infighting between political parties of who the contractors should be. Because of that, delays take place. Unskilled contractors are being appointed to perform the functions, and that actually deteriorates infrastructure.
In light of the water restrictions, France 24 asked the government why 35% of drinking water is wasted from unrepaired infrastructure. Deputy Minister David Malobo blamed old pipes and the effects of mining.
All the pipes, mostly in Gauteng, they are very old. And the technology at the time was usually the AC pipes, which is your asbestos. And remember, Gauteng generally was a mining hub. There's a lot of fractures there. There are a lot of sinkholes, and it impacts on the structural integrity of that.
The decay of Johannesburg goes beyond broken pipes and sinkholes. In the city centre, entire 15-storey buildings are hijacked by criminal syndicates or squatters who refuse to pay for services or rent. The government has made efforts to evict them and have resorted to cutting off electricity and water. But many buildings in the central business district remain hijacked. Angela Rivers has called on the government to work with the private sector to take back control of the city.
So the building across the road, Newkirk, was hijacked for several years. In the year that Mashaba was the mayor, there was a fire in the building and 3 bodies were actually taken from the building that weren't deceased due to the fire. They'd actually been decomposing in the building for quite a while, which we do see in hijacked buildings because they've mainly housed the criminal element. It's a good way to, I suppose, dispose of a body.
Remington House was hijacked in 2012 by criminal syndicates. 9 years later, the former mayor, Herman Mashaba, visited the site.
What about the... Well, that's what I was saying. You know, I love my African brothers, but they can't govern us. You know, they can't rule us. You know, I'm sorry. That'll never happen. You know.
Hey, Colin. I want Melissa to call in.
You know, she's been on here in the chat before.
She doing a lot of talking in the comment section. I really want her to call in.
What's she saying that bothers you?
Her last comment, she just said, hold on, let me see. Hold on, wait. It says, Dusty, it's cultural and genetic. They're barbaric. She says that they need us over there to run Africa. That's interesting. I guess she thinks she's a special Negro or something.
Oh, that's the way she feels. I'm tired of fighting people on what the way they feel. Change the situation, man. Let Africa rise, and then they'll shut all the doubters up. That's what we're trying to do, you know.
Melissa, why are you talking the way you're talking right now? Yes, African need I don't know why she feels like that.
What am I saying?
Kyla, why are you playing this? I guess she thinks she's special.
Cool.
Melissa.
No, I'm saying the fact that. Hold on, can anybody? Could she say shit about Japan? No, why? Because Japan got their shit together, right? I say, look, so in other words, basically, what you're saying is, I don't want to do nothing to change my situation. I just want to change.
Can you read the article I dropped in the back, please?
That's not what I'm saying. But are we doing so well in America?
Kyla, what's separate Johannesburg?
If you say we doing so well in America, why are we trying to leave?
That's another thing. People always do like this. We do so well. Hey, look, all I see is majority of black people fat, overweight, whatever like that, well-fed, entitled. They got 2 cell phones, they got PlayStations, they got Fire Sticks, they got flat screen TVs and whatnot. Man, I don't want to hear nothing about this. It ain't about money in America, right? Black people spend money on stuff like that. You go to any weekend, you see everybody in Red Lobster and doing all kinds of stuff. Black people keep this economy going. So what I'm saying is, when you talk about Africa, you talk about people who have nothing. You know, nothing.
Kyla, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What separates Johannesburg from Detroit?
Well, Detroit, I don't know. Japan, look, bottom line is this. It just
Nothing's
seems
the same.
I don't know. Maybe with something in us. We can't run shit. I don't know what the hell's going on, you know. But Johannesburg is really run down. Really run down. Really run down, you know? Really run down. That's really
like Gary. Well, I think Gary probably worse than Johannesburg.
I don't know about that, you know. It's that same thing, but the whole difference is this. The black South Africans, they're the majority in that country. In the country, not a city, you know. They're the majority in South Africa. Johannesburg has the ANC controlling not only the local government, but the national government. And they still got this. Black people in Gary, Indiana, really got no power beyond the freaking city limit. That's the difference, you know.
Melissa, call in.
I'm dead serious. Look, hold up. If you in Detroit, right? Detroit's in Michigan, right? Do black people control the state of Michigan? No.
Not the state, but they have a lot of control over the city.
Yeah, hold on. What do they control? They don't control anything. Look, even the fact that, you know, when companies decide to leave, whatever like that, you know, the federal government could step in and whatnot, just but they don't, right? You go to Johannesburg, South Africa, or whatnot, you know, if you're an investor in the country, you're not going to just pull out just like that. Because they'll say, no. You say, I want to move to Cape Town, move my business to Cape Town. The government can step in and say no, because you're going to leave this area destitute, whatever like that. You have no power to do that in America. You have no power.
No, but the private sector.
And the Africans got power at their disposal, but they still don't work. Black people in America don't have the power like that. We don't control.
Yes, they do.
We are very spoiled in America.
I don't know what your definition of power is, you know. Black people in America don't have no power. You know, we don't say, so black people in America, we decided to let millions of jobs go over to Mexico and China for NAFTA. You know, whatnot, you know, so did we decide that? No. So but tell me what power we had. We were left with
No, but I'm saying if we simply just own where we shop, the markets, the shoe stores,
That's what
etc.,
people were saying that
you'll
for
see the
look,
difference in the
people were
wealth
saying that
in the
principally for
black
the
community.
last 100 black Pan Africans been saying that for the last 100 years. That we just buy black.
No, not buy black. I'm saying own where you shop, man. I'm not telling people not to own some Popeyes, own some
When that
sneaker stores,
ideology
own some.
came up, who's making this noise? When that ideology came up, right? Most black people lived in where pedestrians lived in a certain vicinity within like a mile. You could talk that. But now with the age of cars, transportation, everything like that, people travel to great distances and whatnot. You don't have black people concentrated in areas. So you can't just say we all live in an area. We don't all live in it. So you guys acting like this is the 1920s. You know, it's not. People got to upgrade your thing. We don't have the same communities that we had 100 years ago. You know?
That's who?
We don't have the same communities, you know. Black people live more in the suburbs, isolated areas. They go to shopping malls. They go here, there. So the bottom line is this: the idea, and they always black people. Let me tell you something. This is what you do, Principe. Go outside. Do you have a Kroger where you live at? What's the name? What's the shopping? What's the? You have Pathmart where you live at? Pathmart.
Nah, they got more ShopRites out here. It's Philly.
Okay, you got
ShopRite,
Okay,
Walmart.
what you do is next time go out to Pathmark, ShopRite, and say, you know something, I think we all show that you should stop and put that cart down and go shop in the hood. See what people tell you. Say the go out there sell black people. Go stand outside ShopRite and pass out flyers. We can't stop shopping in ShopRite and just concentrate on building. People gonna look at you fucking insane. They're gonna come put you in a straitjacket.
Bro, you have to go alternative first. How are you going to tell people not to go somewhere that don't have alternative?
It does not exist. So I can tell people, just like you always tell us about our Africans that don't exist, the black so-called community that you talk about don't fucking exist. You know, it doesn't exist. There's no black shopping center.
Hey, Carla, wait up.
Didn't exist?
Wait up, Carla. Why not just buy the ShopRites? Why not just buy the ShopRite?
You know, look, first of all, ShopRite is a multi-billion-dollar company, you know?
Yeah, the Lebanese are buying them. Why can't they can buy them so can we?
Hold on. You have a better chance of building a nation than buying ShopRite. Come on. Stop, you know?
Let's go buy the damn ShopRite. That's all you got to do, Colin.
Oh, yeah, just
not that hard.
ShopRite. Yeah, man, let's buy ShopRite, man. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather buy the ShopRite and make money off of it than stand in front of the ShopRite and pass out flyers talking about go shop in the hood. That's useless.
About South Africa, it's always some South African that jump in the chat and
that's useless.
Hey Carla, can you play the video that I dropped about India, your beloved India, and how they ride the train?
Oh no, Losey's here. Oh no.
Can you drop the video before Losey? Can you show?
Here. Oh Lord. What
show
about India?
Yeah, show the video of how they ride the train over there in India.
Hold on. Look, I didn't look. No, Principally, I'm not playing a video.
Show some of the poverty of India rather than showing poverty.
I know everybody's impoverished, you know.
Yeah, so why try to think about South Africa? Show the pipe. Show the pipe. Show the article about the pipe issues in New York City, bro. Show the article. Show the article I dropped in the chat, bro.
About
the pipe issues.
Principally, are you from Haiti? Principally,
I'm Haitian American, sir. Yes, sir.
I tell you, it's a great piece of land you guys got. It's a great piece of land you got.
It is, bro, but they need to be partnered with other nations. That's why I'm trying to tell you not to go with the isolationist mentality, because you're going to need those African nations around you, man. That's one of the biggest. Africa and Haiti is isolated, man.
Yeah, they've had independence for a long time, sir.
No, but it's not just about it's about isolation.
But they've been isolated though, Dave. You can't.
How you going to grow? How you going to grow with no key partners?
He's hungry.
And Haiti is an island.
Today, he's not eating
why are
any
they
food.
isolated?
The Jamaicans bowing to the Queen, bro.
He's not just hungry; he's starving. In all reality, Joshua will die of hunger-related disease. Maybe not today, but not that too long in the future. He'll join the other 11,000 children who die daily of hunger-related diseases.
Yeah, and then show. Can you
But
show
Joshua
also
is not in
the
some
poor
barren
people in
desert
Israel
like the
as well?
Sahara where there is no food.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Show the poor people in Israel as
Literally,
well,
a
please.
5-minute walk up this hill, there's a
It's not a
small
poverty.
supermarket where you can buy as much food as you really want.
I used to watch the
Need.
Christian channel. They always used to show
Joshua's
the poor
issue
people
is
in
that he's an
Israel. Can
orphan.
you show them too?
His guardian neighbor is trying to raise her own 3 children by herself, and then also look after Joshua and his little sister.
Everybody
She has no job. How do you put food in the belly of your own children, let alone your dead neighbor's children?
Where's this at? Cincinnati?
She tries, but what's her chances? She's got no education. She's got no unemployment benefits. She's got no social security.
I know you're an African.
It's not that she's fallen through
You
said
who?
of the system. There is no system. She literally has no way to put food into Joshua's belly.
Pause. I can't hear. I can't hear.
This is Joshua. He watched today as some lucky children went to school.
Louisville?
He so wishes he could
I mean,
go to
St.
school,
Louis.
but
No.
it costs 50 cents
No, you wish you
to go to
would.
school here. And he hasn't got 50 cents. 50 cents.
If you're gonna keep trolling, I got.
He's not alone. Most people in this slum, they live on $1 or $2 a day. How do you take the dollars that you earn
Have a good
and
night.
pay rent, buy some food, and still have 50 cents left over to pay for school fees? You just can't. He won't go to school ever. No education, no learning. He'll remain illiterate, not able to read or write. And Joshua will stay here and die in this slum. And along with maybe the other 60 million children in the next decade who live in the slums on our planet. Now, I know that the Bible has lots to tell us about the poor. In fact, there are over 2,000 verses in the Bible that tell us who seemingly read and follow the Bible that we should take the side of the poor and the oppressed. And we all know that if we follow Jesus, we're following someone who himself was poor. But theology is never done in a vacuum. You see, it's one thing to believe that God loves the poor. It's another thing to see it firsthand or see it through video and say, okay, God loves the poor, and because I love that same God, I should love the poor also. But who we listen to determines what we hear. Where we stand determines what we see. What we do determines who we are. So who are you? See, Joshua's only problem is that he was born in the wrong place. He didn't choose to be born here. So should he be condemned to a living hell now because of a choice he never made? And now something else is about to happen to Joshua and his family. It's about to get dark in this slum. And there's no lights. There's no police present. I mean, during the day, we see the chaos, we see the trash, we see the smell of sewage, we see people walking around, we see them barely surviving by their living. But at dark, we don't see what happens. 1 out of every 3 women in Haruma have been beaten or abused. Nearly 1 out of 2 10-year-old to 19-year-old girls.
Can anybody tell me where Haruma's at? What country? Is it South Africa? Nigeria? What country is that? You know, help me out, Principe. Haruma, where's that at?
I don't know. It sounds somewhere in South Africa. I don't know. Or it could be what's that spot off to I'm not sure, but it's somewhere in South. It sounds like a South African.
It's probably the Congo. I don't think.
45% of them have been raped in this slum. Turn the sun off, and this slum and little Joshua live in fear of violence. And in the dark of night, no one knows what happens. No one's here filming it. It's hidden. But it's real.
And everybody keeps bragging about, man. Go to Kenya.
But this is Joshua. He's still here.
It's in Nairobi.
He can't escape. And what did he do wrong? Nothing. Nothing. What we do determines who we are. Is there someone out there who's willing to walk the way of Jesus, to be his hands and his feet? Is there something or someone who can pierce the darkness and bring light into even the darkest place on earth? So here's the good news. There are some incredible people who live in this slum who are walking the way of Jesus to help Joshua, to give him food, to give him a safe place to grow up, an education to empower him. You know, for 17 cents, food can be put in his belly. $35 a month will give him an education to empower him out of the cycle of poverty. And the good news is, you can join this movement. You can be a part of helping this Joshua.
We're going to end poverty in Africa. But the thing is, we can't end poverty in Africa. People are on the here in denial. Everybody got poor. When I feel sorry for Africans, there's nobody advocating for them. You know that, Dave? Nobody
Kyle, why you drop Steve down?
What?
Why you drop Steve down?
Because he's acting stupid. He's like, is that St. Louis? When I, dumb,
That wasn't Steve. That wasn't Steve.
That wasn't Steve saying that,
That wasn't him.
That was him. It wasn't him. It was Steve. He was saying, that's St. Louis. Is that Gary on that? That was clearly a fucking slum in Kenya. That's what I say. Africans do that a lot, man. They always fucking make it seem like we're living like they are. Our slums are different than your slums. Our slums are luxury in your That's just hard. When I be seeing kids out there with bags on their head and they should be in school, they're selling stuff on the side. That's one thing that breaks my heart when you go to the con. The kids begging. That's sad. I ain't playing no more of this. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's just heartbreaking. Pray for these people. Hope that God blesses them and whatever like that. Something got to give, man, because it's really hurtful seeing this. What hurtful is people in denial about this shit. Like Kidola the other night talking about, yeah, man. See, Africans in their pride, man. The Bible says a pride goes before the fall. He said, when you got Dave, remember that We Are the World's thing? Feed the Hungry. Remember that back in '85? Remember that? That We Are the World, Ethiopians. Kidola got up here and said, yeah, man, why you guys did that? Because people were starving and we got compassion. Yeah, but everybody looking at all of Nigeria as part of a friggin' starving. I said, Africa's Africa to us. He got really mad. He was like, no, that was Ethiopia. They were starving. We weren't starving. We were living good back then, You know what y'all talking about.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It is what it is. Well, hey, somebody crack over a beer?
No. I opened up Coke Zero. Yeah.
Okay.
Zero. No, I'm not.
Yeah. So
I'm in straight Shaolin Temple, brother. Jim, I ain't drinking none of that stuff. I ain't doing nothing. I'm just straight up hardcore all the way.
Yeah, hey, we need that, brother.
All the way. Those days are long gone.
So yeah, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Sad situation, So what do you think, Principe?
Bro, you're just trying to zero in on that. Again, my thing is
Principe, hold up. Look, do you want me to play some more from Haiti?
You can play whoever. Poverty exists in Haiti. Poverty exists in America. Poverty.
Yeah, so no,
you're not going to show the
poverty.
beautiful
Look,
part of Haiti, so you can show the poor side. Go ahead. I don't care.
Look, there's poverty, extreme poverty. Have you ever seen extreme poverty with your own eyes in America? Like
in
that?
America, yeah, there's literally people that not.
You're lying. You have not seen
Colin,
extreme poverty like
it
that
just looks
in
different. It looks
America, right?
different. You're in the most wealthiest country in the world, bro.
We have a social safety net if there's poverty. We have soup
So
kitchens.
why there's people begging in the streets, man? If there's
we have homeless people are freaking mental. That's a.
Colin, have you seen Skid Row before?
But Colin, come on, this is the wealthiest country in the world. It's gonna look different. They're gonna be clothed. They're gonna have access to food a little bit more.
Look. Bottom line is, let me tell you something. One time I was homeless. One time back in the night I was homeless because I didn't pay my bills. One night I got evicted from my apartment. And I was on the streets for a day. A couple of days. So it doesn't mean the fact that there's a systemic poverty. Yeah, we got homeless people in America, right? People like this. But if those homeless people ever want to get off homeless, right? Join society, put down drugs and whatnot. Even the fact that I worked in one of these shelters, I worked for one of these shelters, right? The shelters, like what's it called, the Union Mission and stuff like that, they have rules. You can't come in there high and drunk and have a bed. But because a lot of people rather spend their day all day smoking dope and everything like that, they don't qualify. They sleep on the streets. That's what you get homeless for. You got shelters and stuff like that available to people in America, right? But people don't qualify because they want to live that street life and whatnot. Some people, that's their life they want to live. It's a lifestyle. Homelessness is more than just poverty. It's a lifestyle, And so Africa and these other countries and whatnot, that's poverty, America is just a lifestyle. People making bad decisions, bad choices, and whatnot. That's the truth.
So can I ask you a question, Colin? If there wasn't so much safety nets such as housing and EBT, you don't think poverty will look similar to that?
Hold on, but there is though.
Just 60 years ago, people were living in shacks and squalor in America.
But there is though. So that's a difference.
No, but that's not a fair argument, dude.
Yeah,
this is the richest country in the world.
Fair argument. Hold up. If you call yourself an independent country, right? America's an independent country. Black people in America are citizens of this country. So our poorest people are going to be taken care of,
But you're basically letting your hate for Africans misguide your
I'm not hating for Africans,
it is.
Right? I hate the African leaders, but I don't hate Africans,
I promise you, when you take over your Africa stand and build your nation, you're going to run the nation similar to those same African leaders.
Oh, no. First of all, that's
not going to happen.
Hold on. I say my core values. Hold on. That's the difference between me and you. We're not the fucking same. Africans don't have our value system. That's what the difference is.
Bro, go look at the cities, bro. Look at the cities. Go look at the cities, man. The pecking order in the black community is no different than African nations or Haiti.
Our cities, you dumbass. These are not our cities.
Oh man.
This is not our civilization. If we have a chance to build our civilization, right, the way we want to build it, right, with our own revenue and tax base and shit like that, our own global investment portfolio, it's going to be everyone's going to benefit. That's who we are as a people. I believe my doctrine is I believe there should be no millionaires until everyone has the sound basics. Once everybody has the basics, they're like Asians. The reason why Asians had so much growth since the 1950s and 60s because they made a thing was everyone's going to be on the grid. That means everyone's going to live in an apartment with refrigeration, modern shopping center, and the economy's boom because manufacturers and investors try to keep up with this modern way of life. Africa's never done that. You got people.
Yeah, but your nation state. You're saying that now.
People live.
You're also recruiting.
What's that now? That's what. Look. If I didn't think we could do this, I wouldn't even talk about this. What about I would go to Africa and live in poverty? We're trying to live different, So in other words, basically, you're telling me if I go to Africa, I got to live in poverty and whatnot. I got to.
I'm saying you're going to live in poverty. I'm saying that you're going to still have the same pecking order. The same reason why you're inviting the wealthy African Americans.
The difference is this: Africans basically don't care about Nigerians often brag about Banana Island, but overlooking Banana Island is Makoko. How do you freaking go outside?
No, hold on. Mokoko's a shanty town, bro.
First of all, this is the difference between us and you, the Africans, right? The Africans will sit there and be in a mansion, right? Big mansion, but they have no running water, no sewer system, no roads, no paved roads, no nothing, right? And then they look over there at the people and look down on the people of Makoko or whatnot. I would say, you know something? Everybody's gonna have an apartment, flat, whatnot. If I have to take land from the rich people, sell them and whatever like that, whatever, everyone's gonna have the basics. Once everybody has the basics, whatever like that, then people are free to create all the money and wealth they want to, you know. Africans don't do that. They don't have that value system, you know. They don't care about. These are continent that sold its people off into slavery. So the respect for human life in Africa is not there, you know.
We said the continent, bro. India is the continent that sold its people off. Africa was different tribal wars. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? No, that's bullshit, man. That's
bullshit. If you look at the Indians in the Caribbean, as a collective.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm out. Gentlemen, I'm out. You guys have a good evening. Okay?
God bless, bro. God bless.
We'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow.
Salam, Aki. Salam.
Check us out.
Walaikum salam, sir. Walaikum salam.
Indians didn't have a transatlantic or trans-Indian slave trade crossing the freaking ocean, and people were not brought to the New World in chains. That's all cap, man. You know.
No. But they sent those people as indentured servants.
That's indentured servants. It's not the same thing.
Jamaica.
They went to Jamaica. They went to Africa.
Indentured servitude is not like chattel slavery. Two different things. DK, break it down for them.
Yo, we just got to stop making excuses.
It's not excuses, man.
Excuses. That's why I said, man, I'm just tired of this shit. You know, really am.
Bro.
I'm tired of shit. Like I said, I just wish these island people get the fuck away from us, man, because they're gonna bring us down with them. You know.
Yeah. So you don't want us on your plan? I'll not come back. I'll stay my ass where I'm at. I did that a couple weeks ago.
Whatever, you know. But
we don't bow to nobody. No Zoe, no Haitian, nothing bow to nobody, bro.
Man, all this excuse making is bullshit. I want to see.
It's not excuse making. It's reality, dude. You're trying to create a solution without looking at reality.
All you want to do is deflect. India.
Who's this bougie nigga talking, man? Who's this bourgeois? Who's this? Who's DK? Who's this?
India is a nuclear world power.
Yeah, India has nuclear weapons, bro.
Who's this bougie guy, right? Who's this guy who just said that?
It's DK. You know, India has nuclear weapons.
What are you talking about, Mr. DK? Are you serious?
Oh, you don't know India has nuclear weapons?
Can you show the video of them riding the train, please, Mr. Collar, please?
Hold on. Yeah, I know that, but
they ride on top of the train, Mr. DK. Do you know that? Right? Can you play the video for him?
Africans don't even have trains, you know.
No, can you play the video for him? Can you show him? I don't think he knows.
Okay,
he probably don't got a computer. Can you play the video for him?
Hold on. Okay.
I don't got a computer. I'm on a computer.
He out here writing letters in fancy script. He don't know nothing about what's going on in India. Can you show him the video, please?
Okay.
Indians right on top of the train.
I see.
And they got to hop off with their bare feet. Can you show them the videos, please?
Let's see. I put Indian trains when I, you know. Yeah.
You typed in Eritrea, not no India, bro. These people are Africans. Can you show Indians, please?
Let's say like this, you know. Okay, hold up. Scroll down, you know.
And mind you, even when they deal with the people from the Caribbean, that's Indian, they look down on them.
Here's a latest train in India goes 200 miles an hour. I don't see nobody on there.
Bro,
the epitome of India's
great express,
Vande Bharat sleeper, capable of speeds of up to 180 kilometers per hour.
That's the Indian train system.
These trains are fast being introduced to the most popular routes in India. But now it's likely that
trains exist in Africa,
will be
bro.
left behind by what
the video of them riding on top of the trains?
The Railways has now awarded BEML a contract to build train sets that can run at 280 kilometers per hour. These high-speed trains will be indigenously designed and manufactured in India for the very first time. These trains will be built at BEML's Bengaluru Rail Coach Complex and are scheduled for delivery by the end of 2026. Featuring a fully air-conditioned chair car configuration, these trains will offer modern passenger amenities such as reclining and rotatable seats, special provisions for passengers with restricted mobility, and onboard infotainment systems. According to BEML, it has to deliver 2 high-speed train sets, each comprising 8 cars for a total contract value of 867 crore rupees. According to reports, the BEML-built train sets will be a fallback for the government's bullet train plans. Cost overruns and supply delays have hit the project hard. Japan reportedly toughened its conditions to supply the Shinkansen E5 train, which is now only expected in 2026. Railways Minister Ashwani Vaishnav has also visited Japan last month, reportedly to sort out pending issues ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit later this year. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Wow. I think they're all high-speed trains.
Kyla, can I ask you a
If
question?
you like, how is this different than any African nation? All these African nations have this.
I just
All
want to
the
ask Kyla a
African
serious question.
Not
You
all
talk about
African nations.
Makoko
I think
and Banana Island, right?
South
What's the
Africa.
difference? What's the difference between that and Calabasas and Skid Row in Los Angeles, where it's a whole community of
First of
homeless
all,
people?
are you serious, bro? Are you serious? Makoko, they swim in shit, piss, shit, and whatnot, open defecation.
It's a slum, bro. It's a slum. It's a shanty town.
Yeah, we got stuff like this in America, but we don't have this. We don't have open sewers in America. We don't have which we call they don't exist because they'll be condemned. That's the way the laws are. You can't have
And the people at Skid Row, they still have access to food pantries,
they
showers.
do, because I work with
Bro,
homeless people.
that's a shanty town, dude. That's another example of a shanty town in the first world.
Shower, and also and food, also money. Some people say they like being homeless. They don't have to pay rent, and they get like $400 a month or whatever. They can blow in there one night. It's a lifestyle, So bottom line is this: you got to make every excuse, man. The bottom line
that's an excuse, bro. There's no difference between Makoko and that spot in Cali, bro. It's no difference.
Whatever.
It's a shanty town. It's basically people who do not want to.
Dude, man. The bottom line is
this is why people don't fuck with Pan-Africanism. It's just full of
crazy. That sounds stupid.
Crazy.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, man. You guys can't be this stupid.
This bourgeois guy. Where's the bourgeois guy? What city you in?
Ain't no bourgeois nothing. We're just realists, man. You guys. That's why people turn away from Pan-Africanism. You guys sound.
I promise you, DK don't be around no blacks.
The Pan-African movement, like I said, unfortunately, became the most ignorant group of people on the freaking thing. They're worse than the FBAs,
Really?
They're worse than the FBAs. They're fucking ignorant as hell, man.
Yeah.
They're delusional, ignorant, whatnot. They don't know nothing about how the world works. Nothing, reality,
So you're making an excuse. Why don't you leave it? Hold on. Why don't you leave your fancy house and go live over there in the Cali? What's that spot called, bro?
Skid Row. I don't have to
go live in Skid Row because it's so positive. Yeah, they got access to water and everybody want to live there.
I don't have to live in Skid Row.
Yeah, no. Why don't you go? You're trying to make it look positive.
If that's somebody's reality,
you and DK.
Well, now hold on. If that's somebody's reality, that's their reality, right? I would much rather live in Skid Row than fucking live slum, let's say in Africa or India or someplace like that, or Brazil. I'd much rather live here.
It's the first world, of course you would. But I'm trying to say, if you're not the definition of deflected, I don't know what is.
There's a reason why you're here in this country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Haiti and Brazil and Dominican Republic and whoever else, Africa. You didn't freaking seek refuge in Africa. You seek refuge here. So I'm sick and tired of people talking about all this nonsense. Then we're telling me we could build something else right now because we have every confidence that we could duplicate what we built in America. We did it once before in Liberia. We built the country, that by the turn of the century, we had caught up with America, the country we left.
But you're making a fake comparison because the quote unquote Liberia what you built is not the same Africa you're going back to.
Hold on. I know, but hold on. I'm talking about the spirit that built Liberia. We could do it again.
So why you have to diminish the image of Africa to convince your people to go over there?
Africa, man. I'm not, look, all I'm saying is this. Africa is my mother continent, but I don't do Africa worship and Africa praise. That's not helping Africa anymore. Telling everybody, Africa's great, but not Africa's rising.
Who said Africa's great? I'm just saying you could go over there in partnership.
Is Liberia first world
partnership is between equals.
So they're not your equal. They're doing more in the present day than you guys are doing right now, bro.
First of all, one thing is this. I have business connections in Liberia and whatnot, this and the other thing. It's all on my side. This is what I resent. You know,
you telling me Africans don't have business connections too? The same business connections
on my side. Look, I put up all the money. I do everything when that. Everybody that I deal with in Liberia is dependent on me. So how the fuck?
You talking about African leaders? You talking about some
them,
random guy
right?
you met on the beach?
They bring nothing
Come
to
on,
the
bro.
table. We do what the hell? What the hell we gonna do business with? The Africans will bring nothing to the
Bro,
damn
you naming connections around the world. They got connections around the world. They know your leaders
Connections like
here.
what?
They know
Connections
you
like
and your
what?
brothers that you got
Connections like
connections with.
what? Connections like what? You know.
Bro, they
I
have
haven't
connections.
seen
The same
you know?
Japan that you shown, they sit down with Japan. The same China that you shown, they sit down with China.
By the way,
They have their own
nothing
regional
ever
blocks.
comes out of
What
it.
regional blocks do you have in America that's connected here in America?
Nothing ever comes out of it. You know,
You don't even want to sit with the Black Caucus here in America.
I'll
What
cross
region is
that bridge
connected?
when I get to it, right? You know, but until then, Africa got to put something up. What did they put up? You know,
They got regional blocks, bro. Where's the regional blocks here?
Hold up. You have Africa venture partners, right? African American business people are going to South Africa, invested a total of almost like $1 billion with that. How come Africans can't come to here and invest that with us? You know,
Why don't you go to your Black Caucus and have that as a demand when they go sit with these leaders?
Why is the burden always on us? You know,
bro, you do know your leaders and your elites rub shoulders with Africa all the time and request nothing, right?
So the bottom line, I'm trying to change that. You know,
Princip, have you ever been to Africa? Have you been to
No,
Africa?
bro. No. I'm Haitian American, bro. Have you ever? You don't sound like you'd be around Black people. What city you live in? Like Oregon?
I live in Charlotte.
You don't sound like you live in Charlotte, man.
I live in Charlotte.
The echo don't even sound like a Charlotte echo on your phone, bro.
Okay, that's fine.
You capping,
can
man.
think whatever you want.
You somewhere with your ascot around your neck somewhere in Oregon, bro.
Colin, since
can
African
come at
Americans
me.
built Liberia, would you take the credit for the state of Liberia right now? Would you?
No, look, our ancestors built it, but the bottom line, the native people, you know, things happen, you know, and the bottom line is this, you know, it was doomed to fail because we never became the majority. You know, when they basically said we're going to make the native people Liberians, primitive tribal people, you're going to pull them out of the bush and try to put a uniform on them and school uniform and said teach them to be Liberians or whatnot and flag. What do you think what the fuck was going to happen? These people didn't know what the hell a republic was, a nation was, or why you even came there. You know, they should have made an all-out effort to bring Black people from the diaspora there.
Bro, hold on, Colin, stop, bro. Some African Americans didn't even know about that, man. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, I know that. So the bottom line is, yeah.
So why you trying to single them out? Like,
it was what it was.
What the hell?
Hold up, the source of Liberia should have did a better job and advertising itself as a homeland where they did in the garbage, but it was lost. You know, because Black people, when the 1945 post World War II, Black people were like, "Oh, things are gonna change," and like this Officer of Water said, things are gonna change after this war. We're not, you know, we're gonna change.
I gotta say that.
Colin, is it fair to say that African Americans the reason why Detroit fell?
Well, I don't know. First of all, I don't know what Detroit fell. Detroit's pretty good, still thriving. You still got a large middle class there, large people making a lot of money in Detroit. So what do you mean it failed?
I'm saying Detroit was one of
the. Detroit's not a failed city. Detroit's still a major city in this country. What are you talking about?
I mean, compared to the 60s,
to what? You know, Detroit's still a major city. You know, like I said, there's still investments going there. Detroit is a very major city still in America, still an auto manufacturing place. So what are you talking about?
Okay.
Yeah. So like I said, all this negativity that people believe in whatnot. You know, Detroit's a failed city. How do you know it's a failed city? You know, you still got auto manufacturing plants, and there's still plants coming there and whatnot. This, that, thing. Detroit's still basically making cars, even after all that stuff like that. They talk, they're still one of the number one automakers in the world. You know, so what are you talking about? You know, so
like I said, a lot of it is the propaganda from people like yourself.
Are they going through some Detroit going through some changes and problems? Of course, you know. Like any other big city, but to say it's a failed city, like on the level of an African country, man, that's freaking insane.
Detroit's GDP is over $200 billion. So
yeah, so I'm saying, man, it's a major city. You know, that's a major city. $200 billion, man, that's a lot of money. You know,
but you do know that
wealthy Black upper and middle class. You know, wealthy, a lot of Black people with money in Detroit. You know, old Black money. You know. So I don't know what you're talking about, you know. See, Detroit's one of those strongholds of Black America. just like Maryland. One town in Maryland, I'll look at when I freaking all the whole black towns, educated black people. I like to move there. All educated black people built this nice, thriving town. They celebrate Juneteenth and everything like that. They like to have a ball. I want to be part of that community. I forgot the name of stuff. Well, I can find the name. Hold on, I play it on TikTok. Let me find this thing. Let me find this.
So you bash Georgia and big up Detroit, really?
Well, I didn't bash Georgia.
I've seen you on multiple times. You bash Georgia, but you bigging up Detroit.
Atlanta's overrated.
So Detroit is not overrated.
No, I'm saying Detroit has a $200 billion GDP. That's mean something.
But the money doesn't stay in Detroit. There's certain people, they live in the outside suburbs of Detroit.
That trickles into the people. There's a huge people got good black people still over there got good jobs and built families and whatnot, generations and whatnot. These people out there, you see black men in their 20s with families. They got
that's true. That's true. But there's people like yourself who kind of paint the doom and gloom of America that makes people think that Detroit is struggling.
No, I don't pay no doom and gloom. You got to say like that. I don't pay no doom and gloom. Look, let me tell you something. Us building in Afghanistan has nothing to do with. In many ways, it does, right? But it's something for us, right? I am not telling black people that. Actually, personally, I know if we build it out, I could never match with America. You could never compete with America.
So why you expect Africans to?
First of all, I look at the Jews, right?
Yeah.
I know Jews that live in Westchester. You probably only know what Westchester is. Westchester is a rich county in New York, in the state of New York, right? Westchester Jews, right? Scarsville, what's the rich Jews got nice houses where kids graduate from college. You know what they say? Oh, we're selling our house, or we're gonna rent our house out, and we're going to Israel. They're gonna live in a little tiny little kibbutz commune because they want to be around be in Israel. They dream about living in Israel. They're retired. They want to live in Israel because they want to be around their own people, right? Just state of being in a Jewish homeland. Why would they give up all that? That's the difference between them and us, right? We think that, I got it in America. I said, why would anybody give up that nice neighborhood in Scarsville and the lifestyle? You say, yeah, we have a great life in America. We're wealthy. They're we're rich. It was a rich Jewish couple. They said they would give it all up just to freaking live in Israel. Why would they want to live in an apartment in Israel rather than just freaking stay what they got? The idea of living among their own people. That's why I say the Afghanistan, If somebody wants the high life and everything like that, yeah, stay in America, right? But if you want that communal aspect of everybody is your brother, and we all came from the same place, we came from the slave ships, we all came from the plantations and whatnot. Now we're building a nation of our own with one family, one big giant family. You want that feeling of familyhood and nationhood and whatnot, you come with us. I hope that's clear to you. It has nothing to do with
who disagree with you there, man.
No, I'm saying you asked a question. How many people freaking would come? Somebody asked that. Kwame, you or Kwame asked who would come. The Bible, like those who want that feeling of nationhood.
We talk about how your approach of how you go about it, even the bashing.
The bottom line is, most black people, African Americans, right? When they hear me talk, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I know.
Steve was here. You dropped Steve down to put up his bourgeois DK.
You're not one of us, So
okay, Steve is one of you. You dropped Steve down to bring up this bourgeois guy.
I don't believe he's
one of us,
bro. I don't believe he's one of us. Steve is.
Why is that?
I don't believe he's one of us.
It's because the hate that is producing you want you to hate your own.
No, I don't believe he's one of us.
Yeah,
I don't believe that. Because the bottom line.
Steve from the hold on, Colin. Steve's still in the South, brother.
I don't care what he says.
He's been in the South. You fled up north.
Hold on. I don't look. I don't even know. Look, I'm looking at this, listen to him and talking whatnot. Obviously he has a lot of white friends. He ain't fooling me.
DK don't got a white friend. DK
first thing he comes out his mouth is, it's not all white people, Kala.
This bourgeois got DK don't got white friends.
No. Look, what do you think, DK?
Steve sound like a regular black man.
DK sound like a regular black man. I'm not friends with them. I work with white people. I'm not friends with them. That's
man. DK, stop it, bro.
You don't know me,
Right? Why is it every time, DK, have you noticed every time I talk about white people, Steve comes jumping to the rescue?
Yeah, you know them. It's like they
Like me,
defend white people.
I work with white people too, and I'm cool with them, right? When someone's sitting there, like when me and Bomani's talking, and he says, "What every word out of Bomani's mouth, white devil, this, white devil," that." I don't correct him and say, "No, there's good white people." I don't do that shit, because I don't give a fuck, But someone's always defending white people when that as red flags for me, as red flags.
But you started the show. Hold on, he started the show
people.
defending white folk, man. You started the show talking about your culture's more aligned with the whites, and
I never said,
you don't eat with your hands.
I never said that.
What you said
our
then, man?
culture is unique, It's not more aligned with the whites. What are you talking about? I said,
you talking about forks and spoons, and you got to know how to use the fork and spoon to be around violence.
Hold up. We have a fusion of different things that come from Irish culture, not white, but Irish culture, Scottish culture, English culture. Yeah, that's I obviously think, but that don't make us better. It just makes us different,
So what is white? You said Irish, English. That's not white. So what is white?
People see the worship of white people. I don't think it's any different.
Kyle, are you saying Anglo-Saxon aren't white now?
What the hell going on here, man?
I'm trying to understand because you said not white culture, then you name particular white.
Hold on. First of all, hold up. Let's see if you can understand this, right? When the Irish first came here, the English first came in, the term white was not used. I'll tell you that, right? White is something very new. They come into use like the 1700s, before people were Irishmen. Even in the 1800s, you go out to old films and whatnot, people basically still call themselves by their homeland. I'm an Irishman. I'm an Italian. I'm a Portuguese. I'm a German. I'm a Crescent. I'm a Dutch. I'm a Sky Irish, whatever like that. So therefore, people identify with their home, or they're Catholic. I'm a Protestant. I'm a Catholic. The identity of white is something very recent and new. So black people, I say we took some Irish culture or whatnot. That's Irish culture, right? The Irish culture just happened to be white, but it wasn't a white culture. It was an Irish culture,
Holly, you playing semantics.
It's not semantic.
Yes,
hold up.
You
ever heard look, the term white was not used. There's a book called
It's a new world term, Carla.
Hold on. The term white was not used until after the Bacon Rebellion in 1670.
That's true. That's true.
So when was black? When was black used?
What?
When was black used? Because you keep referring to people as black and African, like people on a.
Those are umbrella terms, just like white, Carla.
Hold on. Look, the term black and white did not exist in the early colonies of America. There were just people. You were subject. You were British subjects. Most black people came here initially were British indentured servants or Portuguese, Spanish indentures that lived in Europe, right? They're called Atlantic Creoles. And people that came from Europe had European culture, and they came here and went out. And then over the years, they fused in with African slaves after 1619, and it's created this new culture called Atlantic Creole. This is African Americans, the people. I'm gonna say African Americans, but black people that came from Europe, right? Black people that lived in England, France, and those kids who came to the New World who spoke these different languages and whatnot, and they fused into with the slaves that came over and whatnot, and out of which came a new culture called Creole. There was the Louisiana French Creole, and there was the Atlantic Creole. Atlantic Creole, mostly black people came from England, and the Netherlands, created like
is that Creole term for you guys a new term or old term? I never heard you guys.
It's an old term, Creole, New York, New York and Boston have Creole, but they're mostly Dutch, But
that term alone, the concept is not new, but the term is French.
But that hold up. The French people think Creole, they think of French, but Creole also the people call the Gullah Geechee Creole people because they have a different fusion of different Creole. Just
for the definition of the word, absolutely, you guys fall into
Creole just means mixed. That means the bottom line
culture.
It means mix. It means a fusion of different cultures.
Yeah,
not original. That's what Creole means. It's like a Creole. Just like there were Creoles who went to Sierra Leone. They call it Creoles. They went to Sierra Leone.
But they have ties to like
these were black people that lived in
Nova Scotia, they were black,
in Jamaica and places like that, right? That spoke English, right? And so when they went to Africa, right, they were known as Creoles because they were not pure Africans anymore culturally. You know,
Colin, colloquially speaking, are the Irish white?
Well, physically, genetically, yeah, they are white. Culturally, they were not white.
But
So
hold on,
what was
don't let him.
what was the point of
Kwame,
the
don't let him escape. Don't
merry-go-round?
let him escape, man.
What?
At the end of the day, he worshipped that element, right? Am I correct?
Recipe, man. Don't. How do I worship? If I worship them, why the fuck would I be on this platform talking to you?
Because you go back and forth. One minute you're proud and you're shitting on Africa. The next minute you're proud of Africa.
Well, I don't think you're intelligent enough to understand what I'm saying. That's what the problem is, you know?
All right, go ahead.
I say it like this. Let me tell you something, right? I said, look, I'm just putting it as a matter of fact, right? Black American, African American culture is Creole. And I only said that because we basically, as Black people in America, right, have been told that, you know, if all of us be Pan-Africans, we got to forget who we are. And I'm telling people, no, the fuck, we're not.
Who said that? You said that to yourselves.
Oh, no. You all,
you
I don't
said
know.
that to yourselves.
Some Black people think that, you know, we got
everybody in the diaspora is a Creole.
Kwame.
We're not allowed to distinguish ourselves from other groups of people.
But that's y'all rule that y'all created for yourself. Kwame, you Jamaican, I'm Haitian. You know, in Flatbush and Canarsie and all them kind of places, there's a lot of Pan-Africanists, but it's you're Trini, I'm Haitian, you're Guyanese, whatever. We don't tell you not to celebrate yourself. It's the African Americans in New York that'll tell you you need to drop your flag. You got to stop calling yourself Haitian. You from New York, Collar, you know this. It's y'all the ones who do that.
That's all beautiful. But I'm saying like this. I said like this. When I said earlier, I said, look, my people, like David hit whatnot, we came up and whatnot, and we were taught certain things and whatnot about etiquette and stuff like that. And that was built into us, you know. And so
Your Prince of Pete, then they accuse us of cosplaying after we forced to drop our flags.
Exactly. They're the one who pushed that. Oh, you got to be flat black and is divisive to call yourself a Haitian.
No.
We know this.
Look, you never heard me say that, have you?
But you it's the African Americans that's pushing it. It's not no Jamaican, ain't no Haitian, ain't no Trini, ain't no Nigerian, ain't no Senegalese.
Principally, this challenge called the colonization, right? In the colonization, people, our diversity and people like that, differences are celebrated, you know? And you can be a Haitian, be proud of that. I always say that, you know, rep whatever you are. I don't give a damn if you come from a friggin' the poorest country in Africa. Stand up, be proud, represent. I'm basically like, I always said that. I don't know why you bringing that to me. You may talk to the other fake ass Pan-Africans, right? But I'm always like this. If you want to be Haitian, you're proud of that flag, you're proud of your history, that's fine. All I'm saying is do not force that on me.
You just said 5 minutes ago, I got to get away from these islanders.
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't force yourself on me.
Nobody's for you. Just said, yo, this is why we got to get away from these islanders.
You can practice whatever you want to practice. I'm cool with it, right? But just don't force it on me. You know, you can come around. Look, I have people from the islands that are friends and whatnot, this and the other thing. But don't sit there and tell me I gotta eat what you eat. I gotta eat how you eat. I gotta do all stuff like this. I gotta do all stuff like you. I gotta smoke ganja like you. I gotta do all the stuff like that you guys do. I don't want to do all that shit, you know. So it is what it is, you know. But hey, that being said, man, we could be cool. We're both Black, you know. We could talk about issues and whatnot. But just don't like this. I just think people just want us to drop who we are as an identity and just adopt who they are when that.
But Kala, you don't think that's a part of what that hate created? Because even as you guys, who is the one that's saying that y'all don't have a culture? I never heard of Jamaican or Haitian kind of push that you guys don't have a culture. It's you guys who claim the white man took all your culture, which is a lie. Can you bring Steve back? He's from the South.
Can you bring Steve back?
Only ignorant, self-hating, wannabe white Black people talk like that, you know?
But it'd be you guys, don't be us.
Like I said, look, I grew up in an African-American household, and I grew up in an African-American church, and yes, we do have a culture, right? You know how your culture is? Your culture is something unique that you do. There's things we do, you know, that other people don't do, like watch night. That's African American culture, you know. That's watch night. Nobody else does that. That's us. So when people have things that we do that nobody else does, that shows you have a culture, you know.
Absolutely.
Do certain things other people don't do and whatnot. I never knew why we celebrated watch night. I just only recently tried. I said, why do we do this every year? We sit in the friggin' dark at the church, eat under a candle, eating black-eyed peas and cornbread.
Kyler,
What the fuck you do?
Kyler, I dropped a video of TD Jakes talking about watch night in the back. And when you demonize people like TD Jakes, who's speaking about what you're speaking about too, it creates like I dropped it in the chat.
No, that's good, but
TD Jakes, come on now.
Bourgeois, what's wrong with TD Drake, Bourgeois?
You hear about him and Diddy, man? Come on, man.
Diddy bent him over, man.
Diddy bent him over,
bro. Diddy met everybody. So Diddy, come on, don't do that, bro.
Diddy bent him over, man.
Colin, Diddy met everybody. He met Jay-Z. He met Farrakhan. Come on, man.
Don't promote propaganda that Diddy bent over.
Diddy didn't bend over 50. I'll give 50.
Oh, hold on. He used to work with 50, so it was 50 also bent over. Come on, don't do propaganda, man. Don't single out no TD Jakes.
Don't single out
50 was actually used to write music for Diddy. You know that, right?
It's nobody that you can prove that Diddy bent over.
Come on, bro. Come on, I'll drop a beautiful sermon where he's talking about what you're talking about. You're not gonna play that. You're gonna play some propaganda. You see what I'm saying? You want to bring down your heroes, man.
Come on, Colin. You don't need to.
Can you bring Steve back because he's in the South?
TD Jakes attended one of Diddy's freak-off parties. You know.
Oh, that's propaganda, man. You got to put that phone down, Colin.
Let's say what it has to say. You know.
Listen, you brought it up, man. You brought TD Jakes, man.
Yo, look at this, man. You know.
Come on, bro. He got pictures with Farrakhan, bro. He got this. Come on, man.
So he's bending him over because he took a picture.
He got pictures with Jay-Z. He got pictures with Obama. He got pictures with Rick Ross. He got. Come on, man.
One thing. Oh Lord, let me hear Farrakhan attended one of Diddy's parties, man. That'll be it.
That'll be over.
No, these guys are leaders in the community. You telling me he's not going to meet?
Convince you or nobody, because I know who I am. I came to hear the master say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant."
This is a church nowadays.
What does this have to do with Diddy?
What the hell? What is going on here, bro?
This is why we're gonna fight this thing. White people fighting over this country and whatnot.
Oh man,
brothers ain't trying to go to church no more, man.
Calls out Bishop TD Jakes and watches TD Jakes and Gino Jennings' response.
I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is.
Yo, Cat Williams is out of his mind.
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Good, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm good because I know the truth.
TD Jakes, do not speak against homosexuality.
Watch as Cat Williams calls out Bishop TD Jakes.
Yeah, like I said,
Sir, Madonna has been in the industry so long that she has proven and tried and true, and she has earned her rank. You never see her looking crazy or shaving her head or doing things out of pocket because she falls in line.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is this, man. You know, we.
But Colin, you don't see that as a problem? What you're doing right there?
War. We're fighting war. I guess Steve wants to come up again. You know, let's give him another.
But Colin, you don't see it as a problem what you're doing there because you're trying. First, it was a movement to tear down Pan-Africanists. Then it was a movement to tear down the Nation of Islam. Now there's a movement to bring down Christianity. Aren't these people your greatest allies?
Something, this old saying, my father was a preacher, he'll say, if something's built from a weak foundation, tear it down. This is what I'm here for. Tear it the fuck down and build it up again on righteousness and what's right. I don't give a damn if somebody's tearing somebody down. If it's a lie, I'm going to destroy it, right? And a lot of things you believe, my young brother, is a fucking lie. I know. I've been around. They're a bunch of lies, you know. These people are no goddamn good, you know. They're no good for our people. They're only out for themselves, whatever like that. It's a bunch of lies, you know. And I'm here exposing lies. And people may hate me all they want. But I'm not here to tell it like it is. You know, I'm not here to candy coat this, right?
Kala, you need these are your greatest. The Nation of Islam, Black Church, Pan-African. These are your greatest allies. How you going to build without allies?
Allies. All
You know your hate blind you, brother.
Only ally I need is God. You know, I don't need.
So, Kala, you want to rebuild the Black Church?
What do you say?
You want to rebuild the Black Church, basically.
Well, I know. What I'm saying is this: the Black Church is under attack. Right? The institution of Black attack. All Black institutions under attack. You know, everything we know in Black America is under attack with this filthy culture that's a disease to Black America. When that destroyed every last single community, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. Black America is under attack. You know. And I'm saying the fact that we need a spiritual warfare. We need to talk about righteousness again. We need to talk about morality again. We need to start talking about family again. We need a whole bunch of stuff that you're not going to learn on 125th Street because there's nothing but a bunch of degenerates down there, right? And you're not
talking about the Black Church. We're not talking about Harlem right now. We're talking about the Black Church.
Well, the Black Church, look, the people like T.D. Jakes, right? We need more Geno Jenkins. We need more Geno Jenkins and less T.D. Jakes. That's all I can say, you know.
Kala. What you doing is basically you're making your movement isolationist, man. How are you going to build when you isolating the foundation of your community?
I'd rather stand alone and stand right. You know,
those are the most positive elements in your community, man.
I'd rather stay. I don't care how popular. See, you.
I said positive, not popular. Positive.
Look. The bottom line is this: positive and people. I don't think you understand what positive. You just think you going by popular.
No, they're positive, man.
You know, if you're TD Jakes is basically said that he's evolved on homosexuality and sin, man, he needs to be pulled from the pulpit and tied to a tree and whipped.
When did he say that, Colin?
He said that, you know. He said that.
Brother.
You know? He said that. He said he's evolved on sin. Want me to play a video?
Absolutely. I want to see this, man. I need some receipts.
All right. I'll play a video for it, you know.
I don't know why you keep trying to tear down Pan-African like it's dead.
They're trying to tear down everything.
I'm not trying to tear down Pan-African's dead on its own, man. It's dead.
Kwame, you don't notice what's going on, man? They claim Pan-Africanism is the enemy. They claim foreign Black
Pan-Africanism is based on lies. It's never gonna go no place. You know, you build something on truth, it'll go someplace. You guys want to look? Marcus Garvey, 100 years ago, there's an old Confucian saying: the philosophy of one century should be just common sense of the next. Why are you still talking the same thing Garvey said 100 years ago?
Because it's still true, brother.
True in America. Why? Because all the people who've been the vessels of Pan-African over the years have been nothing but a bunch of sharks, liars, cheats, and degenerates. You know?
Oh, nah, it's not true. It's people like Tupac who basically play both fences. People like Tariq who play both fences. People like the Israelites.
It doesn't matter. The bottom line is this: the Pan-African movement, whatever it is, did not work. You know,
it did work, bro.
I like your fire, Princess, but once you go to Africa, you'll realize Pan-Africanism is dead. You just have
no, it's not, brother. My view, DK, my view of Pan-Africanism is rooted in tribal. It's rooted in this collaborating.
Hold on.
It's not on flat blackness, bro.
Pan-African's dead. You go to the continent, you'll see.
That's not true, Colin. You was well received when you got there. Why you felt like you was well received? You're not from
no. I mean, that's not Pan-Africanism, man.
What does that mean?
Individual, you know.
Let me make this point. PLO Lumumba is opening up universities all across Africa. How can
they don't give this man a time of day?
What are you talking about? He just opened a university.
So the bottom line, PLO Lumumba, with his brilliance, he should be head of state somewhere, right? He should be a thing. He should be where Ibrahim Troy is. This guy makes so much of passionate speech and whatnot, but this guy, they fired him. You know, he was in Kenyan government when they let him go. You know, they don't have no respect for this man. You know, PLO Lumumba when you know. And so the bottom line is that people like. The whole thing is this, like I said, the Pan-Africanists are nothing but cuckolds, you know what a cuckold is? Cuckold is somebody who sits by and watches the woman have sex with all the other guys while he just sits there, you know? That's what the Pan-Africanists are. You're a bunch of cuckolds, you know? You guys
Ibrahim Traoré just opened up
while these people are robbing the continent, raping the continent, doing bills with the Chinese, whoever else and whatnot, and you guys walk away with nothing, you know, with your opinion, you know.
Ibrahim Traoré just opened up a nuclear generator for his.
You got proof of that?
Yeah, I can prove it right now.
Yeah, prove it.
All right, give me a second. I'll put it in the back.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you make it sound.
All right, this Steve, right? So I had to come up here and address you real quick, Kala. That's all.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
You said I'm always sticking up for white people.
Hold up.
He is the bishop and the head of Potter's House Church in Texas, and he is one of the most important.
Like I said, the homosexual community loves TD Jakes. What's going on? Go ahead, talk, Steve.
All right, you said I'm always sticking up for white people.
It sounds like it.
You wanna know what's crazy is, right? I don't just stick up for white people because you say that white people are white devils or whatnot, and I say that's not all white people.
Yes.
When you say that, okay. When you say that Africans or Caribbeans are this way, that way, I say that's not all Africans and Caribbeans. When you say that,
I never said all Africans are not. You know, I'm saying the fact that Africans, they're my brothers and sisters over there, whatnot, but they need to take care of themselves, right? I'm saying the fact that we start talking about Pan-Africanism. I said, look, they have what they want. We have what we want. We have the African mind and the African American mind are two different things, right?
We don't African Americans don't have the same mind either.
Hold on, the African American has a different mind than the African, right? When I'm in Liberia, right? Hold on. When I'm in Liberia and I'm with my crew, and when certain things that I notice, right, they don't pick up on. I know it, you know. Certain things like when you see a Lebanese or a white person, and I can see how they look, sometimes expressions on their face, body language or whatnot, they're completely oblivious to that. But me, basically being African American, I could pick up certain things, by what people are saying and what they are. Because I had to check. I had to look at this one Lebanese guy one time and whatnot. The way he was talking to this Liberian girl and whatnot, I just didn't like that. I looked over there like, the fuck you talking to her like that for, And
Kyle, I put the source in the back for you.
Like this, so it is what it is. So I'm saying, yeah, my Liberian brothers, I love them, but we have two different mindsets, different mindsets. Like when I say, I understand the fact that why our ancestors said white people can't own land in Liberia and whatnot, why they did that. I understand that because I have the same mind as my ancestors. Elvis clash. I have the same mind as the founders of Liberia. I understand what they were trying to do. Same thing, every other African American that goes to Liberia, they understand the assignment. Well, the African basically tells me that we need to move on besides race. We don't see color and race and all stuff like this. So I'm saying their mind is different now. We always see race no matter what. We don't trust white people on that level, whatever like that. They do. For example, last year, right after I left Liberia, an incident happened in Liberia. It actually happened when I was there, right? It was ongoing. This white guy that was in Grand Cape Mount, right, tried to kill this girl he was dating,
Yes, and he had a wife back in America.
Yeah, so my whole thing is this. Every time when I was saying, who's making this sound? All right, man.
I think it's my mic. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Yeah. So anyway, what you call I was trying to make the case to them, say, see, this is why you can't bring white people in. They should be dating your women. Even my freaking wife, she told me, no, man, we don't see things like that. Blah, blah, blah. We don't see things like that. People are people. Blah, blah, blah. No, this white guy was a fucking thing, and he got away with it too.
Yeah, and that's my problem, Carlo. That's why I have my problem with people who gang up on honey flower. It's like, where was that smoke for that white guy who came in your country?
Exactly. They gang up on her. This is another thing I can't stand. That's why I don't respect these motherfuckers. You talk all you want or not, but the fact that what they were doing to that girl, man, they were just basically bullying her. Saying certain things. Men should not talk to women like that. You know what I'm saying? You give women respect. You give them that space. If you have nothing to say, just don't say nothing at all. You know, they're in the chat room saying all kinds of stuff and that, and she's getting angry and whatnot. You know, and then next you know when she lashes out, when I see that's what she don't like, scholar. See what she said when I can't stand, especially that Elvis. You know, I can't stand that shit. You know, they were
It's
egging her
like
on.
if you showed that same smoke for the foreigners who come in your country and violate your women, that'd be one thing.
They don't have no smoke for them. Yo,
and
these guys,
Kala,
you see 75-year-old white men now. But 4 years ago, when I first went to Liberia, I didn't see that. You know, now you got white guys coming over there, getting off the plane, got their Liberian girlfriend that they met online, shit like that. Yo, the bottom line is this. And you guys want to talk to me about Pan-Africanism? Get the fuck out of my face, you know?
and Kala, I put two sources in the back. One with the nuclear energy deal with Ibrahim Traoré, and the other with
A deal. You know, everybody has a
Okay.
fucking deal. You know,
And I also put the Lumumba
University. There's nothing built, bro. Okay, let me play this video with TB Jakes with that. Now, Mark Lamar Hill, he's a flamer. He's all happy. Look how he introduced TD Jakes. He's so happy. They always imposing these people on us, DK. Look.
Fire talking about Bishop T.D. Jakes. For those that don't know, Bishop T.D. Jakes is one of America's most treasured theologians. He is the bishop and the head of Potter's House Church in Texas, and he is one of the most important spiritual and theological voices in the country. He's somebody who I consider to be a brilliant man, a brilliant preacher, and an inspirational figure. Well, for the last 24 hours, he has been caught up in a whole lot of scandal and spectacle connected to Diddy, connected to Cassie, connected to a whole bunch of gossip and rumor and innuendo that to this date has not been proven yet. So I'm not going to get into the mess and the spectacle and the gossip of it. I'm going to vibrate a little bit higher than that. But I did want to use this as an opportunity to talk about T.D. Jakes and his position on the Black church and sexuality. A few years ago, actually almost 10 years ago, I did an interview with Bishop T.D. Jakes where the question of sexuality and the Black church came up. And here's what he said.
I think it's going to be diverse from church to church. Every church has a different opinion on the issue, and every gay person is different. And I think that to speak the church, the Black church or white church or any kind of church you want to call it, are all the same is totally not true. And all gay people are not the same. The types of relationships that are afforded are based on the types of people in each individual case. Yeah. And LGBTs of types and sorts have to find a household of worship that reflects what your views are and what you believe like anybody else. And the church should have the right to have its own convictions and values. If you don't like those convictions and values, you totally disagree with it, don't try to change my house, move into your own and establish that sort of thing and find somebody who gets what you get about faith. And trust me, I've talked to enough LGBT, they are not all the same.
Oh, for sure. Any more than all Christians.
No.
He gave a very interesting and important answer there, but I felt like that answer wasn't exactly answering the question about the church. It was more focused on American society. So I pushed him a little bit. First of all, has your thinking evolved on this?
Evolved and evolving. Evolved and evolving.
Where were you and where are you?
I think that where I am is to better understand, the church bought into the myth that this was a Christian nation. And once you get past that, which a lot of people are going to criticize me because they're still going to think it's a Christian nation, which is a whole different show. But once you begin to understand that democracy and that a republic actually is designed to be an overarching system to protect our unique nuances, then we no longer look for public policy to reflect biblical ethics. If we can divide, or what you would call separation of church and state, then we can dwell together more effectively. Because atheists, agnostics, Jews, all types of people, Muslims pay into the government then cannot reflect one particular view over another just because we are the dominant group of religious people in the country, because those numbers are changing every day. We need a neutralized government that protects our right to disagree with one another and agree with one another.
From there, I wanted to go even deeper into the conversation by asking him about his own personal conviction and his own personal stance on this vis-a-vis the church.
Right. Inside the church, has your thinking biblically, scripturally, hermeneutically shifted at all?
And the reason I ask that is because I talk to a lot of ministers now, and there was that big conference in South Africa in the last couple of weeks where people from all over the world were there, and this was one of the issues that came up along with race and other things. And one of the questions was, is there a way to approach Christian tradition, Christian scripture in light of a new understanding of LGBT? For example, 18th century, there might have been a particular understanding of what slavery meant in relation to Paul, in relation to the New Testament, et cetera. That has shifted to the point that it is socially accepted that irrespective of what text says, literally, we don't support slavery as a body, right? And even though it varies church, most churches don't support. Right. Might be a few out there that do. We don't get invited to those. Yeah. But similarly, there's room for that same kind of shift.
I think that shift has to go on behind the closed doors of the church, because I think in the mainstream America, anybody who doesn't agree with you, we have a derogatory name to call you. And I think it oversimplifies the complexity of text. The fact that you have fidelity to the scriptures as you have been taught does not mean that you're necessarily homophobic or any other kind of phobia. But yet in mainstream America, anybody who doesn't line up with a particular worldview, we give them a name to ostracize them, much like we were given names to ostracize us. This name calling does not depict the struggle that many people have theologically. I think the argument has to be theological and not sociological. The fact that the world has turned that way doesn't mean that the word has changed that way. The argument for clergy, fundamental clergy, has to be a theological argument. It cannot be a sociological one.
Bishop Jakes even added this caveat at the end about how difficult this is and how difficult this topic is, not just for Black folk and for church folk now, but throughout history.
Well, it's a complex issue. It's a real complex issue, and it was in the Bible days. Sexuality versus spirituality. Paul spends a lot of time wrestling back and forth, trying to understand, should a woman wear her head covered? Should you cut your hair? I mean, they grappled back then, and we're grappling now, because we are humans, and we are flawed, and we're not God. Yeah. Once you understand you're not God, you leave yourself an out clause to grow.
So this is an important place to begin. Bishop Jakes isn't just an individual preacher, although he is an individual preacher. He represents the stance and the politics and the sexuality politics of the Black church in America in a lot of ways. He is a mainstream religious thinker. And what I got from my conversation with Bishop Jakes was that the church is changing its stance, that the church is evolving, but that there has to be space for a nuanced conversation that is rooted in scripture and doesn't just succumb to the politics of the moment. Now, I wanted to push back on him in a lot of areas, but we ran out of time. And to be clear, this conversation that I had with Bishop Jakes wasn't supposed to happen. We didn't plan this. We didn't schedule this. I didn't ambush him. This conversation emerged from a caller or somebody who wrote in on the online HuffPost platform asking him to answer this question. So I wasn't expecting it any more than he did. But in the aftermath, this is the interesting part. In the aftermath of our conversation, Bishop Jakes got attacked. The Christian newspapers, the online press, the right-wingers, the anti-LGBTQ movements, they were on Bishop Jakes for having a fairly humane and open and developing conversation, even if I still think he wasn't in the right place. And he didn't think I was in the right place. I'm sure if we were to talk long enough, we don't have to agree. Brothers don't have to agree. But it was important for us to have that kind of conversation. And people weren't having it. And it got so intense that Bishop Jakes actually had to issue a public statement saying that he was not evolving on the LGBTQ stance. Here's exactly what he said. My comment on HuffPo TV drifted into issues of the Supreme Court ruling and changing the world through public policy versus personal witness. Further, I have come to respect that I can't force my beliefs on others by controlling public policy for taxpayers and other U.S. citizens. Jesus never sought to change the world through public policy, but rather through personal transformation. All people didn't embrace him either. That's what I said and what I meant, nothing more and nothing less. Just because a so-called Christian publication chooses to misconstrue my words using lazy journalistic tactics to further their own agenda and draw attention to their site does not make their statements an accurate depiction of what I said or meant. He's not talking about HuffPost or me here. He's talking about, I believe, I don't want to say the name of the publication because I don't want to get it wrong, but he was talking about a publication that made it seem as if he was taking a slightly different position than what he said. Here's the interesting part, though. He said, do not take everything you read online or hear repeated as truth. When asked about the Black church and its role in ministering to gay people, I briefly mentioned, we were running out of time, the word evolved and evolving regarding my approach over the 39 years of my ministry to gay people who choose to come to our services. I simply meant that my method is evolving, not my message. I was shocked to read that this was manipulated in a subsequent article to say I endorsed same-sex marriage. My position on the subject has been steadfast and rooted in scripture. For the record, I do not endorse same-sex marriage, but I respect the rights that this country affords those that disagree with me. So you can judge for yourself from our conversation, from our interview, and from his subsequent words where Bishop Jakes stands on this issue. He's also written and spoken about this extensively. But I do think it's important to know what his politics are on this issue. It's important to know where he stands, not because of the recent drama or the recent strife, but because he is a towering figure in our community, someone who has earned the benefit of the doubt with regard to rumors. We should wait for evidence. We should wait for substantiated claims. We should wait for a real journalistic endeavor before we say anything about what's true or what's not. Let's get some truth out there. But also because it's a window into the Black church's mind. It's a window into the Black church's sensibilities. Now, there's no single Black church. There's lots of Black churches. There's lots of Black politics. There's lots of Black perspectives. There's lots of Black culture that circulate in and out of the doors of various churches. So I don't want to reduce the Black church to one person or one perspective, but this is a dominant one from a dominant figure. And so we want to pay attention to it. Let me know what you think. Yeah, also, hit the subscribe button if you want more content like this. Hit the like button if you agree with me. And also hit that join button if you're so inclined so you can become.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's a setup, man. It's basically you got him on a I got your question. I dropped a video in the back, man. Can you play that video? That's basically what this guy, Laurent Hill, whatever his name is, did, man. He just basically got him on a I got your question. I mean, so that's some sucker shit. He didn't gave it like a neutral balance. He didn't really answer the question.
T.D. Jakes is
President P, are you saying the Black church don't support homosexuality?
Hell no.
Some of them
tolerate it, but
it's only the mainstream churches that do that.
Exactly. They may tolerate it amongst some of them, but most of them preach against it, man. It is the world society today. This is more pro LGBT.
Are you saying that it's not gay people that's in the ranks of the church?
Bro, there's gay people everywhere, bro.
The infiltrated church, and that's where the battle's coming in at. Because if you kick somebody out of a church, you get sued for their sexuality.
Exactly, you could get sued.
So the bottom of the court stepping in saying, on one hand, conservatives are saying you should have a right to tell somebody, no, we don't do that in our church. We don't like this practice, whatnot. And then there's liberals saying, no, I don't care if it's a house of worship. You got to perform a wedding. We're gonna marry, whatnot. So there's a big cultural battle going on. You know,
exactly.
I know a church. I know a church where the pastor came out as gay and whatnot. And guess what happened to the congregation? Everybody left their church. And this is within the last 15 years.
Tell them.
So these mainstream churches is not the same.
From what I see, a lot of gay people flock to the church. So maybe
they flock to the church for salvation, but that don't mean that the word of God is the word of God. You know, the Bible says homosexuality is condemned, right? And any real Christian like General Jakes will tell you, hell no. You know, any real Christians that I know will tell you like this. It's very simple. God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. It's not even a question, right? Now,
that's not a scripture.
Like
I said, my
Ruth used to say. My Ruth said like this. This was back in 1988. She was like, "Yeah, I don't know what the hell is this all talking," because it was an incident that happened in Huey Rogers, not Huey, Pastor Washington Church. You know, my grandparents went to that church in Queens. You know, that was in Queens. You know. And a big church and whatnot. But anyway, he did a sermon. He was talking about one of the pastors that he knows, right, was being sued because the choir director was gay. When I said, no, you can't come out. You got to get saved or like repent like that. And so they said, until you do that, you can't be on the choir, right? The dude sued the church and won.
You see? You basically walking on extra. That's what I'm saying. Can you play that video? I got in the back chat, Carla. It's basically,
what is
it's a skit about it's basically fair use. There's some guy named RDC World, but it's basically in an interview and they trying to get him on a gotcha.
Oh yeah, RDC. Shout out to
yeah. So that's basically what Lamont Hill is doing to to TD Jakes. He's trying to basically
I
have
don't
him.
think TD Jakes could have clarified himself. He was beating around the bush.
He's trying to play it safe. That's what he's trying to say.
Like you
you know,
said, he's not
nuance.
trying to
I
get
don't agree,
sued.
but it's
He's trying to
nuance.
say he don't want to offend nobody. That's all it was, you know.
Yeah,
exactly. He don't want to get sued or offend anybody.
I mean,
I
don't know. I don't know if
Jenkins,
the Bible support. I don't know if the Bible don't support same-sex marriage because some have
It
interpreted
doesn't
certain
support it.
scriptures.
It doesn't support it, bro. It's evil.
Hey, some theologians.
It said a man can't lay with a man, a woman can't lay with a woman, a man can't lay with a child, a woman can't lay with a child.
The Bible's clear say a man sex with a man is an abomination.
It's abomination.
Are you familiar with David? Are you familiar with David and Jonathan and the disciple that Jesus
No,
loved?
I never heard that.
What are you? Don't try to come up with some weird story.
Also, Kwame does. He reads a lot of gay propaganda. These are high level theologians. Gay propaganda. You know they try to say Malcolm X was gay.
But isn't the prophecies in the Bible say they were going to twist the words of God or the scripture?
Wait.
Yo, there's people.
Do you know what?
There was a guy that came out a few years ago who got a book out talking about Malcolm X, LGBTQ.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
Malcolm X was gay. So they do this propaganda. They try to twist the Bible around, twist all the stuff around to make it seem like people are gay.
Kyla, no offense, you don't know much about the Bible.
I do know a lot about the Bible.
You don't know much about the Bible.
Kwame, you're trying to single out.
In church, bro.
Yeah, Kwame, you singling out fruity preachers and fruity theologians to say that represent the church.
No, these are straight theologians. You have certain things.
The Bible doesn't support it, bro.
So somebody got a degree from you don't know where. He's a theologian. What kind of just a degree. You didn't come up with no church and whatnot, and stuff like that,
The Bible says we are supposed to look out for false teachers and whatnot, false prophets.
False prophets.
Steve, are you familiar with David and Jonathan?
False prophet,
what did he say, Kwame? What did he say?
I mean, if you can interpret it how you want. If you lay naked on a roof kissing a man, I don't know if you.
Where do you see that in the Bible?
What part of the Bible is that?
When do you get all this time to be thinking about shit like this, man?
I'm not thinking about it. This is
where do you see this in the Bible?
Anybody else in the panel be thinking about this shit in their spare time?
No, I don't even know where you found it at. Somebody probably seen the scripture and try to twist it and whatnot and say, "See."
No twist. I could put it in the back chat for you. You could read the Bible yourself.
Nah,
if you can't say it, I don't need to watch
the verse. Put the verse.
If you can't state where it's from in the Bible, I don't need to know.
Put the verse up there. What's the verse? Kwame, I'll look up the verse. What's the verse? Acts what? John 3:11. What I said? John 3:16. We all know those things.
Give me a second. I'll put the verse.
Tell me the verse. Tell me the scripture.
Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just look it up for 2 seconds. Give me a second.
Go, Kyla, play the video, bro. Kyla, play the video. Fair use, man.
Kwame, it's a weird shit, man. You got too much time on your hands, Kwame. You gotta get a woman. You got too much time on your hands, bro.
No, what's your take on the whole pronoun situation that's going on right now?
You said the whole pronoun situation?
Yes, sir.
I mean, movies got a lot of takes. You know what I'm saying? Songs got a lot of takes, and that's how you make them.
Right. I guess more specifically, I'm asking about the whole gender role thing.
I mean, gender roles gonna do what gender roles do.
Every
that's
time,
fact.
Of course. You know what? I'm more specifically talking about how many genders do you think there should be? Realistically, ballpark estimation.
You said ballpark?
Yeah.
I mean, you play baseball at a ballpark. You know what I'm saying?
How you gonna play inside? Might break a window.
Sports is an interesting topic. Say I said I was a woman, should I be able to play in the NBA just because I say I'm a woman all of a sudden?
I mean, really, it's like what Drake said. You know what I'm saying? All this capital is like I left the caps lock on.
Right.
Jodeci freestyle.
Right. Mm-hmm. So you agree with what Drake has to say?
I mean, I don't listen to Drake no more.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well, what's your take on the police brutality thing? Do you think America's going in the right direction?
126.
Direction?
Yeah.
To the left.
To the left.
To the left. Irreplaceable. Hit song by Beyonce.
Hit, man. We still listen to that. We listen to that on the way over here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So do you agree with what Beyonce has to say about this?
I mean, to be honest, Beyonce is one of the top 5 singers. But I don't watch her interviews.
Same.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, what would you guys think if your dad just came out and said, "I'm attracted to other males"? Like, what would you guys think about that? You know, I'm gonna take that silence as an answer. You know, we got him, guys. All right, thank you guys for watching. Get him out of that podcast. Make sure to tune in every week.
I'm trying to be ready for that shit.
That was stupid, man. What the fuck?
It never really existed.
Hey, Kyle, I put the verse. I put the verse for you in the back.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
verse
Let's
for you
look
in
at
the
this. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Kwame's verse. Let's see. Okay.
Not my verse, the
Bible
Bible, not
Gateway.
me.
Yo, Samuel 2 like this. Okay, let's read it. You know, I'm a thorough. I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were dear, very dear to me. You love me wonderfully, more than wonderful than a woman. What the hell's that got to do with anything, you know? Yeah, I told my brother that too. I love him like that. I told him like this. So what's that got to do with it?
You tell your brother you love him more than a woman.
Oh, so yo, what does that? What does that? If somebody's your brother, that means you have love for them. You know, you
love your brother more than a woman.
Well, I love my
If it's
brother.
my blood brother, yeah.
Yeah, my blood brother, yeah.
No, this is his friend.
My brother,
my
brother is my heart, man.
If you grew up together, whatnot, you your friend and whatnot, yeah.
Exactly, like your brother.
So you got friends that's men that you love more than women.
I'll kill for my brother. I'll kill for my brother, man.
Kwame. Woman can leave, a woman can lie. Your brother's forever, brother.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Why do you take that? Why do you take love as?
I don't love no man more than I love women.
Kwame, when you hear
your brother, not no random dude.
Somebody says love. That has nothing to do with sex, man.
Thank you. Love doesn't mean sex.
I can show you the verse where they kissing on the roof.
All right, show that verse, man.
All right,
you got the LGBT Bible over there with the pictures in it. Come on, show the verse.
This is Bible Gateway. This is Bible Gateway.
Oh my God, man!
Okay.
They don't got the LGBTQ Bible now. That's crazy.
Yeah, the gay Bible.
So Kwame, you hate the Bible so much. You got gay priests teaching you the Bible, brother.
Yo, Kwame, let me ask you a question, man. Is it okay to hold hands with another man?
Nah, I can't. I ain't holding.
You want to know what's crazy? I remember I watched a video with Richard Pryor, right? And he was talking about how cultures are different. He said he went to Africa, and he said he saw men like holding hands down the street and whatnot. He said over here in America, they would be seen as gay and whatnot. But the country that he went to in Africa, it was normal behavior. It was nothing sexual behind it.
Yeah, they do that
the
in
same
Africa.
way how like it sounds like certain cultures around the world, like they'll men kiss each other on the cheek.
Italians do that. Men kiss each other on the cheek.
Exactly.
Italian
so let me ask you something, Steve, because this is in the Bible too. Would you hold a man balls and swear on it?
What?
What part of the Bible is this?
Again, that's sexuality. That's a sexual organ.
Oh my God!
Colin, would you hold a man balls
got
and
some
swear?
hidden virtues,
Where
man.
do you get your time from, man? I mean, thinking about this shit.
I'm just pointing out stuff that's in the Bible.
Yo, where do you get this LGBTQ Bible from, man?
The Bible ain't tell nobody jerk somebody's dick, man. Come on, you know. You listen to homosexual propaganda. They're always trying to think.
The Bible says a man can't lay with a man, a woman can't lay with a woman, a man can't lay with a child, a woman can't lay with a child.
You go to hell. Go ahead, John.
Some Jamaicans read the Bible, they turn Rasta. Some Jamaicans read the Bible, they hear LGBT verses, man.
Yeah, every time Kwame comes on, I'm gonna play a Body Boy song.
See, African Kwame. Oh, sorry, Jay. African God even said the same thing. Men hold hands in Africa. It's not seen against their sexuality. Like it's not sexual. That's what I'm saying. It depends on the culture of the world, what they view as
America. You're gay.
Exactly. Everything is gay in America, whatnot. You tell another man you love him, oh, that's gay. You hold hands with another man, that's gay. Everything is gay. You kiss another man on the cheek in America, that's gay. So, yeah.
Boom, bye. Just remember Buju Banton.
Okay.
Boom,
I just
Bati
put the
Bye,
verses in
yeah.
the back, right? Where Abraham is taking oath, and he's taking oath under a man thigh. When they say thigh, it's a
Where you
euphemism.
get this weird
Hold
shit?
on. Can I talk? Can I talk?
You got people that sit there and they take the Bible, twist it, could be interpreted and different. The Bible's in Greek, written in
Collar,
Hebrew,
you gotta understand.
Greek, and
This
then
how I could
Yo, let him
tell.
finish.
This
Let
how
him
I could
finish,
tell you
Colin. Let him
don't.
finish.
I
Let him
could tell.
finish.
This is why I could tell you don't know the Bible.
Let him finish,
When the
Colin.
the
Bible
Bible,
had,
bro. I do know the Bible. I read it all my
no, you
life.
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
All
Read
I
the
know
verse,
is
Kwame. What's the verse, Kwame?
I know
What's
I
the
put it
verse?
in the back. I put it in the back
the
chat.
Bible.
No,
Genesis.
read the verse. Read the verse.
Read it for us, Kwame. Read it. Read it.
I'm on my phone. Hold on. I got me use my laptop.
Okay, yeah.
'Cause I'm on my phone. When I try to read it,
In the meantime, let's get somebody who knows things in life. Kidola, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you, Kyla. That's good, man. Everything's good. You talk about the hate that hate produce, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes people are just doing, if you're a victim of something, you sometimes people want to victimize the other people too. Hate is very painful thing. So what I noticed about Kyla, I've been listening to you. Kyla, I've been watching you for about maybe 7 years, possibly maybe 10 years even on Danish show. Kyla, you have changed a little bit. I don't know if because the Pan-Africanism disappoints you or
Yeah. Very disappointed me. Like I was optimistic. Look, I came into this optimistic and whatnot. And it was Africans that basically told me that you try to thwart what we're saying. I don't understand this. You know what it is? And these Africans that live in the West, right? These are bums that come from the slums of Lagos, Accra, Nairobi, whatnot. They're bitter, jealous, angry men and whatnot. And so they see me and they're obviously angry that I'm capable, and Black America is capable of actually going to the continent and building something. So they hate that, and they hate us, They hate that we're so desired by everybody in the world. Where everyone wants to be us. We're the top.
Okay, come on.
I'm dead serious, right? There's no African version of Michael B. Jordan. So the bottom line, so I'm saying like this, I never said that. I would say like we're all Africans, we're all brothers and whatnot. They made the distinction. They made the distinction, between us and them, right? They're the ones who said that we're not Africans and whatnot. Because bottom line, it all started with the movie Black Panther. That was a celebration of Africa. We both came together and made an African Marvel film and whatnot. The way Africans received that movie, right, in some quarters and whatnot. Why you got African Americans playing Africa? Because Chadwick Boseman is African descent. He's not African.
Hey, Steve, the verse is Genesis 47:29.
Okay. Colin, most Africans like Black Panther. So
yeah, they do, but people are saying that the lead should have been an African actor. First of all, it's a Marvel.
There wasn't most people, Colin.
No, a lot of people said that, and then
it wasn't most people though.
Hold on, Kwame. Steve, sit down. If I wouldn't say that if it wasn't true. And then check this out. Then a couple months later, Beyonce made a video called "Black is King." Right? She received international backlash because
From who? From who, Carla?
From all like Africans and
Christian Africans, Carla, or what kind of Africans? Don't generalize.
Africans.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
He has
You can't
no woman
generalize.
talking about Africa, blah blah blah. She was just trying to reach out and show love.
I don't think. Carla, people
came at her.
So did anybody listen to that album on the continent of Africa? Was it?
I'll play for you.
Let me tell you this, Carla. Let me tell you this. Continental Africans, right? People that live. I talk more about sub-Saharan now. Talk about the people that look like people in the States in Africa. Is that they never actually sit down and met a real Black America one-on-one. Right? That you have to think they have to hit them. You understand me? You might think it might be those Africans in United States.
Yeah. How about this, Kidola? Why don't you guys round these people up, these troublemakers, and send them back to Africa? I would
No,
like
Kala,
Pan
Kala,
African dead, but
no,
they're
Kala,
opening up
Kala,
universities
Kala, before you
and
start having
closing big
problem with
deals.
Oh,
them,
yeah,
let me,
okay, yeah, they open up. Everybody's opening up something.
Kala, let me
Umar
tell you
Johnson's
this,
opening
man.
up a school, right? You know.
I
After
put in the
Kidola
back
speak, I
chat
want.
Lumumba
Kala, let me
University.
tell you this.
Open a
If
few
you think
universities on
you people
Africa.
have problem with the Africans who live in the States, what do you think? Way back before I even traveled out of Africa, even these guys, even my uncle that even was staying in Texas at that time, I'm telling you that before I even traveled out of Africa at that time, that was 1991, 80 something, where breakdance and MC Hammer and all this also was popular. When that dude comes around, man, he's seeing us like savages. You understand me? He like to sit with the rich people. He will never. He must spend 4 days with us. Maybe by seeing us. After that, this will not big uncle, a big house, big Mercedes Benz, give him money there. You understand me? So
Kidola, hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up. Let me see. I'm gonna play this video. Hold up. Okay, this is Black is King reaction. I can see what this girl said.
Hold on, Carla. Quick question: how many likes and how many views does this have?
Okay, it has 1.7 million views.
And only 6,000 likes. That's crazy.
And, yeah. How many people? 1 million people viewed it. You know.
Yeah, but only 6,000 likes.
Yeah, a million people viewed it. So that's what I go by. Okay.
But only
Now
6,000 likes.
let's watch a
A
video.
whole bunch of bot views.
No, it wasn't bot views. People watching it because this is like the biggest topic this year.
The film loosely follows the story of
Point is, if they agreed with it, it would have been more than 6,000 likes.
No. I'm saying the fact that it is what it
Let me
is.
finish.
I'm just saying. I said there was a big controversy. You know, people made a big deal. The whole thing is, if black people from America are trying to reach out to Africa, right? So I don't give a damn what it is. The last thing we want to hear is people who look like us talking about, oh wow, whatever. I don't know what the fuck Africans' problems are.
Tell her that you would have come to Nigeria in the 90s then. You know, early 90s then.
As many things now agree upon the fact that the trailer dropped at the end of June. It was met with a lot of this.
I really mean a lot. Some people love the piece and felt it gave a great representation of the cultures and countries in Africa and the diaspora.
It very much seemed like a whole collation of beautiful different visuals from different places. It was like the Black experience, so not necessarily focused on Africans, but focused on all Black people.
Others felt like it could have been better.
I thought it was very well done. I think that Beyonce did do her research. At the same time, I just think that, the thing that made me sad is that I didn't see East Africans being represented.
The debate about Black is King has brought up some important questions about the representation of Africa in film and television. These conversations are not new. In fact, from around the 19th century, there were numerous encounters, cultural exchange, as well as moments of solidarity between Africa and the diaspora. The big question here is a film like Black is King an appropriate modern example of pushing these conversations and exchanges forward?
It's a very touchy and very sensitive issue to talk about what is the relation between Africans and African Americans or the diaspora in general. Sometimes, people don't want to get their hands burned by touching on that issue. But for me, I'm more, interested in the conversation.
He seems sweet.
This particular production
Sugar Boy
forces
Africa
and the diaspora
God damn, we'll talk about Sugar Boy.
Some
Who
of
the
the
hell
critiques
you,
of
man?
Black is King have been met with a lot of backlash online.
Stan culture can be very toxic because these stans tend to think that just because someone is critiquing the artist, they are attacking the artist. When I watched Black is
Carla
King, I also thought it was an
culture.
excellent piece
Carla.
of work.
Hey, yo, John Zola just made a good point, Carla.
Please,
Can't have
everyone be
these
quiet. So I've
conversations.
dropped
I
you.
think it was still kind of, not telling the whole story in the sense
What the
of
fuck do they
like
want,
it
man?
was
It's the whole
only
story. Like she's supposed to know
talking
every
about
fucking
a
tribe on the
certain
continent,
percentage of Africans who are royalty and whatever, and that's cool, but it makes like other people who are non-African think that that's all. pre-colonial Africa was.
Beyonce was the writer, director, and executive producer of Black is King, but the film also included the work of other Black creatives. So what does this mean for the future of African creatives in film?
It was really lovely seeing the different creative people as well in there, because it shows that, you know, everyone's part of the bigger picture. Everyone wants to see this bigger picture. Everyone's trying to progress their craft.
With films like Black Panther coming out a few years ago and receiving great reviews, as well as series like Queen Sono and Blood and Water, now seems like an important time for the visibility of Black creatives, both in front and behind the camera.
In my own opinion, we are in the midst of Black Renaissance. We have more Black recognized and established and celebrated filmmakers right now than we may have in the past.
There's so many countries in Africa. There's so many different dialects, tribes, regions, etc. People do so many different things. I think this is now a great time to be able to really push out the products that we have, whether being a filmmaker, artist, etc., and really kind of show what has always been great.
Kala, let me tell you this, because you see.
So Kala, where was the critique?
Let me finish.
Like I said, on the whole, that was one of the nice ones. You know, that
Lucky Dola finish.
The whole thing is this. I think we should okay, she wanted to do this video, right? It was her money, her time, and everything like that. Why is she being made to friggin' feel like she got to represent everybody on the continent? One's like, oh, there's not a representation. We're not, we need more Black African creativity. Well, why can't they create their own fucking? She created that, So let's say this other African lady.
Colin, but aren't you the culture critic?
I'm the culture critic, right? But I do critics in the same thing. What I never do is this: if an African makes a film, right? If you make a film, I'm not gonna tell you who should. I'll criticize the final work to say yeah, nay, but I'm not gonna say that you should have had this person in there. I'm not represented. All this kind of bullshit.
But the woman said that she liked it. She just said that she was sad that she could have wished there was more East African.
I think the problem, Kara, you see, Black Americans are saying you see one thing about the East Africans are jumping in. The problem I say here is Black American view of everything is on the eyes of the West Africans, because that's what they actually know a lot, that the East Africans.
The average family in America.
Yeah.
So I think when Black Americans are showing films about Africa, I think they also allow the people to also know that what they're seeing or what they're projecting might be the West African view of actually, which is the majority where they're from actually, and they have more contact with West Africa with the West Africans than the East Africans. You understand me? So the East Africans, what the East Africans to do, they have to start producing their own movie, like what the Nigerians, the West Africans are doing. So with that, the Black Americans can also be seeing their view. Most East Africans don't have traditional dressing like that compared to the West Africans. That's why coming to America, most of those movies, the movie, whatever I shoot over there, is all by the eyes of the West Africans. That's just the truth. Culture represents what you want to portray. Most West Africans are far more open up and shooting.
America retires with $336,000 in the retirement savings.
John made a great point. John Zola in the comments. He said that y'all got to stop basing y'all world's view through the lens of social media.
Oh, well, the bottom line is this. I don't base my worldview on the lens of social media. But social media is the ultimate feedback because people are talking honestly. They're talking anonymity, right? So you're really getting to how people really feel,
Colin not gonna stop until you hear
their real face up there. You don't get the real thing. Social media, you get really how people are really thinking. I've been doing this a long time.
But what are the numbers on the people that streamed the what is it a movie or is it an album?
Colin, are you looking for a pessimistic? Are you looking for a pessimistic?
Kala, you get it wrong, man. Kala, Africans love Black Americans. When I was growing up, it's at 70s.
Well, I know that, but the whole thing is,
I'm talking about 77,
Kidola, let me speak. Here's the problem with this, right? Africans love Black American culture, right? But in a way, they have a point, right? black people in America, right? When we start going into Africa, right, and we're basically saying, okay, this is what we think is important. So a lot of East Africans were saying, you know, the Beyonce is tipping the scale because the controversy was it was a Yoruba ritual that she was, I think it was an Ifa, whatever, something like that she was doing. And the people around, they said, why are they putting so much money? Why is she favoring them? You know, and why is she making them so special and whatnot? You know, she was on
Colin, you
platform.
can't do nothing with people like that. You just like ignore.
That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is people like she shouldn't have came all and whatnot because she's not African. She couldn't like this, you know, blah blah blah. That's what the sentiment was. That's what I'm trying to get at, you know. So
that's what I'm trying to tell you, Carla. That's what I'm trying. Let me give you this, Carla, because people sometimes think
because we talk about supporting black business.
Let me finish, Carla.
I gotta bring. Look,
Carla, when I was, Carla, let me tell you, when I was playing basketball, right, I used to have a couple of Black American friends, right.
I know we heard this story before.
Hold on, Carla. When I see them, we click. You know how we click because I saw how we have similar type of vibes. Well, with the East Africans, they're a little bit quiet. They're a little bit different. Even me seeing the Uganda person,
the Yemenis,
right?
Huh? The East Africans is Yemenis, right?
No. I'm not talking about the other ones. I'm talking about the Kenyans, the Ugandans.
He's talking about the Bantu East African.
These are the bounties. They're very, very quiet compared to the West Africans, with the Black Americans have similar type of behavior and character with. You understand me? So they're always going to be difference. You understand me? Between the East and the West. So the Black Americans' point of view and eyes are towards the West Africa because that's what they taught them. That's what they know much about, and that's they can see themselves actually beat. So there shouldn't be anything, you know. If I vibe, I must speak. My answer might be different, but I might have the same type of energy in terms of my vibe with the Black American because of the DNA is almost 80% the same.
All right, all right. Duly noted. Let me play his video, and I'm getting ready to go to bed. You know, let me play his video right here. Black is King review. It's my last review. I guess.
Business all the time. This is leadership. Also, reparations for the way that the Lion King exploited African artists. The original song was written by a South African artist, and he got no credit for it. It made millions of dollars for Disney, and he was never paid, and he was never acknowledged as the original artist. In Black is King, Beyonce used the original version of the song made by the original artist to make sure that he got credits for that song in Black is King, and so proceeds to that go to his family. And that's what we need to be about as Black people. Like, instead of talking about how we need to support Black businesses, we need to actually just do it. This whole cultural appropriation conversation that Beyonce is appropriating African culture to make money, that's not true for various reasons. She empowered so many African artists, from actors to designers to dancers.
I'm glad she talked about musicians. This. There was this big article, mainly Black British, talking about she's appropriating African culture. You know, cultural appropriation. That means she had no right to doing all stuff like this. Even
Who cares?
No, I'm talking about that was a controversy that even affects us to this day, right? Because you know,
I get that, but who cares about the haters?
Look, this is why there hasn't really been any follow up. To people thought Black Panther was going to usher in a whole new era of Black, because this was supposed to follow up the Black Panther. You know, they thought it was going to be all these Afrocentric African Americans focus on African movies, and it didn't happen. The attacks on African Americans being accused of corporate approaches. I know Beyonce's not going to do this again. The way they attacked this woman, it was like, God, they don't even like Beyonce, you know. But the bottom line, the way they came at her like that, you know, it's like, you know, what the hell? You want to give credit to Africa and acknowledge her African roots and stuff like that, you know. And
Colin, quick question: how was the album received on the continent of Africa? What were the numbers?
Look, the Africans love it, but I'm saying is
that's my point.
That was a problem. That was a problem. The problem was that there was people, gatekeepers in high society in Africa and Europe, mostly Black Africans who live in the West, who say she's appropriating African culture or whatnot. You know, she's appropriate. That's where the controversy comes in. And so that's what this is all about. But Africans don't care about that, but the people that outside the continent, right? Mostly black people from the UK and Africans that live in the United States. That's what she got her biggest blowback from. She don't know nothing about Africa, blah, blah. She's appropriating our culture. And then,
but did the majority of Africans?
Hold on. You missed my point. And like this, the point I'm trying to make was the same people who were saying that while they got their Timbs and their fucking Jordans on and stuff like that. Oh, she's appropriating African culture, and people are like, well, when you guys wear hip hop gear, aren't you like that was a controversy back then,
I get that, Kala, but
hey,
Black Twitter is filled up a bunch of petty people and whatnot. Did the Africans receive it at whole?
That was a real controversy, and because of that, I think she's like ready. She quit the project, basically, So it is what it is. I hope people are happy, She ain't doing nothing again.
Hey, Carla.
Happy. Yeah, go ahead.
Man, yeah, like I was just gonna say on this topic, man, you can't people. You're gonna always have someone disagree with you, man. It's never gonna.
Look, it's not me. Look. I'm like this. Africa is the one that lost, not us. Beyonce got her career. She's like a bitch. She turned. She's after that. She focused on trying to do a country music career. Like I said, she could have really done
if it's a positive thing.
She wanted to do a lot of stuff on the continent, helping new artists up on that. With the way the reaction to that right there, she just says, "Well, where so much you can push people."
If it's a positive thing, we all lost. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a positive thing. I thought it was beautiful.
But you can't really listen to. You can't listen to the.
The bottom line here, look, it was what it was. If you got gatekeepers out there, the culture critics and stuff like that, doing article after article, and they were getting a lot of big press releases criticizing them. I don't know who was putting these people up to do this. When I think it was white people behind it, I think it was white people behind it, and they put these stupid, dumb women from the UK up there. One, I forgot her name. She was real annoying. Forgot her name. She was real popular.
I gotta ask this question one more time. Was the album well received in the continent of Africa?
Well, it doesn't matter.
The question.
Actually,
it's not
hold up. The
question is a
Monty, she'll make her
percentage
money
thing.
in Africa. She'll make her money. That's the
It.
point.
Someone's gonna
It wasn't
disagree
really
with
made
it.
for an African audience. It was made for the audience. It was her vision of what Africa is. Right. That's what they call her appropriation, because it was just like the Black Panther movie wasn't really made for the African audience. It's our vision. What they resent is that we have our own vision of Africa, right? They like this, and they say, you don't know Africa, whatever, like that. You're objectifying us, you're appropriating us, and whatnot. And some of that criticism is legitimate, right? Because they're saying black people in America, basically, they don't know what Africa enough. They don't know we have different cultures. They don't know we have different language. We know that stuff, right? But we choose to figure out what we think is important and whatnot. And Africans resent the fact that some black people in America got that power. That's what it's all about. It's that power.
But Kala, the point I'm trying to make is, if the album is well received, it has more love than hate. Why are we worried about the hate?
It was well received. Oh, look, Beyonce is not going to Africa for sales. So what do you mean well received? It didn't matter what they said in Africa. The audience was in America.
No, African sales matter to Beyonce because
no.
Yeah,
African sales don't matter because it's only a small market of her audience.
Nah, you're wrong.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
Here's what I'm saying.
Right now.
Everybody has a phone nowadays. Even in the most remote villages, they have phones.
I know that, but the whole thing
so
is
they listen to her music.
First of all, you never been to Africa. Right?
What about the
Hold
African
up.
globally?
Both of you guys talking has never been in Africa, right? So let me say something, right? When you're in Africa, right? One thing you do not have, right? Like when I'm in Africa, I can watch YouTube all day and no commercials pop up. There's no advertising marketing in Africa. You can watch YouTube all day and not have to worry about ads because they don't pop up. Ads only come in areas where there's like this. You live in an area in the United States That's where the most YouTube advertising dollar comes in. Europe and the United States, maybe even Japan and China. You go to Africa, right? It's completely, the algorithm is completely wiped off because there's nothing that an advertiser could put on YouTube that could sell, a market. There's no market for anything in Africa, and that's the truth. There's no African market for anything. When you go to Africa, there's no YouTube commercials. None. So the bottom line is this: so if she's trying to do a video or whatnot, and her audience is where the money's at, that's in America, Europe, and whatnot. The UK, and France, and all these other countries like that. That's where the money's at. So she's not. So people say, okay, she's appropriating African culture to make money. In America, but she did give back. She said the people who did original.
No, Carla, what I'm saying is there are Africans in all these countries, America, Europe, all these places. So
yeah, but come on, man. Let's be honest with ourselves. There's such a tiny number, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Stop.
But Carla, can I say something?
No, the influence does matter. It does.
No, the Africans in America, what, 2% of the population of Black people?
Yeah, but it does matter in France, in UK, all over the world.
Yeah. Also, you're not talking about large Black populations in these countries. Britain is 98% white. What are you talking about?
Even Africans is 2% in America, that's still 3 million, 6 million, somewhere around there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not that 3 million people, bro.
But
the bottom line is this. Hold on, what it is you're trying to look. I want to see Africa get there one day, But sit here making it seem
every
like
individual has influence. Every individual has influence.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna make money in Africa. The money's not there. Everybody always
individual has influence.
Or not, thinking they're gonna like this,
But Carla, you missing can I say something, bro?
Individual has influence.
Yo, check us out. Hold up. Let me say this: in Lagos, Nigeria, and maybe Johannesburg, the ads do pop up in those places. I'm not gonna be crazy. Lagos is too big of a market to ignore. Yes, I do agree with. There's in Lagos, I know that for a fact. Ads do pop up in Lagos, in places like Cape Town and Johannesburg, and whatnot. But the rest of the continent, no. There's not enough of a market for any advertisement, YouTube ads. Any advertisement, any products.
But Carla,
that's what she's marketing a video to, where the ads are, and most of the people who do the views and the ads and whatnot, are here in America. This is what it is, man. This is where all the ads pop up. That's what people basically spend money. Advertisers spend money when they're trying to reach a certain audience, right? And the audience they're trying to reach on everything is here in the United States for the most part,
And Carla, by the way, I wanted to bring up on the religious conversation you guys had earlier. I mean, it's a conversation that's cool just to talk about it, but in reality, based on the American Constitution, all right, you have freedom of religion. So all the Bible talk, I mean, I understand that it influences our society because a lot of people are Christians and stuff like that, but in reality, based on how the government operates, it doesn't really matter,
But it matters in organization. Can I say something real quick, Carla?
Yeah.
Because I think you're overlooking one of the elements that some people are arguing was that Oshun, some of the Christian Nigerians, Christian Kenyans, Christian whoever's in Africa and in America was demonizing her because of the Oshun imagery. And some Africans, some Haitians, even some African Americans have a hate towards traditional culture, right? So they was demonizing, and then especially African Americans, they be demonizing Jay-Z and Beyonce, talking about these people sold their souls and they do blood sacrifices, right?
Yeah, they got all that crazy.
That was part of it. I wish Principe. I wish that was all there was to it, but there was a really nasty element of the fact
that was one element as well, though.
Hold on. She's blowing up, right? She's on MTV. She's on these other places, VH1, and that Black is King is being played on BET and whatnot. Millions of dollars are rolling in and whatnot off of that video and whatnot. Like she came up with this video out of nowhere when Black Panther came out. Her and Jay-Z dropped the album called Ape Shit, And the bottom line is this: that thing she with no advertisement. Beyonce is the only person that could drop an album in one day. When Beyonce got an album out, and next thing you know, it's freaking on the billboards. You know, she's the only artist that can do that. You know, and so therefore, this thing, Black as King, went big. You know, globally. You know, and so the thing is, they're saying, okay, shouldn't an African be the one that showed the Oshun or Osiris and all stuff like that? Why should an African American lady appropriate? That was the argument I'm trying to say there. Why should an African American appropriate an African culture? And the argument was, isn't she technically an African too?
Yeah,
Beyonce?
you're right on that one. You're right on that one. That was a weak argument from the people that was hating.
Yeah,
She's
so what I'm
technically
saying,
an African descent.
but the damage was done. You know, a lot. That's right there.
But Kala,
Hold on, let me say this. That right there, that incident right there, the ADOS FBA people were just a fringe thing on that. After that, that movement grew. After that, people start saying, "Yeah, man, the Africans don't like us," and all stuff like that.
That's why I think some black people just shouldn't use the internet. They don't need it because they too emotional.
I know, man. Hey, Carla, that reminds me too, man. I want to go back and find your old Blog Talk videos, man. I'm trying to figure out when you stopped being like a Pan-African, man.
Wait till look. I'm saying like this. This is what I'm saying, Ja. Right? I'm not gonna be nobody's cuckold, right? When you come up with a real Pan-African program, invite me to the party and I'll come sit down, right? But I am sick and tired. I really am almost hate. It's almost to the point where I got a lot of hatred in me, right? Because I've done this for years and I've seen nothing out of it. You know, I see absolutely nothing out of it. I've seen
the AES.
Out of it, you know.
Kala, what you saying is
the bottom line is this. I am so sick and tired of people talking about Pan-Africans to Black America, and we got nothing to show for it. You know,
Kala, can I list some of the things? Can I list some of the things that they got concerts being done in Africa?
I don't care what you
people
say.
building in Africa,
right?
studios.
Hold on. First of all, that's another thing. You have no right to tell me what I ought to be proud of. I'll tell you. I have agency on my life. I'll tell you what I want. All right.
So you just want to be pessimistic and dwell in hate. That's basically what you're trying to do.
Hold on. I'm not saying hatred. I'm just saying I have resentment and hatred for people who wasted my years of my life talking about something.
But how did they waste your years when the things are coming to fruition right now?
They wasted my years. I'm like, look, now me, I do my own Pan-African. I'm connected with Liberia, I do tourism, stuff like that. You know, that's my whole thing. But other than that, I have really nothing to say about Pan-African. I don't care what happens in Ghana.
The problem I see here is this. You see, the more the Africans and the African Americans want to come close together, I'm talking about the sub-Saharan Africans, the Bantous. I'm not talking about the Yemenis looking type.
Someone got some feedback.
So what I'm trying to talk is this. When Ghana,
you're not the arbitrary of what Black or African is.
No problem. Let me just tell you. When I was watching basketball, I was seeing Patrick Ewing, I was seeing Dressler, Isaiah Thomas, and all these guys. I know those goddamn guys look like me, you know. So when I was dunking the basketball the first time, I was thinking about Dressler. So don't tell me if I don't know who look like me. Don't bring no damn.
But hola.
Look like you and argue are two different things, kiddo.
Yeah, hola. There's different phenotypes in Africa, man. Come on, man. Even you said your father's a light-skinned black man. Am I right?
Yeah, my father's a light-skinned black man. So you can.
So why you? I don't get where you.
No,
features, man.
But that guy, but my dad looked like a Negro. It's a Negro man. You understand
the guy
me?
point.
You gotta get over this
man.
luxury,
Canola's point stand.
Australians look like Negro. That don't mean they African.
Have you ever seen this guy, the former 400 meters hurdles champion, Edwin Moses? That guy is my father's best friend.
I don't know. All I know is you're boring with this conversation. Look,
so
the whole thing is.
What I'm trying to talk about is
the main thing is you're Nigerian. You're different from I am. We're not. You know, you have a way of seeing the world. I have a different way of seeing the world.
We different, but we got the similarities.
That's not true, Carla.
Can I ask Ola a question?
That's not true.
Ola, when the Ethiopians was trying to invest with Nigerians in the airplane, how did you receive that? Did you see that as them working together and seeing themselves as African, or how did you see that? Because they were trying to connect with Nigeria in investment. How do you perceive that?
No, I would have loved everybody to connect. I would have loved everybody to.
So why are you being so divisive?
No, hold
You're
on.
trying to make it seem like you don't.
Would I love the Black Americans to have access to African wealth, investment, oil, and
Well, we don't. But
other
the truth is, let me ask you something, Credola. Do you think if Nigeria has all those oil blocks and all these countries in Africa oil blocks, how many oil blocks do the diaspora have to invest in? Because they could be part of the continent. We could build our own wealth and like that. How many gold fields do we have? I mean, do we have anything?
See, Carla, it's about the money, right? The money and the connection. If you have the money, because there's some
No, it's not the money. Hold on. All this stuff right here was lost to us in the trade. That's why I said, man, I don't.
Wait, whoa. How was it lost to us? I don't.
Oh, it was lost to us.
How was it lost?
Because look, fool. We was taken out of the continent against our will.
Tribal war, Carla. Tribal
war. Tribal war, but I didn't know that we belonged to those lands.
The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Africa, the mother continent, should be our sanctuary, to our protector, but it hasn't done that yet. We've done more.
I said that
we've done more. Look, Black America have done more for Africa from a slave position than Africa has ever done for Africa's never done.
No, we didn't. No, not from a slave position. Not from a slave position.
All right. Who founded the Africa America Institute? Those African Americans. Okay, who basically founded the anti-apartheid movement in America?
You talking about in America? There's different branches in different areas.
Hold on. Yo, look.
Come on, man.
African Americans built the African Methodist Episcopal Church all throughout the Africa. Built the first schools all throughout the continent. You know,
that's not true. Ethiopians have the Orthodox Christian Church in the Caribbean, bro.
We did all this stuff on God. We had the African missionary Baptists that
John the Baptist.
Missionaries.
Come on, bro.
Always like this, in Africa and whatnot. We've always given support and whatnot. We educated most of the African heads of state. The first president of Nigeria was educated in an HBCU.
And you guys were always welcome over there. I don't get it.
Hold on. No, what I'm saying is we've always my point is we've always done all this for Africa in the spirit of brother. We wrote the Kenyan Constitution,
So are you telling us the Africans never did anything for us?
No. They never did anything. Nothing.
Bro, come on, Carla.
No, I'm that serious.
Name
one important thing Africa has ever done for African Americans.
I name it every other night, bro.
Oh, Carla, you're right. I think West Africans.
They allow citizenship.
That's not doing nothing for you. They charge you for a citizenship fee, and they're gonna suck you dry.
Carla, let me start listing some of the stuff that contributions of Caribbeans and the Africans here, man. Dr. Ben was a teacher here. He was an African. He's from Ethiopia. The Sudanese taught these different individuals Arabic.
Stop it. Bottom line is this.
Come on, bro.
Like I said, we've been on our own in this time. I'm not saying Caribbean.
The African Episcopal. I think Ethiopians helped establish that.
First of all,
in America,
I talk about things like Caribbean. I'm sick and tired of you always including yourself. When I say African, I'm talking about the continent.
I'm naming Africans, brother.
Haiti.
Ethiopians are Africans,
from Haiti.
Sudanese are Africans. Somalians are Africans.
Don't talk about the Caribbeans and don't talk about Africans when you talk to me. Talk about what Haiti did.
Well, Haiti did. Dude, we invited you people. We actually sent people.
We
offered to buy your freedom, brother. Are you smoking, brother? We helped Colombia. We helped
actually, there was an African American community settled in the Dominican Republic.
You think the Dominicans invited you, or you think we invited you, Doofy?
Let me say something real quick.
You think they invited you, or we invited you, brother?
The Black Americans that wanted to go to the islands right there had to go to.
No, Carl. I'm not gonna let you slide on that. We the ones who invited you, bro.
Oh yeah, how you invite us? Why we not there then?
Carla,
they still here. What are you talking about, bro? There's Haitians with American English last names, bro.
There's
Dominicans with. Come on,
there's
bro.
an African American community in Dominican Republic.
I think,
bro, they didn't invite you. We the ones. We was controlling the island at that time.
How did we end up
in
invited
you, bro? We was controlling that island at that time, bro.
Okay. We just happened to.
President P telling the truth, Carla.
You thinking? Come on, bro. You being goofy,
Carla, as a fellow Black American, right? You make us look very ungrateful.
He don't respect his own leaders. That's why he like that.
What the hell have to be grateful for? I'll tell you when it's time to be grateful because I'm basically like this. I want people listening to this show, right? I hope it gets to the right people and say, you know something, man. If everybody started listening to this collar guy, our free ride in America is gone. You know. So the bottom line, they better start
what are you talking about?
back
What
to
free
the
ride?
drawing board while they're sitting there talking about the Chinese and giving the continent away to Lebanese. We're not, I see Lebanese are freaking making major contracts in West Africa, doing road construction. Shit we could be doing right now, So the Chinese, all these other people, since they basically making all this deals with the Chinese and all these other people and whatnot, Africans is making deal with the Turks, everything like that. Black America is an appetite, even though we got the same sort of business here. Africans basically would rather deal with all these other people.
So Carla, why you not going? Why you not rumbling with the black?
Look, it's like this. When those Africans basically want to go someplace, they get their black behinds on a plane, they fly to China and say, "This is what we got to offer." I mean, I give him credit. He did do that. He did come to America and say like this. I give him credit for that.
Bro, Thomas and Cole went to Harlem. What do you guys ask for when you went to Harlem? When you went to Thomas and Cole,
check us out. The rest of them, they don't do shit. The bottom line is this. I say like this. I say black people in America, like this guy, Cyril Ramaphosa, right? He eventually should have came flanked with top black businessmen, bankers, everything, sitting down with Donald Trump. He brings his white ass freaking businessman over to America. Say, see, these white people are here, whatnot. He should have been with the black leadership in America.
But Carla, when Rudolph came and he spoke with y'all leaders, what did y'all ask for, man?
Well, the bottom, first of all, Principe, I don't know why you keep saying that, right?
Y'all never asked for what y'all want, bro.
About black leaders. There's no fucking. We keep saying our leaders. Did we ever elect these people?
There's businessmen. There's actual elected officials from black counties and regions.
Look, I have never seen anybody invite Robert Smith, the billionaire.
Robert Smith is a coon, bro. What are you talking about?
I've never seen anybody from Africa say, "Look, let's invite Robert Smith over here. Let's come out and talk to him." Never did, never. So.
Bro, damn well Robert Smith ain't building with no
have
Africans.
billionaires. We don't have.
Robert Smith ain't building with no Africans. You know that.
What?
You know.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because he would have
reached out. Hey, yo, Carla.
Yo, he's a businessman. He's a billionaire. You reach out to him. He don't go to you.
They got their own billionaires. They invite you to sit with them. You don't want to sit with them.
Africa needs his investment. He could put like $10 billion in Africa. It wouldn't even feel it.
He don't even want to do that for African Americans. Why would he do that for Africa?
Robert Smith is worth like $8 billion, so I don't think he can.
You have communities. He can help build back some black communities. He's so rich and so black and powerful. So why is he not helping build up black cities, man? Why is he so gracious?
There's no such thing as black cities in America.
Where's the black
leaders
that's
There's no such thing as black cities in America. They just air some cities with black.
So the reason why I brought up earlier where I said that I want to know when Carla quit being a Pan-African, right? Is that I'm running with the premise that we are influenced by outside forces more than we think, right? And so I would want to bet about 4 or 5 years ago, prior to Trump's first administration, Carla would have been talking more positively about Africa.
Because I didn't know much. I didn't. That's actually before I went to the continent. That's before I started trying to do business on the continent. But trust me, I'm in groups and whatnot with a lot of people, important people and whatnot, And the bottom line, all the years, now I've been basically trying to do things like power plants, power generation. I put a lot of people, John Cashin. Him and I have been partners for years, right? I basically have been involved with so many things. My boy Hayru was in Zambia for a decade, I've been involved all these things about, we got this investor here, blah, blah, blah. Look, after 20 years of promises and Africans talking shit, I have never seen one thing come through. Not one thing.
You said Africans doing what?
Africans just don't know how to put it together, man. Just like
is John Cashin still over there in Nigeria?
But look, bottom line is, I say like this: after all years of disappointment, you can't blame me for being like
Carla.
Hold on.
Check
this out. Just like that Lou Major situation and with Dynas and whatnot. Every time I look around, there's this friggin' just something. It just nothing ever pans out. Never runs right. So
is John Cashin still in Nigeria?
No. What?
Is John Cashin still in Nigeria?
No, he's not in Nigeria. He's back in the States. He's been back for 3 years. You know, he had spent 35 years in Nigeria, nothing to show for it. You know.
So this is the thing. All I'm saying is there are influences outside because Tariq Nasheed, that whole FBA thing, prior to all that thing came up with Trump, bro. I think that's where it started.
Well, I don't know. I think
Prior
I
to-
think
More to it. More to it.
Hold
There's
on,
more
hold
to
on,
it.
hold on.
Prior to Trump's first administration, Tariq Nasheed.
Ja. You know, look, love you, respect you on that. But one thing I'm not gonna do, and everybody knows I don't like Tariq Nasheed, but I am not gonna blame this shit on him. You know, because at
No,
the
I'm not
time,
blaming it on him. You didn't hear what I'm
You
saying.
said all the time with Trump. No, look, back in the days,
Yes,
right?
that's what I'm
I
saying.
used to tell Africans all the time, y'all need to stop y'all talk rhetoric about Black America, right? Tell them that.
Nah,
Colin, but you know that Colin, you know Black Americans started that. Come on, Colin.
I used to tell them.
No,
Hold
guys.
up, yo,
Can I
John, let me
speak for a
talk. You
moment?
know,
Can I speak for a
I used to
moment?
tell them, you guys are playing with fire. You know, they're like, they used to say something. Oh, Black people ain't gonna do nothing. They don't do nothing. They're so freaking stupid. They ain't gonna do nothing with that. You know, and then
Colin,
like,
that rhetoric started with African Americans.
out of nowhere, this ADOS thing popped up or not, and then this FBA thing. It's like my worst nightmare. Now you got
Colin, who started? Colin, who started that?
You know,
Colin, who started that?
So bottom line is this: a lot of
Colin,
it
you
was
had
just a
Hebrew
reaction
Israelites talking
to
about
what
Africans is
African
cursed.
Americans, what Black people in America were hearing online from Africans. You know, that's
Colin, who started that? Colin,
People always say, "Yo," look, people always say, a lot of Black people in America say, "Look, I didn't even know no Africans in school. I never been around them."
That's good for them, but there was.
Those of us who were around Africans, Colin, how did they treat them?
Every African had the same story. I was called booty striker and all stuff like this. And most Black people said, "Man, we never like." I thought Africa was our
Colin, can
people."
I make a point real quick? Can I make one point? Are you telling me Frederick Douglass wasn't calling Africans savages and calling them uncivilized in the 1800s?
Have you ever I'm gonna
What
add on to that. Have you ever read Cujo Lewis Barracoon? He said the same thing. That Black Americans in America were treating them different because they were from Africa. Even back in his time in the 1800s with Cujo Lewis.
Hold on. Some Black Americans were treating other Black Americans bad, you know. So.
Okay, so
Elijah
that's not an excuse.
Elijah Muhammad called Africans curse and basically said, "I hear." Come on, Colin. Let's not start that.
I know. Hold on. I know that, but the bottom line is this.
So if you know that, how you gonna blame it on Africans?
Hold on. We also had people like Joanza Kunjufu.
Not be you. I want to talk to you and I talk
And
about.
Colin, and to keep it real, most Black Americans are at large and were never Pan African.
We also had a lot of Afrocentrics that I grew up on.
Colin, most of us at large were not Pan Africanists.
Who?
Where's it?
Who wasn't a Pan Africanist?
Majority
most
of Black
Americans were not Pan Africanists.
Of course. Look, let me ask you a question. Why would look when we say Pan Africanism? You know what we mean? You know, Black people. What I mean? It just means we're all Black. Don't mean we're adopting African culture. We're not. But we're all Black. We're cool. You know.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Because Africans have told me when they. Oh my God! Let me finish, Colin. Let me finish.
Pan Africans simply means Black America that we're just Black.
Colin, let's Steve finish his point. Let Steve finish his point real
How many
quick.
Africans have told us they try to come here and hang around Black Americans, but Black Americans tell them, "You ain't Black. You're not one of us."
Oh, I heard that ignorant statement and whatnot. You know, the bottom line is this: the Black people talk like that. So I would tell the African, right? You can't recognize when you got an educated African American and an ignorant one.
Oh my God, Kyle, you can't do that.
Look,
Stop it.
I'm dead serious. Now, why I say that? Because what you're doing is trying to disparage all of us, right?
Okay, but get this. So why can you say that for the African American, but not the African? So when you see an African on TikTok saying some disparaging,
most friggin' Black people understand that color and race is a social construct by white people like this, you know. That's all it is, you know. We know that we don't abide to that. White people call us, you know. So the bottom line, we go by. There's no serious Black person gets up there unless he's ignorant, and stupid.
Colin, Colin, you gotta follow your own.
So in other words,
so why don't you say the same thing when you hear Africans talking about African Americans on TikTok?
In other words, basically, what you're saying is the African Americans saying you ain't black. Oh, you ain't black. You don't eat chitlins. You don't eat fried chicken.
That's not what they're saying. They're just telling them they're black.
So what is being black? What is being black?
You guys trying to debone that identity, bro.
Listen, rap music.
Exactly.
That's what I say. You don't make any sense. You know.
Okay, and number two, Colin, you just said that you should know that that's an ignorant Black American. So why come when you look at TikTok videos or YouTube videos or Twitter?
No, I don't look at
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Come on, Colin.
Let me finish. And an African immigrant says something ignorant. Why come you just don't you don't say the same thing about them? It's just an ignorant African.
Let me say this. First of all, when I listen to African immigrants, there's nothing that African immigrants say to me that fucking offends me, you know?
So why you come on the show and talk about it?
I scroll by thing, right? And I just warn them for themselves, right? I said, not everybody's going to be like me, you know? I have a love for Africa, whatever like that. And also, when people say stuff, right? Like when Hunter Flowers say stuff about African men and whatnot, when somebody says something about African American men, right? One thing I know is I don't take it personally because I know they're not talking about me, right? That's what I'm saying.
Really? So Cynthia G, if Cynthia G came on here, you would welcome her? Cynthia G?
No, if Cynthia G comes up here, she's disrespectful, one and whatnot. And
how's that any different than
Khalifa? Her thing is she hates black men and whatnot. If you hate me and whatnot, you know, I don't want to be we have nothing to discuss. Now, if you want to have an honest discussion and whatnot, even if you disagree with me, you want to have an honest discussion and you want to critique black manhood, whatever like that, that's fine, right? Because I think women have that right. Women have that right to critique us, right? And also, I'll say, individually, I'm one thing, right? Collectively, yeah, we black men in America haven't really done. We don't deserve the respect that we think we deserve among our women. You know, we left our women, for the most part, not all the time, but for the most part, there's a lot of black women out there who feel unprotected, you know, by men.
I treat people on an individual basis, no matter where they come from, no matter what ethnic group.
So that's a good point, man.
Hold on, yeah.
This is the thing, though.
We say with individual basis, you know for a fact that the matter is the world doesn't like me. Let me give you an example. When I'm walking in the store, I'm a big black man. When I'm walking in the store and whatnot, people get scared. You know, I could see it. People
nobody sees you and get scared, Carlos.
Because I'm big, you know, I'm black or whatnot, and they don't think I might be that guy on TikTok saying he wants to kill white people or some shit like that. I don't know what they're thinking, you know.
This is the thing, though.
Hold on. You're in this thing, right? And I'm saying like this: I pull up to a gas station, and a black woman sit there. What I'll do is I'll pause for a while. I'll let till she finish her gas until she can pull away, right? Because we live in a situation, right? And it's not me. It's like a lot of brothers, man, and a lot of women tell me that there's tired guys is trying to holler to them and whatnot, the gas pumps and whatnot, and they feel tapped. So I don't want them to think that I'm like that, right? And then when I meet them, I'm like, you know, I'm not like that. I'm not asking for, you know. I remember one time me and my brother's married, right? I'm married, right? We pull up into the gas station, right? And this girl, man, she was all right looking, right? She's sitting there freaking like waiting until we left and she got out and pumped the gas. Like we were gonna freaking ask her for a number or some shit. Stuff we go through as black men. But I understand. I'm a black man, right? It's a black girl. And I'm a black man, right? So the world, I would like to see everybody as individuals, but I don't have that luxury. People see me as a threat, as a black man, you know, a tough looking black man. And people are scared of me. When they look at me, they're scared of me. They look at me in fear. I see it all the time, you know.
The same thing that's happening with black people in America is the same thing that happened with the immigrant thing, man. It's just like
my point I'm trying to make is when Steve says stuff like, "Well, I just treat everybody the same individual." Yeah, I would like that. I treat everybody individual, but I'm not afforded that. I'm always seen as a black man first, and then I'm an individual.
And I think that whole thing started when Trump came down the escalator and all that, and he said, you know, they're rapists and all that stuff. It's the same shit, man. And it just went from there. And now everybody's on that bandwagon.
But Ja, if it existed on both sides to a certain degree, it's inevitable for it to surface to the top.
Donald Trump.
Let me say this, Colin, before you jump in, brother.
America's always been like this, bro.
Let me say this before you jump in. It's always existed, right? Because in every group, even within the African American group, in the Caribbean group, in African group, there is hatred.
It started with the
within
African Americans. Let's be
hold
real.
on, brother. Hold on.
No,
Here's
but
what I'm saying.
hold on. But there's also elements of that in other groups where they're very pro themselves and they like look down on other groups. So that exists.
Hold on. I'm getting there, brother. I'm getting there.
African Americans been called
Hold on, I'm
African
getting there.
No,
savages.
but Jamaicans got that. The Haitians got that.
I'm getting
Nigerians
there.
got that.
I'm
Ethiopians
getting
got that. Go ahead.
I'm getting there. What I'm saying is, within groups, there's division. Within genders, there's division. I can be a man, you could be a man, we'll have division on something still. Same thing with women. Same thing between Nigerians, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, Africans.
Oh shit,
you can have
man.
two different people.
You guys, this is late, man. All right, fellas. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. You guys want to
God
stay
bless,
on
man.
here?
Kyler, stop hating yourself,
If
man.
you guys want to stay on here and talk, you can. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
Kyler,
you gotta
stop hating yourself, man. God bless you, though, man.
I love myself one night. That's what I'm saying. I just don't
Stop
want nobody.
looking internal and stop hating yourself, man.
Nobody bringing me down when saying I got to eat with my hands and all this kind of shit like that. I like
Just eat with your hands, man. Don't be so angry, man.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong if you want to eat.
Don't attack no Africans
man.
mentally and spiritually, man.
I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat with my hands and whatnot. I eat with.
Well, if you don't.
Or not, so if you guys want to kick me out of the African race, go right ahead,
If you don't want to eat with your hand, don't eat with your hand.
No, Colin, we're gonna rehabilitate you. We're gonna rehabilitate you.
Man, I need reconciliation, man.
I'm civilized.
Yeah, I need
We're
reconciliation.
gonna turn you back
David
into
Hitt,
the savage, the quote unquote savage. We're gonna turn you back into that, Colin.
Yeah, so no, I don't think you can, bro.
Okay.
Tyler, you might need to go back to the South to get recultured, brother.
Yeah. Come back to North Carolina, Colin.
I learned my culture from the Black South. That's where I learned my culture from.
No, I don't know, man. You out of touch.
Yeah, I get look. I don't know where you come from or not, but in Elizabeth City, that's the oldest black community right there. Friggin' black people are there are fucking civilized.
Now, you went down south to do sharecropping, man. We talking about culture, brother. You went down south as a youth.
I come from the sharecropping lineage, and
well, yeah, I didn't come from sharecropping lineage,
Oh yeah, you came from.
Then you used to go pick potatoes, Colin.
I come from landowners, bro. So.
Yeah, my grandma was out there picking cotton and doing tobacco.
I feel for you, man. But my ancestors had a little better. We were actually landowners and farmers.
Y'all were free people of color, I know.
Yeah, so half my family was, and half my family was slaves. So like I said, so we had a head start after the Civil War. We owned land, we owned businesses and whatnot. My Aunt Mamie was fucking rich, man. She had like 3 or 4 houses, man.
So promote that, man. Promote people owning and stuff like that. Man.
That's my family. That ain't the average black person's family. I'm not gonna judge anybody like this. My family was unique in this.
No, but you had a leg up from that, though. So promote that to other people. Get a little land.
I'm saying like
leave for the next generation in Africa.
Like it was and whatnot, because those people, my Aunt Mamie, when I go around, even my Uncle Lake, right? When we used to go, my Uncle Lake lived in the Bronx, right? He was my grandmother's youngest son, right? But he was my father's uncle, right? When we went to Uncle Lake's house or whatnot, he would be sitting there on his chair with his pipe and his thing, right? Reading his paper, right? You said nothing. You were over there. The kids sat right there. You said nothing. You spoke when spoken to. That was my father's Uncle Lake, We had so much respect for your elders. Everything was yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, It was culture. We got ready to eat. You got up. You washed your hands. You got ready to eat. You sat down at the table. You picked the fork up and knife one night. When
you still do that down south.
What?
Like yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes,
we still do that.
No, ma'am, no, sir, no, sir.
Yeah.
We're not. And the bottom line. And when you see people, Christian people or not, you put your beer away. When I was growing up, that's how it was. You put your beer away, or you put your beer in a paper bag to cover up. Now motherfuckers be walking down the street with a 40-ounce Oli and whatnot, no respect. The whole culture and community principle, and principle not there no more.
I'm here.
It was gone down the tubes. The whole culture of Black America.
They need a revival, man.
Before we start talking about Pan-Africanism, inviting all you other people in there, I want to freaking revive my community again.
Carla, I think you're a glass half empty kind of guy, man.
What are you talking about?
All that stuff you talking about could happen, and you'd still find something.
No. Look, I'm saying like this. we basically Black America did that because we lived in our own world at one time. You know, we didn't have our white people around. We didn't have white media and all stuff like that. God forsake, we didn't have no damn internet. You know, the only thing you knew was what the pastor said, your elder said, your uncle said, your aunt said, whatnot. So if you got only people around you saying things that you're supposed to hear and stuff like that, you're gonna produce a better society.
That's not true, Carla, because Malcolm X was on television shows with white hosts.
Yeah, hold on.
A bunch of them.
What I'm saying, no, I'm not. You're missing my point. I'm saying the majority of stuff. Malcolm X, when he was out there on the television, that wasn't for us. That was for white audience. He was reaching a white audience. I tell
Nah, but black folks are watching it too. There's no way you can live in America and escape white influence in media. No way.
My mother used to see Malcolm X in Harlem when she was a little girl.
Yeah, but you cannot escape white influence in media in America. No way.
That wasn't for black people. That was for
That's a dream, bro. That ain't happen like that.
Black people at the time, most of them didn't have television. What are you talking about? You know,
I get your point. I'm just saying white media is still going to be dominant. As rich as your uncle was,
all you guys want to defend white people all the time. Go ahead.
As rich as your uncle was, yeah, he had money, but there are plenty of people that had way more money than he did.
No, but no. What I'm saying is this, though. I'm saying it's not even about him being rich. It was a culture, you know. My uncle Lake was the youngest. No, actually, he was older than my Uncle Herbert. My Uncle Herbert was an asshole. You know, he was an asshole. You know, Uncle Herbert was the youngest of my grandmother's brothers. Uncle Lake was a little older than him, right? Uncle Herbert was a fucking real dick. You know, he was an asshole, man. He wouldn't give you a dime. You know, he didn't give a shit. You know. But anyway. The bottom line, when you went around these people and whatnot, you know, you went to their house and whatnot, you had to eat a certain way, you had to like this, you had to have manners and whatnot, you couldn't freaking chew with your mouth open, just little shit like that just told us how to be civilized, how to act in public, how to excuse yourself and whatnot, you know, and just be real clean and whatnot. So when we went around people and whatnot, let me give you an example. When we first moved to upstate New York, we was the only black family there, right? And this is the 70s, right? White people used to come to us like, wow, where do you got? Because the stereotypes they had of black people, like, you guys are nothing like we thought black people would be and whatnot. What do you think we were? And then
y'all were the civilized Negroes.
Hold on. Check this out. We brought them because they never been around black people, so they didn't know. You know, they had stereotypes.
That's stupid of them too.
Let's check this out. Hold up. Then we used to take our white kids, friends, and whatnot, to the city with us, right? And they used to see our family and whatnot. They were like, "Oh, wow, your uncles and whatnot, they got families. They go to church. They go this, whatnot. You know, whatnot. Your cousins are cool. Y'all got a beautiful family, and blah blah blah, what like that." You know, I said, "Yeah, it was normal to us," but they were like, "Wow." I said, because a lot of my white friends had come from broken homes, single mothers, and stuff like that. You know, broken homes, you know, and stuff like that. And it was like, wow, man, because we used to take them to church with us and whatnot, you know, in the city. You know, we used to come out of the city with us and we should show them how we really lived. It was like, wow, I thought I was going to see a bunch of pimps and drug addicts on the street one night. When we take them to South Jamaica, Queens, man, they were like, wow.
And that's stupid of white folks to think that way too.
Oh, this is 70s. You see black people outside, girls doing double dutch, looking beautiful. Whatnot. They were like sitting there like, wow, kids playing handball on the court. Whatnot, stickball, whatnot, you know. So these white kids were like, wow, man, you know, they had such a time of their life. So they that's etched in their mind. They went into a black world that they basically didn't know exist, you know. And so,
that just shows you because someone is white doesn't mean they have the truth or understand stuff. Because
what I'm saying is, look, we moved into a white neighborhood and all our friends and whatnot were white, you know. But the thing is, they treated us for a thing because they were like, wow, because we were just, I would say we're high and mighty, but they were just like, whoa. You know, my friends would tell me, man, I wish I had parents like yours, you know. I wish I had a dad like yours. I wish I had, you know, a family like yours and whatnot. And I was always treasured. The thing I love the most about in life is my family. I love my family, you know. My family is everything to me, you know. That's why I got
Colin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what?
I remember one time you said that sometimes at certain times in your life you felt ashamed to be a black American. Why is that?
Okay, this is what I was saying, Liz. As I got old, we got older, right? And that's only started when we moved back down to the South, right, in 1991, right? And my father was just like, we're moving that we're in New York, we were so erased from our culture, right? Erased from our culture, right? Something like that was in New York. In the city we had it when I was living upstate New York was so erased. So we moved down south, man. He was like, man, I'm back in the South, whatever, like that. So we used to be in North Carolina all the time, right? And the bottom line is he used to always talk about, we're going down to see our family roots and whatnot in the South. And I always thought, no, my roots ain't in the damn South. It's in Africa, right? My father wasn't one of those African-centric guys. He was a fucking Creole, light-skinned black man, Creole, type, and basically like, oh, yeah. And he was just so proud of the fucking, his favorite show was the Beverly Hillbillies, And so he was just so proud of his freaking, proximity to white people and whatnot. Yeah, the Overton family, blah, 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 blah. I said, yo, but that dude is a white man. He's a fucking devil, Dad, What I gotta do? Yeah, but we got this, we're not, we like, yeah, we own land. I get that. We own land, blah, 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 this, that, thing. But what do these people got to do with us? Why are you so connected with these people, And so basically the only thing I could do was, I started hating being Black Americans. I was like, I wanted my father to feel what I felt. I felt hatred for these people, slavery and whatnot. My father was like, he's a Christian minister, right? You got to forgive and move on. I couldn't do that,
Reconciliation, brother.
No, not reconciliation, nothing, man. Reconciliation is routine too. I felt like these people were unapologetically about what they did to our ancestors, And so
that may be true, but do you think you're missing the opportunity to build amongst yourselves as African Americans, both here and in Africa?
No. I'm saying
anger.
As long as we build the frigging our families back up, the communities, we'll be all right. And also I'm already connected with Africa. I do see. I'm living by example, right? I talked to my partner in Liberia today, my couple of partners in Liberia today. We're trying to do big things, right? It's gonna pop off, right? I'll hopefully have David Hitt join me, in Liberia, but the bottom line is this: I'm living an example. I go to the continent, principally, right? I don't just talk it.
But I'm saying you
every year I'm on the continent, and when I'm over there, I'm not just playing games. I'm meeting people, making moves and whatnot, and like I said, the next time I go will be my 5th time. It's going to be something big is going to happen. It's going to be really something big, It's going to be transformational. So I'm living this life that you talk about,
Amen. Good to hear that. But your people need a revival.
I live this life,
They need a revival.
Kyle, do you still hate white people?
I never look. I'm like this. Like collectively, those people don't mean nothing to you. Individually, I have white friends. I'm cool with them and whatnot. So long as we the things that we never talk about, we never talk politics, we never talk about race, and we never talk about history. Because if you do talk about that in front of me, it's going to trigger me to get angry, and you won't be my friend very long. So as long as white people don't come to me and say, "Yeah, man, it's cool. I can call you the N-word," slavery wasn't, like I said, white people, as long as you respect my space, you respect my space, you're cool. I'm cool with a lot of white people. I got white people I'm really cool with. I love, but they respect my space. They understand as long as you remember I'm still a black man, and I'm still a black man in America, right? As long as you respect that, whatnot. And if I basically understand that I need my space sometimes, and you may not understand. Sometimes I need to be among my own people, whatever like that. That's fine, Some white people can't understand that. Why do you need to be alone? Why you seem withdrawn? Why you freaking seem withdrawn? Why you like this? So they don't understand that. So I'm like this. So it's really good. Look, other than that, man, I have no problem with people's color or whatever. People are just people. I'll be perfectly honest with you, right? There's a lot of black people, right? Unfortunately, that I don't like, I think some black people are just superficial, they're mean, they're self-centered, stuff like that, they're petty.
I mean, it sounds familiar.
You know what I'm saying? Well, not me. Oh yeah, people call the show. It's petty.
But
I'm not petty, It's all
you are.
It sounds familiar.
But
I'm not petty, quiet, because I give everybody a chance, to talk, whatever like that, So
Kyle, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you what Kemi Seba said in Haiti earlier this month. I mean, or late last month when he came, he said that Haiti needed revival. And I think the same thing is needed for the African Americans. And it starts with healing and making peace among yourselves first. You know what I mean?
Look. Those people who join me and want to be healed, right? You know, and the bottom line, I get along with people that want to bond with me, like me and Bomani, we're brothers. You know, me and David Hitt, we're brothers. You know, and so anybody wants to be a brother to me, whatnot, and real brother, whatnot, you know, not fake ass brothers and whatnot, you know, like Hustle Smart, man. Me and that brother, man, we bond, we talk every day. You know, some people like I got a lot of back. A lot of people support me. You know, say, "Hey, look, Kyle, keep doing what you're doing." You know how many Africans listen to my show? You know, I had one guy from South Sudan say, "Kyle, just keep do a show about Sudan. What's going on in Sudan?" I told that dude I'm going to do a show about that. I don't know what's going on. I got to study a little bit, right? But he said, "Man, just please keep fighting for us, man. You know, keep fighting for us." I don't know what I'm saying, but there's a lot of Africans. I don't listen to these fucking clowns in the chat room. There's a lot of Africans that inbox me and whatnot on Messenger and WhatsApp and whatnot. Said, "Man, please just keep doing what you're doing, man. You know, you give me hope." You know, yeah, I never heard anybody speak like that, you know, and passionate about the continent and stuff like that. You're a little harsh sometimes, but they tell me you're harsh sometimes, but you're telling the truth. You know,
That's why you can't give up on Pan-Africanism.
No,
Carla.
hold on. I'm a colonization warrior, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm a colonization warrior. I invented something beyond Pan-Africanism, which is a colonization, right? I created my own ideology that I know it could work, you know. So the Pan-Africanism that you know right now failed, you know. And so
Well, Carla, you got to do that show, man. Remember I told you to do the show, the difference between your movement and all the other movements, man.
So my movement basically, if you study the college Genesis, right? You know I said only a collar nation is going to live. What does collar mean? All stuff like that. All my whole philosophy, my whole life is wrapped up into this movement called the collar nation. You know, and so I've studied everything there is to know about my people. I studied everything there know is about history, right? And the bottom line is, I came to the conclusion that to answer the riddle, how to solve my people's problem, and I said, look, our people have to basically reach down in themselves, right? And pull out the confidence in everything and say, look, it's time for us to become a people. It's time to become a colonization, you know? It's time for us to become a people. Nobody else is saying that. Everybody else had the same thing. I need to build a school. I need to build a museum. I need to do this. I need to do that. I say it's time for us to become a people. And we're never going to be a people inside of a white man system. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to leave the country, whatever like that. But the bottom line is our community should be we should be organizing our community based on love and support and that. So when the time does come, when the opportunity does come to leave America, right? And I'm gonna start right now. Like I said, I do believe we can start with different countries. You know, we don't have to be all one country. I believe we could build a community in Liberia. I believe we could build a community in Ghana. I believe we could probably build a community in Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone.
Go sit with your cousins, Kyle. Go sit with your cousins.
Hold up, but it's going to be done the right way, you know.
So, Carla,
I can't be doing it on your time, right? The bottom line, we put it out there and say, look, people are like, yeah, Kyle, I don't know what you're talking about. I tell people the only way we're going to have this beautiful colonization I tell you about, you know, is we have to have a place for it, right?
Go to Nigeria and sit with your cousins, man.
Hold up. We look 3 things I say in the colonization. A lot of you ain't gonna like what I'm about to say. The African American, right? The one in captivity, the landless one, right? Needs protection in the universe from 3 different things. We need protection from the white man. That's the first thing, the number one enemy, right? Second thing, we need protection from the Africans, right? They want to destroy our culture, destroy who we are, want to take our identity away from us, right? Last thing is we need protection from ourselves, right? The growth of YNs and hood rats and stuff like that, and foolishness and everything like that. We need this protection from ourselves, you know. And America,
that's everybody, Colin, man. You just mentioned everybody. You need protection from everybody.
America allows black people to get to their lowest level. And we're going to basically say we need a nation, a land of our own, so we could basically make sure that people do not go to their lowest level. Right now, America, like I told you, laid out to you earlier in the show, we once had a beautiful culture in Black America. I'm a part of it. I'm a product of it, right? The fact that their control of the media, black radio stations, culture, everything, they have driven our culture to insanity. You know,
Carla, what Carla said not too long ago.
That's like that's like a mic drop. Do you think it's any accident? We have Cardi B, Sexy Red, Glorilla, and all these people that you guys.
What Carla said a
You
few
know?
moments ago reflects back to what I was talking about earlier, where he said he hates some black people. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. You're
Yeah, I do hate some black.
division.
Yeah, I do hate some black people. Yeah, I'm not gonna
Right,
lie.
exactly,
I
and
do.
that's what I'm saying.
I
There's
do hate
always
some
something
black
you can
people.
find
Yeah,
to
look.
hate.
So
Now,
in other words, I'm supposed to love somebody like Sexy Red.
But Carla,
yes.
I don't hate anybody. I don't
Yes.
agree with you. I don't hate
Now, the other
You're
thing
not,
is
you're not
that
human. You're not you. You're not real.
1 second, what you're talking about there, Carla.
You're not real. You're not real. If
Carla.
people say I don't never trust nobody that says I don't hate nobody.
Carla, what you're talking about there, Carla, too, is a fantasy. You heard what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you know straight up, brother. It's a fantasy because in every instance you go back in black culture in America, and every instance you can always find,
the face of black culture that's prominent to the world. I can't stand,
brother.
And the
It's
people
always been that way. You
it's not
cannot
always
find
been that
me a
way.
time.
Hold on. No, it's not always been
But
that way.
Jay, nah.
We used to have Elvis Fitzgerald out there. We used to have Paul Robeson.
Bro,
Talking about,
But
man.
Carla,
used to
hold
call
on, Jay.
rock
Let
and
me say something
roll
real
and
quick. I'm about to
early
drop
rock
off.
and
We
roll.
used to have friggin' Louis Armstrong. What the hell are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, I don't know what you're
We
talking
have
about.
Smokey
rock
Robinson,
and
the Miracles.
roll
You know? We
and
used to
Those are
stuff
have
like that.
subcultures.
They
Those
used
are
to talk
subcultures, bro.
against those guys.
Those are
Louis
subcultures.
Armstrong, they used to talk against those guys too. There
so
were
the
certain
bottom
segments of the
But
population,
Carla,
particularly if you're Christian and stuff like that, would talk against those
we didn't have
guys.
we
that's
didn't have
true. That's
nobody
also
talking
true.
about I'm pulling out the
Saying they
gat.
use dope
We
and
like
stuff
to
like
say,
that.
so,
Saying that they got women dancing
That's true. They had a
sleazily.
lot of women.
Saying they
They were
play in some
drunk.
type of club.
That's
Always
true.
been like that.
like I said, I'm African American. That's the way I see it, man. If you guys don't, you guys come from the islands, wherever the fuck you come from.
It's
No, but
been like that the island
your
too. It's the same
conclusion,
thing.
your conclusion is void of reality.
John. Okay, it's all fine. You know, you come from a different culture. You see the world
It's
differently.
the same in that culture too. That's what I'm saying.
No, you don't come from the same.
John, just let him believe what he believes. The history and reality is
find
different.
stuff to hate. That's what I'm
the
trying to
bottom
tell
line,
you.
so I'm saying like this: the last generation, couple generations didn't have. Look, like Malcolm, and people say, "Well, Carl, what you did?" Malcolm X didn't have to deal with gangster rap. He didn't have to deal with drill rap.
There were drug dealers out there, man.
Yeah, but Malcolm X got capped by his own people.
Yeah, he didn't have to do with swirling. He didn't have to do with that.
Yes, he
Malcolm
did.
X always
He was a swirler himself.
America. Malcolm X said he would not talk to brothers on the street with a conch in their head. And that was the only thing they had in that time period. He said, I would not talk to brothers with a conch
Come on, Carla. History says differently than what you're saying. Bro.
What history? You don't even know history, principally. You just
and Malcolm X got killed by his own people.
You know
people.
what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about.
As great as Malcolm X was, he got killed by his own people. He was
So he got killed by
his own
thugs.
people.
He got killed by thugs.
Carla, Malcolm himself was a thief. He used to break in people's homes.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Exactly.
Freaking the Pastor
History
Manning
saying
that you play all
differently
the
what you're
time went
saying,
to
bro.
prison. He was a thief too.
Malcolm
was
X was reformed. But look, the bottom line is this. I don't know why you guys call in here to argue me every
You
night.
asked us to, brother.
Goodbye. Good night. Good night. You guys are a bunch of idiots, man. I'm going to bed. You know, good night. Y'all have a good night, man. See you later. You know, damn, motherfuckers are stupid, man. You know, goddamn. They'll argue. People are gonna tell me, Colin, why you go with this? Yeah, I don't know why I fucking stay on 7 hours talking to fucking idiots all night, man. Don't get shit, you know. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, you know. I know what I'm talking about, you know. So you can't change my fucking mind when I try to tell me something like that. Go someplace else and try to convince somebody else. You're not gonna convince me. All right. How about that?